Alrighty, guys, we're finally here. Welcome everybody. Real quick before we address anything else in the elephant room. Welcome Toxic Tat. Welcome. Hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving. Same as Mega Rapidash. Zentile, welcome. I know who you are, sir. And we have Loca Builder. Welcome. Hope you guys had a wonderful Thanksgiving. Let me know what's going on. But anyways, hope you guys are having a wonderful holiday. But anyways, welcome. This is Tjlearnsbankai. We'll be playing a little after Thanksgiving night. Of course, today's game we're going to be playing Sable's Grimoire, and you're probably asking, yo, what the fuck are you doing? So, we're going to kind of slow down a little bit with the games, just a little bit, kind of push it back. We're going to kind of lean to more, chilling, more of a chill zone, and we can make jokes about shit and all that fun stuff. Because we don't really give a flying fuck. Loving the maroon color on you. I appreciate it. I just got home, so apologies for the wait. Hey, local builder. Hell yeah. So once again, this is more of a this game we're playing is actually a text adventure game, so I'll probably be reading aloud and we could just probably make jokes along the way. Who the fuck knows? It's my favorite color after all, really. I guess I guess I don't know anything because I'm a fucking weirdo. So, which will be fun. Damn, you guys are killing it tonight. Hope you guys had a wonderful Thanksgiving. We know what the fuck is going on. Hey, we got everybody coming in here. God damn, I appreciate you guys. You guys don't have to be here. God damn. All right, let's get ourselves started, shall we? We're gonna have to get started at some point. Let's lower this volume because this volume's killing my brain. All right, we're gonna start a new game because we have to. Start a new game. Tjlearnsbankai Academy, the alma mater of many of the greatest magi of the world. I'm assuming they're talking about magic out of my asshole, but besides the point. A place of learning and discovery, a home to those who have powers beyond their understanding, a refuge for races upon humanity by humanity. Notorious it may be, Tjlearnsbankai Academy is a place to find where my kind can feel at ease. It is where we magic users can band together and learn about our mysterious powers without fearing prejudice and backlash from the envious and scornful. It is a place open to all races, all ages, and all nationalities. Anyone who wields magic power, great or small, may become a student here. And for the next 3 to 6 years, I'll be living among them as a mere human being. It is quite possible I will not fit in here. Magic academies such as this are typically filled to the brim with demi-human races, many of which are gifted with the arcane arts. Compared to them, human beings are powerless, so few of us are capable of using magic to begin with. And for those of us who we cannot measure up to the elite demi-humans. Boo! Hey! Welcome, Abby. Welcome. Of course, remember you. Bird! She says that. Yeah, you're being called, Bird. Okay? I don't know where you're gonna chill, but you're gonna chill somewhere, okay? Hey, no. She came to see you. Okay? We don't really give a fuck. So you're just gonna sit here, you're gonna play along with us, and you can shut the fuck up, okay? It's Birdie, yes. Nonetheless, I plan to turn many heads during my time at Andromeda. Natural ability is not everything. When I lack in raw power, I make up more in technique, understanding, and creativity. Mark my words, by the time I leave this academy, everyone will know the name Sable Labier. No, they're gonna know me as Bucketman kissing breasts. Mwah. Love you, Bird. You had a good day today? Of course you did. I had a good day. I wasn't even home the entire day. So kiss it all you want. Bird, you have some standing issues. Stand here. Stand by. Thank you. You're gonna stand there and you're gonna be well liked. Fucking Bird. What else you guys want from me today? How was everybody's Thanksgiving? Hope you guys had a wonderful one. Let me know in chat. Let me know what you guys had in chat. Let me know what you had for Thanksgiving in chat besides the traditional turkey. Maybe some pie. Maybe some interesting sides. I want to see some sides. For my lovely Americans. Your day was good. Hell yeah, man. I breathe a deep sigh as the fatigue leaves my body, closing my eyes to stretch out my back and neck, which keeps real stiff during my lengthy wait. Patiently, painstakingly, I sat idly in the past hour or so, struggling to stay awake as on my train. What you had for what was the dessert menu like? Toxic. Sheesh, I feel like I'm starting to I'll never reach the academy. My train was supposed to be here half an hour ago. What's the holdup? I glance look at the physical terminal overhead as I silently complain. Its display, which is supposed to update in real time the moment anything changes. I make no mention of any delays. Pecan pie, pumpkin pie, and pumpkin pie cheesecake. Okay, that sounds lovely. Great, I had celery. Let's see. Great, I had celery with cream cheese, and it was the best. Pecan pie. Wow, I was just warned there might be vulgar and adult content in this chat. Should I be worried? No, you do not need to be worried about that, because we like to say dumb shit. Celery with cream cheese, the best. Oh, come on, guys. You're gonna start with vegetables with cream cheese? Damn you all. I mean, I got a load of fucking cream cheese somewhere, but not on my fucking ass. Just TJ. TJ is an epiphany of inappropriateness. Which is display. Okay. As far as I could tell, my winker should have left it come and gone. Why are we fucking cream cheese too? I made a 22-pound Cunningham. Honey ham. Potatoes. Honey ham. Yo, that sounds good. Can you send me some? No, I'm just joking. Don't. You don't have to send me that. Autocorrect loves you. Yes, it probably does. And this bird loves you too. There are no delays mentioned. I'm definitely getting on the right train line. I'm not heading in the right direction either. On the other hand, I haven't seen anyone else wearing the academy uniform around here. Is it a coincidence? Is there obviously the explanation that's eluding me? Perhaps I better look a little deeper. I walk away from the other people on the platform and intentionally isolating myself. That sounds like me. I isolate myself every 25 years. Once I'm far enough away I can move around without bumping into anyone, I thrust my right hand out and turn my palm upwards. Yeah. Come on. Honey, it sounds like heaven. Tag yourself. I'm isolating myself. Terminal, possibly the most well-known and widely used spell in the world. Despite being considered a spell of advanced difficulty, Terminal is for many first spell they learned, or at least the first spell they mastered. It's no wonder why who would want a gateway into their own mind, not mention the mind of others, always at their fingertips. Well, I mean, here's the other thing, too, with this sentence. Can you guys imagine having the magic to go into my fucking mind? All you're going to see is fucking lust and fucking death and all these other dynamics as well. You're going to add that. You want to jump in there? I mean, you guys are welcome to go jump right into the shadow realm. Go for it. No wonder why. Who would have won? Yeah, I just read that part. Terminal is a weightless, translucent, ethereal equivalent of a personal computer. The data is all stored in one's mind by connecting to the mind of others. Terminal allows people to communicate and to share information. As the number of people capable of using Terminal expands, so too does a vast pool of information at our disposal. It has become an invaluable tool, particularly for students, and as a result, the spell has naturally grown more and more popular. Now then, let's see here. Train timeable train table. Tap in the air just before the opponent is screening me. I search for my own mind, and for the train timeable, I viewed before leaving home. Yeah, I'm doing some weird shit on my hands. I don't really give a fuck. Here, that's weird. I definitely didn't mix up the time of the train lines. So what the heck is? Whoa, is that a terminal? I dispel my terminal, turn my head, a surprised shout right out of my ears. Hey, that was the terminal, right? Wasn't that a terminal? Yeah, that's right. Are you? Show it to me. But I already showed you my butt. Show me your butt. I unconsciously take a step back as the energetic girl in front of me pushes forward. Seeing her enthusiasm in full force, I breathe a sigh of resignation and raise my hand. Yeah, I am a full-grown potato. Fine, I'll take a step back. Nodding happily, the girl does as I say. Yes, she's gonna make me dessert all day long. Ha, so be it. It's really a terminal, a real life terminal in the flesh. No, terminals aren't alive. No, do they have any flesh? Just projection of, hey, does this thing have any games on it? Ooh, can you access the internet through this thing? Hey, stop that! My terminal disappears. The girl girl as in front of me puts her hand through it. It's gone. I didn't break it, did I? What kind of idiot? I stopped myself mid-sentence. As foolish as the girl seems, I think I shouldn't look it down on her. There's nothing to be shameful not knowing how to spell a word. I can't call her an idiot for being unfamiliar with the working of something considered to be advanced technique. Thinking of a way, I sighed more and then raised my head to look on the... Oh, great. Now it's giving me a choice. It isn't broken. You broke it. Great. Her face is mortified. Oh, there we go. I was like, where the fuck's the options? I mean, never mind. Nah, let's not be an asshole. Let's not be an asshole to this girl. Nah, it isn't broken. Fine, it isn't broken. You disrupted the spell is all. I did something like that. That's right. The terminal is a useful spell, but screens it creates is very fragile. That's why stop short of ever actually touching the screen. Watch. I separate the girl and raise my hand once more, calling forth my terminal. I summon terminal on my ass. With the screen in front of me, I use my other hand to interact with the untouchable device, sending random commands to the screen as I demonstrate how a terminal is used. Oh, you're right. You didn't touch it, but it still reacted to your movement. You got it. Terminals may be useful, but they're easily dispelled. Although you don't have to worry about breaking them, it's difficult to maintain one for long. My girl isn't guilty. She didn't do shit. That's the thing. She didn't do absolute jack shit. Oh my god, we got attitude games. Oh my god, we got a light party of 4. God damn, man. God damn. We already this early into this? You're going this early for me, buddy? Man, I love you, but shit. Shit, man. I'm telling you, the fucking bird is excited. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. We gotta do this right now. All right, come on. Let's get in the groove. It's attitude games. It's attitude games. He's the man. He's the man. He's playing Spider-Man. Does he know he can shoot his webs from his fucking butthole? Do you know how toxic it can be? Sometimes you're just gonna spray it upon your fucking asshole. God damn. Oh, you legging? Hell yeah, love you. Oh, we got a subscription too on top of that? God damn, man. What is going on? Attitude, you gotta give me a round 2. I love you, motherfucker. All right, let's give another chance. We gotta do another one because it's needed. I have a megaphone. Do you have a megaphone so I can scream? I can scream all day. I have the screams. You can do the screams. Booty poo. Don't get all excited, cause I'm just a guy with a bucket on his head. I'm too good. Come ride the shit. Ride. God damn. Woo. I love you, damn it. That's for the chance. Ah, look at the attitude, you motherfucker. Ashlyn, yay! She's made it. She's here, yay! Such perfected time. Welcome, Ashlyn. I hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving. I hope you have. You're just, I want to go home. My Thanksgiving was wonderful. I got to take some apple pie home, so I'm happy about that. The bird is totally needed. Terminals may be useful. Yeah, okay, I think I read this part. I see, so that's what the terminals are like. Amazing. A joyful smile creeps into the girl's face as she stares into my eyes. I did it. I did it. It just made me sleepy. Thank you. That's a very enlightening experience. I look forward to learning more from you in the future, senpai. Wait. Do I have to be senpai? But I don't mind being senpai, but I mean, is that like a fetish I have? Like I like being called senpai by women? Is that a bad thing? Then I gotta be the old one, I guess? Don't worry about it. Every time I'm rather single-minded too when I see something rather outside of my understanding. So I totally, wait a minute. Senpai? You have no idea how glad I'm you're here, senpai. Not just because I got to see the terminal from up close the first time, but when I saw you here, I thought I'd gotten the wrong platform, but you're here, then this train must be going to our Tjlearnsbankai Academy after all. I raised an eyebrow as I tried to piece together the words of a particular girl in front of me. While it's true I'm heading to the academy, and I just become a student there, I'm definitely no older than this girl. Furthermore, today will be my first day at Tjlearnsbankai Academy. It's far too early for anyone to be calling me their senior. Hey, senpai, listen, I got a question. I ruffle my hair with my hands as I shake my hand without asking what she wants. I voiced down my own thoughts and said, I have dark desires. Darkness. Bird, what do you want? What do you want me to do? This is the only place you can stay here. I'm talking to you. So call me that, would you? I'm not your senior in any sense of the word. Aside from knowledge pertaining to magic, apparently. Besides, why senpai anyways? You don't look Japanese to me. Senpai, don't be rude. There's just some things you shouldn't say to a person. Even if you doubt somebody's background, you aren't allowed to call them out on it. Oh, whatever. I don't agree with that at all. I'm not about to get into an argument over this. Given how to fight, I shrug and move the conversation along. Fine, let's say you are Japanese. I am Japanese, 1/4 to be exact. Like it matters. Even if that's the case, that's the only problem here. I mean, aren't we on the same age? This is the first time we met, right? Why you call me that? Oh, I see. You don't want me to call you senpai, huh? Well, I really don't care, but I think it's just a bit misleading. No, I understand completely. Gosh, how can I have been so rude? I was so captivated, I even forgot to introduce myself, let alone ask for your name. Completely misunderstanding my concern, the girl in front of me silenced brightly. My name is Rei Mikawa. Starting today, I'm a student of Tjlearnsbankai Academy. Getting kinkier, or is that just me? Oh, we're getting all kinds of fucked up here, Abby. We're getting all kinds of fucked up. Let's see. My hobbies include cooking, eating, and food preparation, and your name is plenty. Say the full introduction when we get to class. And just how much you like food anyway. I see her Ray's stomach and then run my eyes over the rest of her body. At the glance, it would seem that she's the type who eats a lot and never puts on weight. Well, senpai, aren't you going to introduce yourself? Or could you want me to call you senpai after all? Oh, right, my apologies. I straightened my back and put on a smile. My name is Sable. Like you, today be my first day of Tjlearnsbankai Academy. Huh? Sorry, suddenly screams loudly in shock, drawing curious glazes from all around us. You're only just now entering the academy. You can already use advanced magic? Are you an elf or something? No, I'm human. I practice and study law, that's all. Not that I could blame Rai for thinking otherwise, but I may not be a powerful mage by the human standards, but I'm pretty up there. Many demi-human races such as elves or pixies are known for being gifted at magic. Their weakest, most feeble mind kin are more talented than even the greatest of human mages, to the point where the comparison is downright embarrassing. Oh, great. We're all right. I'm curious to see what these women look like. Can we get some can we get some cool, like, I don't know. I mean, elves are cool, I guess. Well, not what you're thinking of, not male elves, damn it, from like the Elf movie. Not Santa's little helpers. We don't those elves are I don't know how to say this. I don't know. Just midgets. Cuz those are dwarves, not I don't know anymore. Okay, I'm trying to make some funny fucking comparisons, but I guess I'm just failing at that too. What a dick I am. Elves, for example, I'm often mistaken for human beings, and human mages are in turn mistaken for elves. It is a common misunderstanding, even though I personally don't take offense being called an elf, but there are many who feel quite differently. Perhaps I strive to become a tad more observant from now on myself. From my understanding, Tjlearnsbankai Academy is packed filled with different kinds of demi-humans. I hate to cause a ruckus by accidentally offending them or misunderstanding their intentions. Yeah, exact. Wow, you're a human, but you've already learned the advanced spell like Terminal? That's amazing! I stopped zoning out and focused on Ray once more. I only find her staring at me with eyes filled with wonder and excitement. Yeah, I hope it's not the same kind we're thinking of, because seriously, what am I gonna do? I mean, I'm just a weird guy in the planet, okay? You look like you look like we are my age, but you're on a totally different levels. You must be a prodigy or something. No, I wouldn't go that far. Like I said, I just study and practice a lot, so it took me a long time to get on this level. Andronian Academy's only strict requirements for entry is that a person is awakened as a mage. As such, it's not unusual for people on differing levels to be on the same grade. See, I was gonna say this earlier too. So I don't know if you guys don't know this. The best part, so I've been looking for a game for the last 8 to 10 months. If anybody doesn't know, literally found F-Zero, the F-Zero game on GameCube. If anybody knows what that is, I've been looking for it, and I'm finally able to get one. So it'll be coming in tomorrow. So it'll be, hopefully we can. I don't know how long this game will take, but I figure we can kind of take a little relaxing breaks into this Thanksgiving break and stuff like that and whatnot. But yeah, welcome everybody. I'm glad you can make it, Abby, as well. I appreciate you. Minus the bird keeps talking to me for no reason. Unless you guys like to hear bird conversations about dumb shit. The Academy doesn't appear to discriminate based on age, race, or natural ability either. So in some cases, elves who are hundreds of years old may study side by side with teenage humans like myself. It is a system which has come into fire often over the years, but despite the repeated criticisms, this old system still remains in place. Wait a minute, how'd you learn an advanced spell like Terminal without attending a magic school? Did you have a tutor or something? Nah, nothing like that. So I just didn't have anything better to do, so I devoted my free time to studying. Well, there is a tact. I'm pretty obsessive. When I find something interesting, I couldn't bring myself to turn away. Like when you see a kitty cat roaming around the middle of the street and you wonder, does this cat have a home or is it a stray? So you spend the rest of the day following it around. I think your obsession is a little bit different from mine. Anyway, you're starting at Andromeda Academy too, right? Right? That's right. Starting today, I'm going to become a world-class cleric. A cleric? You're specializing already? Although every mage is forced to learn the basics, we are inevitably given choices to make regarding what we want to study. After a person's first 3 years at the academy, this comes to a climax if we're told to choose a specific field of study. Alright, can we get this bird, like, on my neck or something? Alright, let's see if he can chill here. Maybe see how long he'll stay here for. By our 6th year, we are expecting to be ready to the end of the workforce in that field. It would seem that without having attended a single class, Rai has already decided that she wants to become a cleric, a healer who could save people even on the brink of death. It is a noble profession, but not one which many people aspire towards. Yeah, we have a bird here. So the bird is just clinging on to me like anything else. Thirsty. Oh, we got the thirsty jugs out. I mean, I am kind of thirsty, so I might as well just say fuck it. Here comes the jugs. Here comes the jugs. Birdie, yes, we got the birds. We got the birdie all day long. Let's go. Hell yeah, we got the jugs. Ugh. Not too often you see me do that, but that's fine. See that I drink like the seltzer water. Jugs, the thirsty jugs. You guys got the emote too. You guys can use it on the smiley face icon. I sure am. Why waste time dabbling when you already know what you want to do? Besides, I'll have you know that I'm quite the expert when it comes to healing magic. Oh, that's rather surprising. Why is your face expression very interesting? Yeah, those jugs, yes. We could see her breasts from here. Plus the bird's breasts, so that's okay. There aren't many people our age who could use spiritual magic effectively. Did you come from a family of healers? That's right, the women in my family have been priestesses and nurses for generations. I'm the first to use actual magic, though. I stare in disbelief at Rai, the wannabe cleric, who apparently doesn't understand the difference between healing magic and medicine. Coming from a family of nurses really isn't the same as being born to a lineage of spiritual magic practitioners. Rai does not understand why this distinction is important, or if she's doing this on purpose just as a mess with me. Shaking my head once again, gaze towards the physical data terminal hanging overhead, see me to stare at the device. Ray follows my line of sight. Hey, isn't it here? If I were alone, I would probably have to ask someone if I was in the right place by now. I'm beginning to think that we should do that anyway. The title boy looked up and said the train should have been here a long time ago. There haven't been any delays in any month, so... Oh, I stopped me suddenly. I noticed Ray's figure has disappeared from my side. When I locate Ray, I find her talking to a middle-aged man, seemingly asking about the train timeable. Then Ray speaks to a few more people, and after gathering enough information, satisfied herself, she faces me once more. I'm back. You missed me? You were gone for less than a minute. Oh, no need to be shy. Just be honest, say you missed me. So, what'd you find out? We're in the right place? You totally missed me. Okay, what is she doing? Look, we don't have any sausages here. Okay, goddamn, I don't need to tell you a joke. Okay, look, I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't know if this woman wants the fucking spear or she wants the fucking sausage. I don't know what the fuck she wants. Damn, man, I don't like that face expression. Not letting up, Ray continues to smirk proudly. As I sigh, I want to place my hand on my face, at which point Ray starts to move along. I asked a few people, and they all said the train should be here shortly. Apparently, most of the people heading to the academy get off the platform before this one. Express's train skipped this platform. What'd you just say? My eyes open as Ray's words register in my mind. I am on the correct train line. I did get to the right get the right time. I am heading in the right direction. But I transferred at the wrong station. For crying out loud, how can I make such a stupid mistake? I knew I shouldn't have distracted myself by studying over the ride over there. Don't worry, we have plenty of time for the opening ceremony. Even if the train takes longer, we still reach the academy with time to spare. The opening ceremony isn't the problem. And goddamn, she's crushing and I'm living for it. Hey, it's the pickle guy! 1 second, guys. Alright, sorry about that. I had to read something for a second. This is your first day too, so I don't know about you, but I was planning to buy some spare uniforms, take a look around the campus. If we wait till around the ceremony, the place is going to be packed, and it's hard to get any without bumping into anyone or getting pushed along. I don't understand you. Have you never been to Andromony Academy before? You should have already visited during the last month's orientation seminar, right? There was the orientation seminar. I received my one-on-one week before the seminar, didn't you? Andromany Academy still sends out physical letters? What the hell is wrong with them? Their procedures Magic County for crying out loud, and I already gave them my terminal ID when I enrolled. How hard is it for them to send a notification on my terminal? That's how they notify me on my placement. Is it hard to do the same for matters such as this? Inwardly venting my anger, I feel myself becoming rapidly delusioned. I mean, yeah, I don't blame you, sir, because they should have sent you fucking, I don't know, some text on your terminal. I mean, here's the thing, like, would you play with your balls for the terminal? I never gave Andromeda Academy a mailing address as was listed as the mandatory field application. For that same reason, I assume they send the irrelevant information directly to my terminal, like they have until now. If important information is going to be sent that way, why do they make a mailing address requirement? Sable, are you okay? Oh, sorry, I was just lamenting. Anyway, I guess it's not a big deal. If everyone has seen the campus, then I might be able to wander around freely after all. Do you want me to show you around? I've only been there once before. I should know the layout of the campus better than you do. I wouldn't be so sure about that. I summoned forth my terminal once more, bringing up the map of the campus. Okay, buddy, I'm gonna tell you right now, just because you have magic doesn't mean fucking jack shit. You gotta be walking around. You gotta do that fucking workout, okay? I don't care if you're gonna take your fucking ball sack and start stretching those things to the end of the fucking universe, like it's fucking, I don't know, like the Amazon Lily arc on One Piece or some shit, okay? Those girls are interested in those family jewels. That's for damn sure. Whoa, is that the academy? It sure is. Most second-year students know how to use the terminals. It's not surprising that you can get detailed maps with the academy with ease. As long as I have this, I can view every corner of the campus and immediately just see the location whichever classroom I desire. Ashwin's back. Hey, what's that? Yeah, she was back. I don't know where she is. I miss her already. I miss my Ashlyn already. So I have this, I can view every corner of the academy. Okay, I just read that. So don't worry about me. Armed with my trusty terminal, Hey! Ray once again puts her hand through my terminal, causing it to disappear. Why'd you do that? If your terminal's so great, why don't you ask it instead? Huh? Pouting unhappily, Ray walks in front of the edge of the platform. Before I can address her once again, I realize that our train is finally pulling to the platform. Ray enters the carriage ahead of me, putting our conversation on hold as I weave through the crowd of other passengers and board the train at last. Oh, God. For your Pokemon question, it is all generations. All generations. Andromeda Academy is not a projection, but not a photograph, but a real deal. But the moment I depart from the carriage, I understand why Andromeda Academy was built on this rather inconvenient location. High quality ether, a requirement for any sage serious about furthering their art, is absorbed to my body through my skin. It is difficult to describe, but it's... Why am I feel like I'm touching this Oh, no. Alright. But yeah, oh damn, but Mega Rapidash, you are so close. You have the right generation, but the wrong starter. I do like Torchic though. Not my favorite one. Damn. Just as many rainwaters incomparable to clean with drinking water. So too is the ether surrounding this academy's leagues of ahead of that are found in the city. Nope, not Mudkip. Nope, it is not Mudkip. It's the other one. Compared to the town which I grew up in, this is undoubtedly a location better suited for nurturing of a young mage's growth. For all the projections and immersive sense escapes I experienced, none of them are even close to come to the real thing. Yeah, I know what's the real thing. My fucking balls. Yeah, I really like Trico. Yes, Trico's has always been my favorite starter out of every single starter across all generations. Generation 3 has always been my favorite, like literally it's been my favorite of all time. It doesn't even matter at this point. There's no way there was barely a chance. And the purifying destiny of ether is unbelievable. Even a new student like you can appreciate the fact. Yeah, I just I like a lot of well, here's the thing, right? When you play like I think Torchic, in my opinion, or Swampert, does really well against Steven. That is my opinion. Really good against Steven. But when it comes to like Pokemon Emerald as a great example, I always pick Trico because you know that you're gonna have two water type, one gym and one Elite Four will have water types. So a grass type would always be a good alternative, just for that. Usually that's kind of my opinion, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, they're all the starters are good regardless. And that's just me though. In my opinion, it's the most balanced. Walking a few steps in front of Ray and into the academy. Through here, there are people scattered about for the most part. Ray and I are undisturbed. It seems that the existing students are in class as their teachers. The only people wandering around aimlessly right now is new students, many of whom will feel whimsical and showing their bright smiles as they show the ambience. It feels so good to be back here. I almost forgot how mystical this place felt. I refrain from uttering the word ether and lecturing Ray on the reason for that mystical feeling. Instead, I simply nod my head. You're right, this may be my first time in the flesh, but the feeling Android Academy gives off definitely lives up to the hype. Ray stretches her back and inhales deeply like the one lapping around the fresh air on the countryside. Ether is absorbed through the skin and not something we inhale, so her actions don't actually accomplish anything. Nevertheless, judging by the displeased expression on her face, the placebo effect may be enough for Ray. So, where to first? We still have a half an hour or so before the opening ceremony. Are you going to your dorm room first, or are you going to socialize? I was thinking going right straight to the auditorium so I wouldn't be lost and be late. But before that, I'm going to sit in the cafeteria. The cafeteria? But why didn't you just... Before I can remind that Ray was eating snacks the entire train ride, here I remember her list of hobbies. As it turns out, she wasn't kidding. Ray, despite her appearance, is a glutton. Well, have fun. I'm going to go look around. Okay, see you later. One more thing before you go. Ray straightens out her back, facing me with a smile on her face. I hope we get to be in the same class, Sable. Ray skips off happily with a slight tinge of red on her cheeks. She quickly disappears from my sight. I don't have the heart to tell Ray that our class listings have already been posted, or that we're in separate classes. Yeah, maybe she wants to get to know you more and eat the sausage out of you, sir. Without bothering to summon my terminal, as I walk around the courtyard outside, heading nowhere in particular. At this point in time, most of the new students are inside, either unpacking their belongings or getting changed before the opening ceremony. As someone who wore the uniform on the train ride over and sent their luggage to the academy ahead of time, I feel no obligation to do the same. For now, my only duty is to familiarize myself with the campus before opening ceremony begins. It may be a bit unsociable of me to avoid everyone like this, but I guess it can't be helped. They're all either talking in the hallway with their friends or prepping their rooms anyway, but even if I did make an effort right now, it wouldn't make that much of a difference. I should wait until after the ceremony is over before trying to socialize. Happy to put off the minute social activity, I walk through the empty courtyards feeling justified in my choice. As if I don't want to make friends, I'm just more interested in Andronia Academy itself right now. Once I had a good look around, then I can worry about other people. The Academy Sensescapes didn't do Andronia any justice at all. This place is nothing like the recordings I've seen. I'm surprised by that. Generally, only fifth-year students are skilled enough to even record Sensescape, let alone a decent one. They'll be too busy with their studies to make anything too elaborate. I should consider myself lucky to have experienced any Sensescapes at the Academy at all. Sensescapes complete recordings of the sights, of the smells, and touches, the taste of everything which a recorder experiences. Sensescapes are often as thought as a magical equivalent of virtual reality technology, cranked all the way up to the brand new extreme. Imagine like you're in virtual reality and you're eating food and actually your stomach actually fills up. How weird would that fucking be? I don't think I ever want to fucking picture that in my mind. Well, not that I want to fucking think that anyway. I end up rewatching this. Alright, and Mega Rapidash, you got that correct. It is the Vastalordi form. Yes, you are correct, sir. Hell yeah, look at that. Mega Rapidash is kicking ass today with these Jeopardy questions. Alright, what do we got? We need to give him points. 5,000. There you go, sir. There you go. Completely feels completely real. There is no discernible difference between running your hands along the stone wall and stethoscope and doing so in real life. And experiences in one exactly as the same as the other. To the majority of the individuals, there's only one noteworthy difference between experiencing reality and immersing yourself in the Sensescape. Put simply, it's a lack of control. As it's nice to be able to freely move around as I see fit, walking around in for real and a pretty thing, and maybe I should head back earlier than I planned. Besides, as interesting as it may be wandering around, I can't afford fully relax when I know that time isn't on my side. I'll just take the proper look later when I have nothing else to do. Resolving myself to put off further explanation until later, I turn towards the academy in order to return to where I came from. The second I turn around, however, I know someone's blocking my path. Oh, hello there. You must have crept up on me. I didn't hear you at all. Mind your tongue, human. I did no such thing. Damn, all right. We're getting to the entitled moment. Uh-oh. I was simply curious as to where a newcomer such as yourself might be headed. I most assuredly was not creeping around. Okay then. As I step back and look at the absentee girl in front of me. Long silver hair, bright yellow eyes, and above all, the characteristic ears of elf. At glance, it's obvious which race this girl belongs to. What is it? Do my ears truly fascinate you, Sor? Oh, I'm sorry. I mean to stare. It's just I don't know any demi-humans, so I will forgive this transgression. However, I must warn you that others might not be so accommodating. If this is your first time living among other races, then you must be mindful how you act around others. Yes, you're right. You're completely right. My apologies, miss. Even if I give you my name, you will not remember it. You'll probably won't even be able to pronounce it. Then, do you have a nickname? I can call you something after all. My non-elven acquaintances call me Leisha. Leisha, is it? That's a nice name. Of course it is. What were you expecting? Despite her harsh tone, Leisha appears to be embarrassed to give me her name. Defensive though she may be, it seems Leisha hasn't actually rejected my presence just yet. I swear I'm the only person who does trivia questions. Oh, so far it's only been you, and sometimes like Ashlyn and stuff like that if she's here. I'm looking around for Jeopardy, so clearly I am. We're in a different grade. I'll be in a class right now rather than speaking to you. Not necessarily. I hear that once you reach your 3rd year at this academy, you're pretty much make your own schedule, or you could just be a truant. There's, I guess, a serious person like you wouldn't be skipping in class, would you? Leisha's your wife now? Why is she your wife? Do you like elves, Abby? Are you into elf with women? Are you assuming I'm a serious person? Am I wrong? No, not entirely, but that may be. You shouldn't judge others based off of their appearance, especially if you're not familiar with non-human races. You get yourself in a lot of trouble making no assumptions about the students here. Alright, you did just say that I might be mindful about how I address others. I'll try to keep your words of wisdom in mind. Think about Leisha's warning for a moment. I turn my palm upward. I bring my terminal once more and search through the list of students in my class, 1C. Let's see now, Leisha. I don't see. Hey! No sooner I have called it forth upon my terminal disappears, sticking her hand straight through my turnip like right before her. Leisha sharply draws it close. Not you too. Why does everyone? You're able to use a terminal? Leisha brings up her face close to mine. Her expression is serious, but there's a sense of unease and urgency in her tone of voice. Yes, that's right. I was just wondering if we're in the same class. I was checking your year advisor's posts. Ordinarily, students need to wait until open ceremony to find out which class they're being placed in and who their classmates will be. However, the fact is that information they seek is actually made available ahead of time and is simply inaccessible to most people. To viewing the list, one must be either a teacher or a student attending Andromeda Academy and be able to use a terminal. You love elven girls, damn. I mean, don't get me wrong, if I had a fucking sexual fantasy of some fucking kind, I'll say this right fucking now. I am so into the Final Fantasy 20, you can say the lizard girls, you want to call them that. They're like lizard humanoids. I'm into that shit, trust me. I mean, they look so adorable when they fucking dress up and shit. That's just kind of my opinion. This means that this early access to classrooms was among the other tidbits of information has been kind of a reward for talented first-year students. Though for the most part, it's something that's simply taken advantage of by those with siblings or friends with higher grades. Unbelievable, so I think the mere human would master the usage of a terminal before me. Man, me too, man, me too. I love Aura girls, they're my favorite. I would literally just dig them up alive. I don't even care at this point. I just dig them up for hours. Oh, I'm not a master or anything. Human, what is your name? Sable? Sable Labier? Labier Sable. Leisha averts her gaze for a moment as she loses herself in thought. After a few moments, Leisha's eyes open wide and she looks at me once more. Impossible. You were ranked in the bottom of the half of this year's applicants. How could you possibly know an advanced spell already? I smile Riley and look away. Is that a fucking word? W-R-Y-L-Y. Okay, I don't know if I know this. Is that a word? There we go. In a way that expresses dry, especially mocking humor. Okay, that's an interesting word, but okay. Unfortunately, it's just Leisha says I ranked quite poorly on the entrance exam for Adroni Academy. Truthfully, our individual rankings aren't that important. We're all here to learn to use our powers for the good of society, after all, not to compete for rankings. As it may be, I barely got through, guys. I don't know. I barely got through school. Me neither. I suck at school. okay? I'm terrible at school. We just talk about bullshit. And these may be, our rankings do serve a purpose. I take no pride in my poor performance on the exam. Had I ranked well, I would have started my life here with an increased allowance from the academy, and I would also be giving me more leeway on assignments, preferable treatment from teachers, or on other such perks. As for a low-ranked student, however, not only I miss out on such perks, but also nobody will expect anything from me. Just hard work and determination, I guess. Terminals is an advanced spell, but isn't just Strintius. Even someone as weak as me can... No, wait, forget about that for a second. How'd you know what rank I am? You didn't seriously memorize the ranking of every student in our grade, did you? Does that surprise you? Listen well, human. We Elspos possess many abilities which your kind does not. Unfaltering memory and a natural gift for magic are just the tip of the iceberg. Does your male versions have big giant dicks? Because that might be a controversial topic. You best not underestimate us. Leash begins to zone out as she speaks. Her words slow down. She cuts herself off mid-sentence, losing herself in thought. No, it couldn't be. Did you purposely do poorly on the entrance exam so that people would underestimate you? Huh? What are you talking about? I tried really hard in the entrance exam, okay? I just haven't studied the right material for the exam. And I was completely destroyed by the physical portion of the exam. Huh, I understand now. You play the fool, and you are undoubtedly truly a frightful being. You're into this? You're into this? I mean, there is a game for the elf part, so I would play that at some point. Huh? What are you talking about, me? I'm not playing or anything. I've never frightened anyone in my life. Silence, you will not fool me a second time. Curses, to think I was so proud of myself for having been named valedictorian. How frustrating for someone so gifted to be hiding among the rabble was so unforgivable oversight on my part. Oi, who you calling rabble? Leisha snorts and turns her head. So be it. I may have gotten ahead of myself, but I have not lost yet. I will not forget this, Sable-Lair. Mark my words, I will surpass you. Leaving behind such a declaration, Leisha walks straight past me towards the entrance of the exam academy. For the moment, I simply stare at her receding figure, trying to make sense of our bizarre meeting. Besides looking at her ass, you fucking perv. But before I can think about it too deeply, I realize my time is up. The opening ceremony will begin any minute now, and I have no time to waste. All right. She said girl bot. I returned the academy's entrance and proceeded inside. There are fewer students in the room I entered before, and the hallway is eerily quiet as a result. Like myself, the only students walking around are those heading towards the auditorium. Hey, where are you going? I'm not done talking to you! Except for one. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh! Oh! What is this? Holy shit! Alright, well, let's not on the floor. How rude. Some people have no manners at all. Except one. How rude. Some people have no manners at all. I have to grab them by the scruff of the neck and... Oh, here comes trouble. Don't make eye contact. Don't make eye contact. Oh, hey there! I avert my gaze and keep walking. Where I'd be lying if I to this person's appearance didn't immediately make me curious, but I don't have time to indulge myself right now. Yeah, if I was plowing her in the asshole... Hey, you there. Hey, yeah, you. What's the rush? Come on, talk to me for a minute. What's the rush? I'm on my way to the... Wait. Internationalizing won't do any good. I need to tell her out loud. Sorry. Can I get through here? The opening ceremony is... Opening ceremony? Oh, right. That dumb thing. It's just a bunch of geezers and hags talking down to us. Who would want to attend something like that? Ignoring her harsh words, I find myself staring at the horns of the head of the reptilian students standing in front of me. I mean, you should look at her fucking wings, but that's about it. I mean, horns is pretty natural in my opinion, but the wings, not so much. As I quickly glance at her wings and tails, sweat begins to pour down my face, but not out of fear or nervousness or anything. It's a fear of my own obsession. This person has caught my interest. Well, it's gone to mine too. Are you a Drake? That's right. Draken the Drake, they call me. My father wanted me to call me Drake, but my mother said it would be redundant. You're almost Drake the Drake? I know, hilarious, right? But my parents compromised, so they called me Draken. Or at least that's the backstory Mama gave me. I know it's something along those lines. Anyway, forget about that. It doesn't matter. More importantly, do you like my wings? Oh, yes. Yes, I love your wings. I want to fly in those things. Are they... Now, here's my question. Are your tail and wings extra sensitive after, like, 20 minutes? because that would be interesting. Confused by the seemingly random shifting of our conversation, I stare at the dragon, surprised for a moment before responding. I do, yes. Why do you ask? Well, you keep staring at him, so I figured you might. You want to touch him? You let me? Sure, go right ahead. Before I even realize it, my hands are reaching towards the stranger in front of me. Oh, okay. She's gonna let you touch the wormhole wings. This is getting to a fucking weird moment, but okay. I hesitate the moment before making make contact to make sure to indulge myself like this is really appropriate or not. Noticing my restraint, Draken moves her wings forward, shortening the distance between us and her own. In response to Draken's gesture, I finally swallow the last of my reservation and press my fingers against her wing. This is amazing. The skin is tough, but also squishy. Like every part I touch is so smooth. Are there bones in here? Not really. That part is mostly cartilage. I don't know why she would ask that. That's a really good question. I don't know why the fuck would she say some weird shit. Actually, I don't have many bones as a human, you know. I wouldn't be able to fly otherwise due to its weight. So you really can fly with these? Of course, they aren't just for decoration, you know. But don't go asking for a lift, okay? I'm not strong enough to carry someone else when I fly around this form. I see. How about this part? This weapon looks thin. It's surprisingly strong. Function over form, my friend. Strong and light, perfect for flying. They're a mongrel to clean, though, and it's pretty painful when they get cut. Oh, so not just fleshless appendages used for transport. What? Of course not. They're still part of my body. Sheesh, you think I don't have feelings or something? Sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. I just let my curiosity get the best of me. It's okay, I understand. Besides, I'm the one who approached you in the first place. You're the first person to actually talk to me since I got here. Really? Yeah, everyone who sees me just seems to walk away or runs in the opposite direction. It's like, what do you think I'm gonna do? Eat you, burn your village down? I mean, they might actually be right. It's not like I've never eaten a demi-humans before, and if I got hungry enough, I'd probably just take a bite out of them. But still, I'm trying to be on my best behavior, you know. I haven't even set fire to anything all morning. The moment I begin to feel sorry for Draken, she gives me a good reason not to. Well, I don't doubt Leash's advice about not judging demi-humans based on their appearance. In Draken's case, I would have been right. Oh well, who needs people like them? I'd rather much be talking to someone open-minded and understanding like you anyway. Mama told me that most humans are scum, but I knew you weren't all that bad. I mean, if you were, I would never have been born, you know? If humans were all bad, then Draken would never have been born? Okay, like, we're going to a dark shadow realm, but okay. Draken's words repeat in my mind as an awkward question begins to surface. I want to ask Draken to elaborate, but at the same time, I'm wary of offending her by making any further assumptions. Be that as it may, my hesitation only lasts for a moment. Before I know it, my curiosity is won and my mouth's begun to open. Just to be clear, Draken, your mother, yep, 100% dragon. And your father, 100% human. Is this Shrek by any chance? Except it's not a donkey, it's a human being. Man, I wonder what fucking kind of... Oh, Jesus. What kind of... This feels illegal. I was like, what the fuck is this? This line just reminds me of Shrek. I don't know how to explain it, but it's fucking Shrek in like 20 minutes. I was like, so... Okay, is this like anime version of fucking Shrek or some shit? Donkey's family, except Donkey's got like 3 kids? I'm back. Hey, welcome back, Sentinel. Welcome back. We're just kind of fucking around, and we just got back to a weird moment of... I don't know how to explain this. I don't know. How does a human and dragon have intercourse and decides to like, yeah, this is my child? I'm like, what the fuck is this? Unbelievable. A human and dragon actually mated one another, produced an offspring? If the proof wasn't standing right before my eyes at this very moment, I wouldn't believe it. My eyes suddenly shoot wide open as Draken words bring to a mid-old fairy tale I heard as a child. It's a lengthy tale which a knight leaves his kingdom in order to slay an evil dragon. When the knight approaches the dragon's cave, however, he finds no such beast. Instead, what he waits him is a beautiful woman. To cut a long story short, the dragon agrees to spare his kingdom if he stays with her, serving as the father to her children. Alright, so they did intercourse. Cool. Quite frankly, I always found to be the bizarre story to tell a child, especially a human child living in society so phobic of demi-humans. With the half-dragon now standing in front of me, however, I can't help but think that tale may not be the work of fiction after all. Hello, are you still with me? Earth 2. Wait, what'd you say your name was again? In blink of an eye, in surprise, as Draken draws closer to my face. Finally snap back to reality, I quickly take a step back and regain my composure. I'm sorry about that. I got a bit distracted back there for a minute. Anyway, my name is Sable, just like your father, I am 100% human. Sable, huh? I like that name. It's short, easy to remember. So, do you have like any other questions, Sable? Do you want to know? Do you want to know? Just ask. I'm an open book. You know what? Let's not ask that question. That's going to be inappropriate. So let's not. We'll refrain from this question. Draken smiles cheerfully as she makes a kind of precaution. For someone like me who's curious to a fault, her offer is like a dream come true. I can ask whatever I want for this rare being whose existence I've been doubted just for an hour ago, but she'd gladly answer me. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to decline. Why? Don't you want to know about me? I won't get offended or anything, I promise. It's not that I really do want to ask, it's just the open ceremony started without us, and Draken stares at me in confusion for a second and sighs of relief. Is that all? You had me worried there for a second. I thought you didn't like me. If it's just a ceremony, don't worry about it. It'll be a drag anyway. That may be true, but we still should attend. What if they tell us something important? We can just ask the other students what we missed. Besides, it's not like they just dump all the important stuff on us at once. They usually kind of have that kind of information a day ahead of time, or spread out throughout the first week. That's how human schools work, right? That's true, but I smile at Riley as I come to understand a bit more of this girl called Draken. You didn't get the letter either, huh? What letter? Nobody's dumb enough to deliver letters to Mama's cave. They see the human skeleton outside up the hills. I figured as much. It's kind of a relief that I'm not the only one who missed the orientation day. Although at the same time, it does reinforce my belief that a school like this should not be relying on such a dated medium in the first place. So what do you want to do while the other students sitting through the boring whatchamacallit? Oh, some Draken. I think we should go inside. If we're late, the ceremony just started. We should be able to sit through most of it. Oh, I see. Fine. Let's listen to the hags and geese and blather on about nothing while they slowly die. That's the spirit. Through clearly reductant, Draken leads the way. She takes me to the door of the auditorium. My God, she wants the old people to die. Through we can see our fellow newcomers. In addition to we can see all our homeroom teachers, a year advisor, the principal, and other faculty members. Our grade is fairly small compared to previous years. Even without turning my head, I can see the rest of the newcomers, not even 200 in number. A Nikomata, a Lamia, a Pixie. Boy, the entire room is filled with all sorts of demi-humans. Nobody is surprising as Draken, but still impressive at sight. Alright, if anybody knows what the fuck a Nikomata is, I hope everybody knows what that is. If not, no big deal. It's a fucking cat of some kind, okay? So, meow. Everybody knows what a Lamia is. Everybody knows what a Pixie is. But there you go, if anybody's asking what that is. I can't wait to see them all up close. Kachik, huh? Kachik. What's wrong? What's changed your mind? No, it's not that, but Kachik. We've been locked out. I stare at the door, handled in disbelief. Locked out? We're just a few minutes late, and they already locked us in the door on us? This isn't good. Locked out, huh? How dare they? I step away from the door, and the door look at Draken in surprise. What are you getting mad about, Draken? You didn't want to attend the ceremony, did you? Of course I didn't want to, but this isn't the same as being told I can't attend. Girl, who do you think they are locking me out like this? I show them. Draken pops out her chest as she slowly inhales. I can see a bright light emanating from Draken's chest as she pursues her lips, preparing to abuse both flames at an unfathomable temperature. Draken, stop. You can't start a fire at the ceremony. Let's just get the ceremony after all, okay? My words fall on deaf ears. Draken says, "Can you to expand?" as I can see the rage in her eyes. If I dawdle, she's going to burn me to ashes along the door. Before I get burned to death or blame the damage to the academy property, I run to the hallway as quickly as I can. Behind me, I hear panic and the sound of fire going on, but paying no mind to continue to run. That crazy bastard, she did it! What the hell is she thinking? I quickly open up my terminal, search for the names of the students in my class. After trying a few possible spellings of her name, I sigh in relief. Certainly that Draken is not in my class. Phew, thank goodness for that one. Draken may not be a bad person, but she's definitely trouble. Being her in her class would be too much. I mean, I love trouble. Well, I don't recognize any of them. I'm not disappointed by this fact. After all, the only people who know I at the school are a few I met earlier today. It wouldn't be a big surprise if one of them was in my class. Wait a second, I may have spoken too soon. Shia? Crap, Leisha was right. There was no way I could pronounce her name. Just as I was dismissing my terminal, one eye catches my eye. Although I don't have any proof that this girl was difficult to pronounce my name in my class as Leisha, I'm fairly confident in my guess. Oh well, it's better than entering the class without knowing anyone, I suppose. But with my terminal no longer visible, I decided to take a better look at my surroundings. While running, I paid a little attention to my destination. I just wanted to get away from Draken before I get caught in a mess. But now I'm taking a good look around. It's pretty clear where I wound up. The cafeteria. I've come to think of it, I said she was going to eat here earlier. I wonder if she had any luck getting reserved. Take a look around the cafeteria. Despite the fact it's an academy devoted to the study of magic, it doesn't appear to be any different in the decor or the atmosphere. Damn, I had some food earlier. Holy damn. I'm like sneezing like a motherfucker. It seems like the eateries are the same no matter where you go. How disappointing. I was hoping that at least see serving dishes made out of mithril or holographic projections of each dish. Maybe the kitchen is where the magic happens, and I may not be particularly good at using magic to cook, but it's fairly common practice. Incendiary spells used to heat ingredients, waters create thin air, an artificial breeze to cool off dishes off, displacement spells to rotate hot masses of meat, or to move ingredients in dishes without even touching them. Suffice to say, the mixing of art and magic and cooking has yielded very intriguing, worthwhile results. When you use magic, cooking goes faster, easier, and cheaper, and it's also less troublesome when it comes time to clean up afterwards. After all, it provides students with the straightforward means by which to practice spellcasting and offers immediate, tangible results. For students at any magic academy, using magic to assist with the process of cooking is no-brainer. Perhaps it's time for me to learn to cook as well. Now I don't have any of my parents around to feed me. It's bound to be useful talent. Or I could just visit the cafeteria, which has been easier than traveling to the city and buying a bunch of ingredients for personal consumption. I never mind actually cooking them. Shrugging off my new responsibilities as soon as they come to mind, I walk close to the counter and look at the menu and curious to see what a cafeteria caters for different species may contain. At a glance, most of the dishes don't seem to be any special. Salads, sandwiches, noodles, the usual stuff you see by any cafeteria. Towards the bottom of the menu, however, live frogs, gnats, platypus eggs, holy water, unholy water, white rhinoceros meat. Hey, they have white rhinoceros meat here? How did I miss that? Sharing my surprise, Ray suddenly appeared beside me. Ray, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be in the auditorium. Don't tell me you've been eating here the whole time. How rude. I did go to the auditorium like I was supposed to, but the door was locked, so I came back here. Oh, I see. Me too. Actually, by the time I arrived, they already started. Oh, well, I guess it was meant to be. More importantly, come over here. I want to show you something. Oh, show me something in the cafeteria? Given our current location, the first thing that comes to my mind was obviously food. Considering all the particular dishes being sold around here, I wouldn't be surprised to find out she's ordered something unspeakable, whipped up something of her own. By the time Ray had stopped walking, however, I realized that she wants to show me isn't something edible. Or, I don't think it's edible. Is there a word? Oh, fuck, I forget what they call it. Help. And a soft voice being in front of me speaks. Turns away, reaches out for Ray, who laughs, stands right next to it. There's nothing to be afraid of. This is Sable, the human I was telling you about earlier. Sable? You remember the person who can use a terminal? Oh! The green creature peeks at me from behind Ray. She's still shaking and slowly musters the courage required to speak to me despite its fear. Hello. Hi. I am Eth. Pleased to meet you. With panic in its voice, the creature's calling itself Eth bows to its head. I am pleased to meet you too, Eth. My name is Sable Labier. I hope we can get along. Eth bows its head while moving further away from me. Eth? Don't worry about it. She's just a bit shy. Maybe it's because she's a Okay, that explains it. Mandragora. Eth is a girl? No, more importantly, Eth is a Mandragora? While Ray herself doesn't seem to understand her own hypothesis, she might actually be correct. Mandragoras have been unintentionally slaughtered by humans for eons. We have decimated their homes in the name of progress and killed them in a large number while mistaking them for plant life. Wow, we're going to slaughtering people. Great. Bird, fuck off. It's no surprise that the Eth is wary around humans, particularly strangers like myself. And Mandragora, huh? I'm really meeting all kinds of demi-humans today. I better be careful about meeting up with Draken without Eth around. That seems like a disaster waiting to happen. Towards Eth, who appears to be nervous, I extend my hand. You don't need to be afraid of me, Eth. I won't harm you. And if anyone does try to hurt you, let me know. I'll make them regret it. I may be weak, but I do have some other nasty tricks up my sleeve. Like minutely altering the path of someone's internal ether flow to press against their bowel, for instance, or lowering the amount of oxygen in the air around them until they pass out. Eth looks at my hand timidly and then looks up to my face. Though clearly still scared, she hesitantly extends one of her hands towards me. Thank you, and me too. You too. If anyone bullies Sable, I'll poison them. Oh, that's a great idea. No, that's not a great idea. Hey, Eth, do you think you can make some poison for me? I want to pour some in the squirt gun in case one of my admirers try something funny. Sure, no problem. That is a problem, though I am dubiously whether those admirers actually exist or not. This is our first day on campus. There's no way you could have an admirer already. That's not true. A hot guy was totally hit on me earlier. Was he, Eth? What? Oh, seriously? Hey, why don't you trust her more than you trust me? Because it's not Eth's pride to get that gets hurt if you're lying. Hey, what kind of guy was it? Were they a demi-human? Maybe they just wanted to feast on you. Oh, come on. Is it really that difficult even to... Oh, wait a second. I get it. A playful smirk appears on Ray's face. You're jealous, aren't you? Come again? That's it, isn't it? Oh, gosh. It's only my first day at Andromeda Academy, and there are already 2 guys showing an interest in me. What should I do, Eth? I'm not ready for this. Copulate with the stronger male. A powerful partner will lead to a better offspring. Oh, that is a good point. Well, you heard her, Gabe. I guess you'll have to fight for my love. I'm not fighting anyone. I stared at the 2 girls bemusedly. At this point, I can't tell whether they're joking or not. Anyway, who's this guy that was supposed to be interested in you, Ray? Is it one of the teachers, is it? Of course not. Don't even joke about that. This boy's the same age as us. He's blonde, human, and totally good looking. Really? That's kind of disappointing. Could you have dreamed up someone more interesting? I didn't dream him up. He's definitely real. But maybe he isn't. Oh come on, Ray. I'm not sure, okay? I mean, I definitely spoke to him, but it's not like it wasn't really him, you know. No, I have no idea what you're talking about. Right, did you inhale the spores on my back? I didn't inhale anything. Are you sure about that? Wait, what was that about spores? I think back at Overlord I know about mandragoras, although I'm admittedly no expert. I don't recall reading anything about hallucinogenic spores being found on mandragoras. Was Eth making a joke, or is it something mandragoras kept to themselves or to avoid being hunted for different reasons? Jeez, you two, is it really hard to believe that a hot guy would hit on me? On your first day in the cafeteria? Yeah, I'm afraid that does seem like rather implausible. Besides, Ray, even if you aren't sure if he exists, how are we supposed to believe in him? That's a fair point. Maybe I should confirm that he exists first. Ray goes silent for a moment as she contemplates her next course of action. After a few moments, Ray nods once and then allows a wide smile to spread across her face. Alright, let's go to the ceremony to prove that I'm not crazy. The door is locked, remember? I'll figure out something now. Ignoring my advice, Ray storms off and towards the auditorium. What do you think, should we go? I'll go if you carry me. You want me to carry you? I cast a glance toward Eth's legs. Honestly, I'm not sure what to make of what I see. They're clearly unlike human legs. She has moved in my presence. It's not like she can't walk. Is it difficult for her to move those trunks? It's able to carry me? Alright, just so you know, I'm not particularly strong or anything, okay? I figured as much. Cheeky little... What happened to the human fearing girl I just met a moment ago? Carrying Eth bridal style, I very slowly make my way back to the hallway leading to the auditorium. Eth is surprisingly heavy while carrying her. Yeah, buddy, you should not say about women, bro. While carrying her, the best I'm able to do is shuffle my feet. As such, we make progress speed downly slower than we would if she just walked by herself. Maybe I should use some muscle reinforced magic. I was too scared to have the side effects to spend time practicing it, but right now it would really come in handy. Muscle reinforced magic, a group of spells focused on either ether to artificially re-engorge or strengthening a person's body. The use for such magic is obvious. It makes a person, even a weakling as myself, exponentially more powerful. Despite my body structure, I can easily lift a car with one hand while using muscle reinforced magic, and for someone who is already strong, the effect would be many times greater. The only problem is with this very practical, useful field of magic that it risks damaging the user's body. While the user's muscles are enhanced, then they typically focus on only a single group of muscles and they don't reinforce their bones at all. In other words, if one part of their body is enhanced, they're leaving the rest completely vulnerable. If the user goes too far or uses such magic too often, they'll likely break their own bones to strain the muscles that aren't being enhanced. It is possible to use muscle reinforced magic safely, but to consider the risk involved, I never spent too much time studying on it. But even safe enough in small doses, I'd rather put my own body on the line. Sable here, put me down. Oh, okay, alright, sorry. Pulling myself out of my own thoughts, I put Eth down in front of the door, leading the auditorium. Eth shovels up to the door and peers inside. She stands next to Ray, who is scanning the students within, looking for her alleged suitor. Unlike the two of them, I have little interest in what's going on inside. While they're inspecting the students, my eyes remain fixed on the door itself and the lack of destruction surrounding it. Wow, they really repaired the door already? As expected in Elite Academy like this, I suppose, all the teachers are probably well versed in restoration magic. While most people believe restoration magic could be synonymous with healing magic, they are sorely mistaken. Healing magic involves speeding up the natural healing process of a human's body. You increase their white blood cell count, ease their blood flow, and perform other temporary modifications to the receipt's body. Magic is used to expedite the healing process, but ultimately the receipt's body does the work. Restoration magic, on the other hand, literally turns back in time for an object and returns something to a state that it was in an earlier point in time, exactly as what it was. That sounds like Orihime's. I think it's her powers, because it's not healing; it's going back to what it was before, reversing effect. Despite the seemingly endless possibilities that restoration magic appears to possess, however, it is far from all powerful. There are strict limitations of what can be reverted and how long ago. The fact that this door and its surroundings were mended perfectly means the teachers might have repaired it very quickly and that the Draken didn't completely incinerate the door. I don't see him anywhere. Maybe he's in a grade above us? Maybe he was away from the door as she fails to locate her suitor. Either that, you really just make him up. Yeah, you might be right. Or he's been locked out. Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's it. Stupid Sable. Of course that's it. You think another person missed the ceremony? We all did. Yeah, stupid Sable. I suppressed my urge to scold Ray. Whatever. Until you show me the concrete evidence, I'm going to go off with the theory that this person's a make-believe. Did you at least get this guy's name? I think it was Hal. Hal, huh? I stare at Rescue skeptically. Yeah, that's it. It's definitely. Probably. Definitely, probably. Probably. Definitely not. Anyway, that's not enough for this. Are we going to get inside or not? In response to my perfectly reasonable question, Eth and Ray both stare at me bemusedly. Don't wanna. Yeah, I'd rather not. It's always a drag jumping halfway through something like this. Not to mention, we get scolded by the teachers for sure. We're better just waiting for them to finish. Driven by this suspicion, I saw my turn to look up the rankings of the entrance exam. Starting at the top where Alicia's full name is fully planted, I scroll right down to the bottom. Surely enough, Ray and Eth are both ranked at the bottom 10 places of our grade. So wow, Alicia's really the valedictorian. It looks like Draken managed to somehow get a good rank too. She acted pretty whimsical earlier, but I guess she's more knowledgeable and powerful than her personality would suggest, being a dragon and all. As for these two, however, Eth, Rugel, and given a total of 189 students, they are among the worst. The only students below Ray scored 0, which means they didn't likely show up to the exam at all. I guess Ray was screwed over by the lack of healing and magic test in that exam. She'd probably do better once the classes begin. As a surprise though, was she too nervous to be around the many completely strangers? I closed my terminals and addressed two dunces once more. Fine, we'll wait them out, but don't complain to me we've missed something important. Sure, whatever you say. Understood. The two girls turned towards the cafeteria, paying no further mind to the ceremony we're supposed to be a part of. Ray starts walking in lengthy strides, and Eth swivels her torso towards me, stretching her arms wide. I sigh in resignation to pick her up, risking hernia once more as I carry her back to the cafeteria. I think I read that right. I think it's hernia. Once the opening ceremony has come to an end, all the students begin to flood in the cafeteria without delay. Judging by the way they all looked around the cafeteria in amazement, it seems like every single one of the incoming students is the first year. Students in higher grades are no doubt used to cooking for themselves by now, but it's no surprise you wouldn't want to enter that horribly crowded cafeteria. Even so, the second year students don't know how to cook for themselves, they could just always stockpile junk food in their rooms. The allowance we receive in the academy is pretty generous, especially if you rank highly. It's not a stretch to think that busy students might buy loads of food ahead of time. Having already eaten during the ceremony, I feel no need to get caught up in the commotion. Instead, I remain off to the side, sitting beside Eth and Ray. Ray, I'm scared. There's nothing to be afraid of. They're all students here, just like us. They won't hurt you. Really? Yeah, I promise. You know, you shouldn't really tempt fate like that. What's fate gonna do? Chop Eth down and use her as mulch? Hey, stop that. Not everyone's being protected by an aura of baseless optimism like you are, right? Hey, I know, right? I wasn't praising you. Before our mindless banter continue any longer, it would seem like the new students came here because they were told not to. Not because they were simply hungry. Everyone, please settle down for the one. Oh god, we got a succubus. Oh, fuck off. My number 2 favorite. You will be allowed to eat in peace shortly. Before that, there are some matters made convenient to you all. In accordance with the teacher's will, the students all fall into line. But rather than to say everyone obediently following instructions, it would seem more accurate the majority can't help but listen to her. But I realize that almost every newcomer, male and female alike, has become smitened. Thank you. It makes me so happy that we have been able to be blessed with sensible, good-natured students once again. As your grades advisor, I would look forward to guiding each and every one of you. Met with astounding applause, the teacher continues smilingly as she's already used to such receptions. Going by her appearance, I'm not surprised. This is not fair. A succubus as a teacher? How the hell am I supposed to say no to her? Confronted with the overpowering attraction of a beautiful succubus, I feel myself being drawn to her unnaturally. There's something about her which attracts others, not just her appearance or personality, but something otherworldly. For the next 30 minutes, you'll all be given the freedom to eat, talk, or do anything about just you please, ruled permanently. Afterwards, you will walk to your classrooms as per directions and schedules given out during the opening ceremony. That is all for now. You teachers will handle the rest once you head to your respective classrooms. For the time being, please enjoy your meals and treat one another with kindness and respect. Once again, shower with the cheers of applause. The teacher bows and then she walks off with the other teachers, leaving us students around. Oh geez, my heart's pounding. I need to figure out how she does that so I can build some kind of tolerance. Had the succubus cast a spell on herself or on us, I'm confident that I would have been able to see through and devise a countermeasure. Given that her powers attraction appears to be a natural part of her being, however, keeping my cool around her may be quite difficult. Gosh, what was that? I feel all tingly and warm. Tell you about it, succubi are very scary. I cast a sideways glance at the teacher as she leaves the room. My eyes are drawn to her smooth, slim wings and her supple, perky tail. More importantly, I shake my head and face towards my companion, trying to track myself. That thing she talked about, the schedule and the directions. Oh, right. Schedule. Ray and Ether are both happy to give him some kind of focus on. A moment later, however, they realize what I'm trying to say. What should we do? Ask the other students, I guess? The teachers all ran away, so it's not really much of a choice. As shifts her gaze between Ray and I nervously, silently begging to us to come up with another answer. I can tell you which class you're in, but I don't know your schedule. Well, you need to find someone in your own class and ask them, okay? Without giving Eth time to protest, I discreetly summon my terminal underneath the table where that might otherwise attract too much attention. Alright, let's see. Ray and Eth, you're both in class 1E. Whoa, really? Same class? Ray looking at Eth with exciting response. Eth smiles. What about you, Sable? You're in 1E too, right? Sable too? Sorry too, I'm afraid not. I'm in 1C. Oh, that's disappointing. Are we at least gonna be in the same dorm block? Of course not. The dorms are all divided by sex, you know. Unless someone screwed up royally, there's no way we'll be in the same... I stopped talking to make sense. I was laying my eyes at my room number. Unable to believe what I'm seeing, my eyes and mouth are both open wide in shock. On the contrary to the regulations, it seems that though I have been given a room right in the middle of the girls' dorm. This has to be a mistake. Well, your room was right next to mine? Lucky! I ignore Ray's enthusiasm remark and double check my room number. I check again and again using different maps and different sources. No matter how many times I check, the reality of my situation does not change. No way, how can this be? Maybe they ran out of rooms, or maybe they just thought you were a girl. Sable's a girl's name, correct? It's unisex! Anyway, it's clearly a mistake. I need to get sorted out. Why not just get a... Why don't you want a room next to mine? If not, it means having a weird rumors spread about me. I dismissed the dorm blocks and bring up the details of Gray's advisor. Look at my profile. It seems like the succubus who addresses us either is not only a Gray's advisor. Alright, look up my profile. It seems like the succubus who addressed us all earlier was not only Gray's advisor, but also my class's teacher. Iris Monte, huh? Well, Miss Monte, you have some explaining to do. Without delay, I begin formally a message to send to my yearly advisor. Miss Monte, my name is Sable Larrier. I am a male first-year student. It seems that I've been giving a room in the female dormitory by mistake. Please have this oversight rectified as soon as possible. I sent a message to Eris and breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Monte seems like a straight-laced, diligent person. Now that I explained the situation to her, I'm sure she'll beep, 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 beep. I look at John my terminal as a message comes through. A reply already. Eris must be diligent. Good morning, Mr. Labriere. This is Iris Monte, your grades advisor. I must say I'm surprised that the first year is capable of using a terminal, especially one as ranked as poorly as yourself. Or talk about unnecessary commentary. I thought that being an advisor first years would be a piece of cake, but none of them can bother me out of the blue like this. But I guess a little bit of peace was too much to hope for, huh? I feel the sweat drip down my forehead as my initial impression of Eris destroyed one line of text at a time. As your grades advisor, my advice to you is to pad your chest and wear a wig. Wait, so we gotta pretend to be a girl? Is that the problem? Oh, fucking shit. Oh my god, we're done. Bye-bye, don't get caught peeping. As I read the last line of text, our connection severed, a message comes out telling me that Eris has blocked my terminal ID. For better or worse, I have just seen the true face of my new teacher. And it is not pretty. Wow, talk about not judging by a book by its cover. I think I lost faith in the staff of the academy. So how'd it go? Did you get moved? I don't want to talk about it. Eager to escape the somber atmosphere of my own creation, I decided to see my dorm for myself. Both Ether and I are busy trying to find someone who could tell them their schedule for the time being while I'm on my own. So all these student dorms, huh? I lived fairly close to my previous school, so I never lived in a dorm before. But I guess I better start leaning on how to be more independent from now on. I follow the room numbers and on each door until I reach my own. Floor 3, room 12, my new home for the duration of my time with Andronia. A few hours, here we go. I place my hand on the panel outside of the room. The moment I do so, my fingertip prints are scanned and a small amount of ether is extracted from my body. Then that ether is then processed, sent back to my body, extracted once again. Finally, after this procedure is repeated a few times, the door is unlocked. Sheesh, that level of security is really necessary. I get that the risk of mage bypassing lock or tricking conventional security measures higher here than elsewhere, but this scrutiny is really over to the top. This won't any wing students to fly up to the room's window anyway. This kind of security is totally out of place here. As fingerprint and iris scanners have been increasingly simple to bypass in recent years, new security measures have been eagerly sought. In the case of mages, ether signatures, imprints of the unique makeup of the entity's life energy have become the de facto standard for security. That'd be kind of cool though. You move like you have like this aura around you and it senses your aura. That'd be kind of fucking dope. Maybe the scanners here are just for privacy reasons, not rather than security. These scanners are overkill when it comes to keeping outsiders away. It may be over to the top, but when you're dealing with the students who can incinerate any enemy and so doors in a single breath, standard securities just don't cut it. The moment I realized I raised an eyebrow at the sight in front of me, contrary to my expectations, I spy 2 beds, 2 desks at the belongings of someone other than myself. As for the bed, the bottom bunk appears to be untouched, whereas the other has been neatly arranged. Miscellaneous decorations is scattered all around it. From the looks of things, it would seem like my roommate has a right ahead of me, and I didn't expect to have a roommate, although I thought a huge academy like this would provide a separate room for each student, considering how relatively low number of students attending. Oh well, as long as my roomie isn't violent or overly rowdy, I'm sure we'll get along. Hello, is anybody here? Hello? I walked through the room and turned my head left and right, so I searched for my roommate. Did my roommate just come up here earlier before the open ceremony, or I just missed them? Shrugging my shoulder, I sat down on my own bed and began to unpack. Although there wasn't much time to take out, there's at least spare clothes and toiletries to put away. Even this age where magic assists in the production of so many goods, running out of clean clothes is just a valid concern. As ever. Okay, that should do about it. Now then, since my room isn't here, guess I'll head on back. And now, okay, that should do about it. I guess since my roommate isn't here, I guess I'll head back to the cafeteria and see how, before my hand touches the door, I freeze. The sound of door unlocking is more akin to the sound of something decompressing. The file fills the entire room as I intentionally go silent. Wings enter my line of sight, followed by my smooth golden hair. Light footsteps encroach upon me before long I am standing face to face with my roommate. Hi, Tix here. You must be my roommate, pleased to meet you. Tix is one of her tiny hands towards me as she stares into my eyes, waiting for me to respond. Yeah, otherwise. I shake Tix's hand, careful not to exert too much force. So my roommate's a human, and a male one at that. Yeah, it seems like there was a mix-up with my room assignment. I already informed our grades advice, but honestly, it didn't seem like she was going to do anything about it. I wouldn't worry about that. In fact, chances of this arrangement is my mother's doing anyways. Your mother? Uh-huh. This is kind of embarrassing to admit, but you'll find out sooner or later anyway, so I might as well be up front and explain everything right off the bat. Let me get straight to the point. The truth is, I'm not here to study, or at least not to study magic. I actually enrolled at a Mandronian in order to familiarize myself with males, and maybe even find a mate. Come again? A mate, a spouse, a partner of sexual variety. I don't know how much you know about pixies, but our race is one of 100% female. Naturally, this means that we need to crossbreed in order to survive as a species. Since there are no men in societies, pixies generally venture into the domains of other races, find a mate, then return home after being impregnated. And that's why you come to Andronia, to become pregnant, then return home? Yep, that's the plan. Man, talk about a difference in culture. Pixies wander in civilizations of other races to engage in one-night stands until they get pregnant, then head back to their own villages. Any human who was caught doing that would doubtless wind up called some rather nasty names. But if you think that you could just have your way with me, then get this room to yourself. You should know that it won't be that easy. But I won't settle for anyone, I'm not that kind of pixie. My mother has given me 2 years to find a suitable mate, and so I'm not about to jump to the first human I meet and call it a day. I'm glad to hear that. Although, now I think about it, I suppose it would be too bad. I do want to return home as soon as possible. After all, the humans are a pretty safe bet when it comes to breeding. What is your family's medical history like? Any repeated instances of heart disease or hereditary illnesses? Not that I'm aware of. Excellent. In that case, I might put you on the list of candidates after all. You see, pixies have a pretty low survival rate in the wild. Our children initially are very weak and very susceptible to illnesses. Furthermore, if we tend to give birth for at least a dozen offspring at a time, and our gestation period is only 2 months, we're prime targets for predators. But if I give birth in a safe place like this, when my father's family has a clean medical history, then that shouldn't be a problem at all. If I'm lucky, the entire litter might survive. I begin to back away from Pixie, Tix. She seems like a nice, cheerful person, but in a certain sense, she's quite scary. Going off to current impressions, Tix might be more of a handful than Rai. Putting all this talk of breeding aside for a moment, did you happen to attend the open ceremony this morning? The opening ceremony? Of course I did. What kind of idiot would miss something so important? Yeah, I know, right? I forced a smile upon my face to continue. Let's say someone did miss the ceremony or fell asleep halfway through. What do you think would be the most important thing for them to know? You mean like if I were to summarize the key points of the ceremony? Yeah, exactly like that. Tilts her head at one side, immerses herself in thought. Let's see, blah blah blah, pride of the city, blah blah blah, use match responsibility, blah 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 blah, stop kicking the back of my chair. No, I don't think there was anything important covered. But they did mention receiving our allowance at the start of each week. Oh, I see. I smile wryly as I catch another glimpse of Tixie's nature. Please don't let me be in the same class as this girl. So anyway, now we're good friends. I think it's time to introduce yourself. Or is it a human custom to arrangeably ask questions of someone before they meet in the first time? I'd rather not to reciprocate Tix's passive aggression. I exhale deeply, then look in the eye. Right, where are my manners? My name is Sable Lambier. I'm an 18-year-old human, and this is my first time living in the dorm or having a roommate. I'll try not to inconvenience you. If I do anything wrong, please don't hesitate to tell me. I smile and bob my head, immediately eradicating the grasp of surprise from Tix. Whoa, that was pretty good. How'd you put on a genuine smile like that while harboring such negative emotions? I tilt my head up and gaze in Tix's confusion. Negative emotions? Yeah, you were just feeling some kind of grr or some jealous this beautiful pixie, but the whole time you had a bright smile on your face. How'd you do that? Most of the humans I met can't even mask their feelings at all. I'm mostly taken aback by Tix's words, though her words don't match my thoughts, and she completely auto-corrects about me about harboring negative feelings towards it, despite my smile. Most people would point out my feelings were obvious and give Tix's rude words, but from the way she spoke, Big's telling she could feel what I was feeling. Tix, can you read thoughts? Thoughts? No, no, no. I simply noticed a change in your complexion, breathing, and posture. Despite the smile you wore, you took a defensive stance. Your breathing quickened, and a slight tinge of red appeared in your face. For a race which survives by reading danger signals from predators, gauging the emotions of a human being is frightfully simple. Wow, you're one scary fairy. You know that? What did you call me? Oh, I was just saying that a fairy. Was it? You think I'm a fairy? No, no, no. I simply back away to tangent mentions danger, befitting her small stature and cute face. Her voice is low and her eyes narrow. She looks like she's about to pounce at any second. Anyway, it's about time to return to the cafeteria. I don't want to keep my new friends waiting. I'll talk to you later, okay? I walk past Tix and head for the door. The moment I reach the door now, however, something takes a hold of my arm. Oh, trying to escape, are we? So that's how humans do things. You commit a grave offense and then walk away, pretend like nothing happened. What's going on here, my friend? Pain shoots up my arm as Tix tighten her grip. Contrary to her small size, Tix able to exert tremendous pressure, and I wouldn't expect this kind of strength for someone twice her size. Is Tix using muscle reinforcement magic? Though the danger of clear for humans, other species aren't necessarily exposed to some kind of risk posed by the muscle reinforcement magic. For a creature without a skeleton, for example, they might not have to worry about their muscles growing too large or crushing their bones. The undead avoid the risk by passing out on a lack of blood. Large muscle-bound creatures like minotaurs can increase their strength by many times before noticing any side effects. In the case of a pixie, the risks are unknown to me, or by the very least, it's safe to say that due to the apparent survival rate in the wild, muscle reinforcement magic is well worth the risk. Dude, she's going fucking dark as shit. I'm terribly sorry, Tix. Please forgive me. It was a slip of a tongue. It won't happen again. I just really plead for the predatory pixie who called me captive. She clearly stares me deeply to my eyes, and she's trying to measure the sincerity of my statement. After a few seconds, Tix relaxes her grip, and I breathe a sigh of relief. Why didn't you say so? Of course you're forgiven. Oh, thank goodness. I really reach for the door, urging trying to make to my escape. But one more thing before you go. Hesitantly turn my head. Yes? Fairies and pixies are mortal enemies, and there are no greater insult for a pixie than to be called a fairy, vice versa. So watch what you say, okay? In response to Tix's warning, all I could do is nod silently and then vanish from the sight as soon as humanly possible. Wow. Okay, so we got a scary fairy in mind. Cool. Oh, okay, now I'm being an asshole. Pixie now. I'm dealing with Tix. I no longer feeling the meeting up with Ray and F. Instead, I decided to head outside and resume my earlier tour of the campus grounds, giving myself time to clear my head before my first lesson in Adrenia can begin. As I wander around the courtyard, looking up to the classrooms from the outside, reality begins to set in. Although I've been able to take it easy so far, the fact that the matter is that I will not soon be sitting in one of those classrooms studying subject not taught in any of the facility. God damn. On this day, I become a student like the illustrious Madreamian Academy. With all the detours and encounters I've experienced so far today, it's hard to think of this as a day of study. Even so, that's exactly what it is. My first day at the Magic Academy. It may seem surreal on right now, but the reality of the situation is I'll soon be sitting in the classroom filled with demi-humans studying my brains out. While I realize that we won't be likely to do anything difficult, especially the interesting on the first day of class, I'm excited to begin nonetheless. To this day, I have remained completely self-taught. I've never been tutored by magic by someone more experienced than myself, or attended any lectures, or befriended another magic user. Everything I know, I learned from researching the work of others and attempting to recreate myself. I wonder if I'll be able to adapt to the classroom environment. Having attended normal schools until now, I doubtlessly have an advantage compared to other students here like Draken, but as far as using magic in a front like a classroom of students is concerned, I shudder as I imagine myself failing miserably in front of my class. Even if I'm not socially awkward or afraid of crowds, relatively speaking at least, using magic in front of others is currently a big deal for me. During the entrance exam for Adrenia, I was required to perform basic spells in private setting with teachers and administrators. Before that, however, I never had once used magic in front of a complete stranger. It's not that I'm ashamed to be a mage or embarrassed by my weak output. If anything, it's quite the opposite. I'm proud of myself. I take great pride in what I accomplish using my own power. I strongly believe that I realized that the certain truths about magic, which nobody else has, that I can do things nobody else has figured out how to. But if that's wrong, then I'll do my best in front of a classroom full of people and nobody is impressed in the slightest. Then where does that leave me? No, I can't afford to start thinking that way. I am onto something. I have made discoveries that nobody else has. Even if my work in the found is derivatives or similar to someone else's, my research was definitely not in vain, and I will have the impact on others. I'm going to become a world-renowned magic researcher, and just you wait and see. Just you wait and see. Damn, I'm kind of hungry right now. I unconsciously pump my fist in front of my body as I psych myself up. What are you doing here? What? I jumped inside as a bemused voice calls out to me from behind. Greeting me with such deadpan expression is Leisha, who seemed to be unfazed by my reaction. Leisha, I have been called as such, yes. Now, will you answer my question? If it's some kind of training or ritual, I would like to hear about it. I pondered Leisha's words for a moment as I think back over my actions. All I did was walk around, my head down, and pump my fist in front of me in particular sight to be sure. It was nothing worth thinking about. Is Leisha's level of scrutiny really necessary? I guess we can always explain properly. I don't have a problem with it. As spur find its way into my face for an instant, I decided to meet with Leisha. Faced with someone like her who's serious to a fault, how could I not? Ah, I see, you saw that, huh? Sigh, I suppose it can't be helped that you've already seen that much. I thrust my arm in front of my body, clenched my fist, and dropped my elbow. This is an ancient movement practiced by my forefathers. It is said to capture the ether around you and bring it into your body, permanently increasing your capacity to store ether henceforth. It is by performing this ritual many times a day, every day, that I was able to master terminal for such an early stage. So that's it. I feel there was something not right about you when I witnessed that movement, but I did not think it would be something so amazing. Leisha stares at me wide-eyed, but her mouth is agape. She believes every word I've said. I'm sure I don't need to say this, but please don't tell anybody about what you have seen here today. This ritual has one passed down through my family for generations, and if one went to another and abused it, my ancestors would never forgive me. I clench my fist again, and this time in faint anger, and fight back to fake tears. Passed down through your family for generations. Very well, you can count on me. I can? Leisha clenched her fist and bring it to her chest as she stares directly to my eyes. Of course, nobody understands the importance of tradition and ancestry more than the elf race. I'm a prize an elf, you have my word, I will not speak to this to anyone. I breathe as a sign of relief, and Leisha treats my actions with such importance as I claim to have. Truthfully, I'm just grateful she won't tell anybody I was doing something so embarrassing. Thank you, Leisha. I appreciate your discretion. I smile earnestly and slight bow to on my head. Oh no, I don't think of nothing of it. I am simply showing the deserved respect for an ancient ritual. It would be rude of me not to honor your wishes. Leisha's face is tingled red as she averts her gaze and scratches her face. Seeing this, I realize that I have succeeded in my goal. I decided to move our conversation forward. So, Leisha, we meet here once again. Did you come here straight after the opening ceremony? Indeed, I did. Why don't you go with everyone else to the cafeteria? Aren't you hungry? Like I could eat the pre-processed gruel served as amassed by humans. I'm pretty sure none of the cafeteria staff here are humans. What's more, some of the dishes I saw were about as far as pre-processed as you get. Be that as it may, I feel no desire to eat that stuffy room surrounded by strangers on every side. I'd rather spend my time out here sitting beneath the trees and breathing in fresh air. Then when you put it like that, I really can't blame you. Was that really okay? You might miss something important if you keep going off on your own. Are you truly in a position to say that? I mean, I can look up what information I need in my terminal, even if I did miss a few lectures. I'll be okay. That's right, isn't it? Leisha displays some slight frustration as I remind her of the ability of one of us currently possesses. If that's the case, I suppose that can't be helped. If I lose my way, I might come to you for support. Leisha, are you? Do not misunderstand. I'm merely saying that I'll be relying on you as one student or another. We are in the same class, after all. It is our responsibility as classmates to support one another. Leisha pouts unhappily while intentionally sharing her true feelings. Even you looked up to which class I've been placed in. I did no such thing. I was simply glancing through the names of my class high up until you notice your name out there. It's not like I was searching for your name in particular or anything. Leisha defends herself in a fluster, dressfully trying to convince me of the fact that she hasn't given me a second thought since our meeting earlier. You know, Leisha, when you get embarrassed, even if your ears start to turn red, on an elf, it's actually quite a sight. I'm not embarrassed! Fooling nobody. Leisha clenched her fist and searched herself once more. Calm down, Leisha. I'm just messing with you. Man, your friends must have a lot of fun teasing you. A true friend would never seek to harass me in the first place. What's the fun in that? I smirk to myself and inwardly thank Leisha. While meeting up with Leisha was not part of my plan when I first came out here, joking around with her has helped improve my mood for the better. Even she comes off a bit unsociable, but I maybe think I'll be getting along with Leisha. So, Miss Valedictorian, will be coming to class shortly, or do you plan on staying out here a while longer? I will show my face in due time. For the moment, however, I wish to refrain from fraternizing with others any more than necessary. Fraternizing? I'm talking about our classmates. How could you already have a low opinion on them? I take it that you did not attend the opening ceremony. I raise an eyebrow at Alicia's words and shake my head. As I thought as much, mingling with those cretins will be a waste of time. You see what I mean when you enter the classroom. Leaving behind those ominous words, Leisha begins to walk away, heading in the opposite direction of the academy. Wherever she's heading, it seems like Leisha is in no rush to join her classmates and I. Before long, I shall find out why. Wary of Leisha's warning, I wait outside of my classroom for a few minutes before approaching the door. From the outside, I can see the glass panel through the door, and for a while, I have no idea why Leisha is so hesitant to enter. The students are all quietly sitting on their own or casually chatting with the person next to them. Some have their textbooks out, others have playing with the physical terminals placed on their desks, meant as a stopgap until they use the spell itself. No matter how many times my eyes scan the classroom, I fail to notice anything that would merit caution. And then it hits me. The moment I walk through the door, the volume of my classmates increase exponentially, and everyone's sitting at their desk or standing in group together in the middle of the classroom. I spot one student stuck to the ceiling looking down the shirts of my female classmates, another one standing in front of the classroom trying to figure out some spell akin to the party trick. Put simply, the entire room's state of chaos. What the heck is going on here? What happened to the quiet, well-behaved class I observed a moment ago? Was I just imagining things? Casting a glance back towards the door, I clearly understand what is going on. A sound-blocking spell on the door, illusionary magic on the glass pan. Through the strategic use of the two specialized, not yet overcomplicated spells, the class was able to fly under the radar while doing as they see fit. Even our teacher would have a hard time punishing my classmates after seeing their creative use of such magic. I can see what Leisha was talking about. It is certainly more peaceful in the courtyard, away from those troublemakers. Maybe I should... Well met, dear prince. Before I could turn around and head back to the classroom, a strange being appears in front of me. Forgive me for approaching so suddenly, but I'm afraid I had no choice. The moment I spotted you from across the room, I could not stop myself making your acquaintance. The person in front of me places its hands on my shoulders. Leaning in its close, it continues to whisper sweet words into my ear. From the unique contours of your body of your supple flesh, is there not a speck of imperfection to be found? Your eyes are like gems, beckoning me closer as common sense dictates otherwise. Pray, before I succumb to despair, would you grant this lowly being your name? Or should I deserve to continue peculiar person in front of me? It speaks with praise with every breath and alludes to my sense of mystery as it ponders its words. But what else surprised me most about is that I found myself strangely attracted to it. I'm Sable Labier. Sable, is it such a fitting name for someone transcended as yourself? Tell me more about yourself, Sable. Where do you hail? What is your family structure? Have you ever fallen in love? A face begins to form on the blank slate as it continues to speak. The soft, delicate figures of a gorgeous young woman begin to manifest, transforming the canvas in front of me into a beautiful girl. My heart skips a bit as I attempt to respond. Who is this person? How could their appearance change before my very eyes? No, did they change, or my mind simply blank out from the moment I saw them? Sable, my love. My chest tightens once more. A radiant smile becomes beaming down on me, quickly sapping my strength. I can feel my lips quiver as our faces grow closer. I tell my body back away, but it won't listen. My own feelings have rendered me powerless. I'm paused. Is this what it means to fall in love? To have my own body turn against me and feel my heart beat harder and louder than ever before? It's almost like my eyes shot wide as I finally realize what's going on. Taking my eyes off a suspicious track woman in front of me, I focus on the interior instead of the ether around us. Surely enough, it is aired with suspicious movements of ether, clear indication that someone is currently casting a spell. By analyzing abnormal ether patterns in the air around us, I'm able to trace the source of the close anomaly back to the obvious source. Then I disrupt this suspicious flow, at which point my heart immediately begins to slow back to its usual pace. Ah, that's much better. Love might be something outside my comfort zone, but spells are well within my area of understanding. Seriously though, how could I fall for that? Even knowing that there was an illusionist in the classroom, I felt for such obvious deception. How embarrassing. Thinking back whatever I saw looking through the glass panel on the door earlier, my conclusions is obvious. The creature in front of me excels in perception-altering magic. I'm not in love. I'm just weak-minded. Sable, my dear, sweet Sable, where have you been all my life? It feels like only now, by you with my eye, I am truly... Back off, buddy. I pushed away the creature's hand as its face is like slate it once was. Yet, despite its like expression, astonishment is evident on the canvas before me. My, that was fast. You are the first being ever to break my spell so quickly. The creature takes back to its filled voice, filled with curiosity and joy. Now I'm really interested in you. What manner are being are you? How highly are you ranked? I thought you were mere human, but I guess that's not really the case. I shake my head and sigh. I'm 100% human. I'm not even close to being highly ranked. If I'm the quickest to break your illusion, you're just picking easy targets. The corners of the creature's mouth, or rather the contours of where one's mouth is usually reside, rise. Is this thing smiling? You give yourself too credit, my dear. Before coming here, I had snared all the manners of beings, old, young, male, female, noble, commoner. While you may not be high-ranked, you are undoubtedly quite observant. While the creature's words are not completely accurate, I cannot deny I'm observant in at least one regard. The ether mystical energy was coursed through the bodies of all living beings. Ether is all around us. It pulses through the core of the planet, it throws through along ley lines, gets carried by the wind, and even travels through the rays of sun. Or is it the ether facilitates the movement of the winds and the passage of light? Is ether the reason why the earth spins? Or why entity orbits around large, dense objects filled with ether? Even this day and age, when ether is used for many aspects of our daily lives, there are still countless questions which remain unanswered. Every day, theories are proven or disproven, new concepts are tested, and our understanding of magic grows just a little bit more mature. One reason why ether is so difficult to study is because is it not the same as conventional matter? It is neither a wave or a particle. It cannot be stored in a typical container, such as a jar, but yet many inhabit an ancient artifact. Furthermore, ether is difficult to observe. Most beings cannot actually see ether. Even those attempting magic typically just feel its presence, like if they were with a breeze or a heat of summer. Very few people are capable of seeing ether with their own eyes. Even among those who can, choose not to do so, due to restraint in place on their body. I know this because I'm one of those fortunate few. Whatever your background may be, you have no doubt caught my interest. Please do me the belated honor, allow me to introduce myself. The creature smiles and tilts its head forward. My name is Hell, and I am a Napara Bow. Now, before you get the wrong idea, do note I am not one of those mischievous foxes playing a prank. In fact, I am the real deal. Whatever references Hell has attempted to make is unfortunately lost on me. A noble bearer? What the heck is that? I've read about a great number of different demi-humans, but I've never heard of one of those before. I suddenly make a mental note for research on unfamiliar name later on. For the time being, I can only smile wryly and attempt to communicate with the creature. Okay, so Hell, now that your cover has been blown, will you at least tell me why you're trying to deceive me? I was not trying to do anything. I succeeded with great ease. Albeit a temporary feat. You know what I meant. A chuckle escapes from Hell's mouthless face. I do indeed. Forgive my deception, but I assure you I meant no harm. I simply have a soft spot for beautiful creatures such as yourself. Beautiful creatures. I raise an eyebrow in response to Hell's unexpected explanation. You do know I'm a guy, don't you? What relevance does that have? Beauty does not discriminate by sex. Besides, what harm is there a woman finding a man attractive? I stare at Hell blankly for a moment as I attempt to process her words. My eyes drift back from her blank face to her torso, then to her legs. I unconsciously analyze her body, which I initially overlooked due to the surprise of seeing her faceless feature. You're a woman. Don't get too excited. Maybe interest you, but doesn't mean I'm easy. You have to try to win my heart. No, it's not like that. I was just... relax. You don't need to explain yourself. If you're so captivated by my lovely state, you pay no attention to the rest of my body. Am I wrong? My face twitches as I try to come up with to retort. Painfully, however, the truth that she is right. Setting aside the matter of whether it's lovely or not, and whether it can be called a face to begin with, my attention was indeed initially drawn by a single part of Hell's body. I'm sorry. Huh? Oh, don't worry. I wasn't looking for an apology. I simply wanted the party which I have taken interest in know the real me. The upper portion of Hell's face twitches, almost like she's winking. The moment later, Hell walks away, throwing one hand in the air to wave goodbye. Beautiful creatures, huh? I shake my hand and try to get Hell's face, lack thereof, out of my mind. To think of such a person, not only my grade, but also my class. This is going to be a rough year, isn't it? Take another look around the class, and I sigh in my head. After a few moments of silent contemplation, I take a free seat near the front of the classroom and wait for the classes to begin. Even as the bell signifying the beginning of the class rings, the noise emanating from my class does not die down. Dampened by the sound blocking cast on the classroom door, the ringing of the bell does not reach my ears of my classmates. None the wiser, they continue to talk amongst themselves, happily socializing with one another without a care in the world. As such, it isn't until a familiar figure enters my classroom and begins to settle down. Tjlearnsbankai, our grades advisor, Sucker, is also this class's home teacher. Hello again, everyone. For those of you who missed the open ceremony, my name is Tjlearnsbankai. I will be acting as both your homeroom teacher and your grades advisor for the remainder of this year. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope you are able to get along. Eris smiles brightly at the class, charming most of the room with ease. Amidst the cheers and swooning, I begin to wonder who would win out of Eris and Hell should ever two ever face off. But we'll begin to take in attendance. There are a few things I must discuss with all of you. As you all know, during your first 2 years at this academy, you are treated more like school children than university students. You are afforded many freedoms, but you will also be closely monitored and expected to strictly abide by the academy rules and regulations. You'll be guided, not coddled. Everything you need will not be handed to you on a silver platter. If you feel that you will need the hand to be held every step of the way, leave this classroom right now and do not come back. Dropping her cheerful facade, Eris goes to the classroom. She gives us an unexpected ultimatum: grow up or get out. A hard choice, consider that most of the students here will come from a non-human settlements far away. You're all sticking around? Then listen closely, because this next part's important. Under no circumstances are you to pester your teachers outside of class. If you need help, ask your classmates or double down on your studies. We're here to teach, not babysit. We cannot give parental treatment to one student just because they bitch and moan about their own aptitude. In short, deal with your own problems. We will neither be held accountable for nor any great heights to help you. In response to Eris's words, the student who acts charged continued to cheer. As for the rest of us, however, the looks on our faces are a mix of disbelief and disgust. Is this woman really a teacher? Before anyone else can protest or any questions, Eris opens her terminal and begins to take attendance. How horrifying is such a irresponsible woman to be truly our teacher? Yeah, I wonder fucking why. She's probably disgusted by a bunch of shit. Oh, great. Alright, I'll be right back, you guys, real quick. Nothing really too much going on. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. I want to grab some apple pie. Honestly, dude, for Thanksgiving, that was that was actually really good. Fucking Thanksgiving was awesome. Okay, what anyone says. Oh. I die for this pie any day. I can't get like Thanksgiving orgasms right now. How horrifying! Such an irresponsible woman, truly our teacher. I can't imagine the academy's procedure this would adopt such an approach towards teaching. This must surely be the will of that woman alone. I think you might be right about that. Unfortunately, I missed both the opening ceremony and our orientation that day, so I haven't had a chance to hear any different from the principal or any of the teachers. I skipped the orientation days, but someone who attended the open ceremony, I'm afraid I can offer you a little solace. That succubus did most of the talking, and once she put the majority of my teachers under a spell, they refused to listen to any other teachers. Worse, our pathetic weakling of a principal didn't even try to stop her. He just nodded his head and allowed her to take control of the entire grade. Oh, you saw her power at work at the cafeteria early? I didn't realize that things had already gotten out of hand. Certainly my classmates are human. I was surprised I learned that Eris's power seems to work without prejudice. Race or sex have no bearing. Everyone who hears her voice sees her falling under her spell. But why wasn't I affected this time around? Why was Leisha spared? Is it a matter of perception? Is it because we both possess strong control over ether? We unknowingly started to build up a tolerance such over spells? I need to look into this. Finding the situation somewhat odd. I have one more particularly in my mental list of things to research later on. After doing so, I returned to Leisha. By the way, why'd you sit next to me? You've been in a huff every time we've spoken. I figured that you'll be the last person you want me to sit next to. Don't think so highly of yourself, human. You do not merit that level of consideration. I sat here because I wanted to. Do I need a more compelling reason than that? No, I was supposed not. I was just thinking that, hush, cease your idle thoughts and focus. Lesson's about to begin. After taking the attendance, Eris silently slouched and leaned to the podium in the front of the classroom. She clearly demotivated, and it seems to possess no desire to whatever to teach. Back to teaching first years, huh? What do these shitty brats even know? I'm gonna have to start from the basics of the basics, aren't I? Leisha and I glanced at one another, confirming that we really did hear our supposed teacher correctly. Oh, at least there's one advantage of teaching the basics. Eris turns around and raises her hand. She holds the palm towards the wall, redirecting the flow of ether as such it creates a sheet. The sheet lights up and a large quantity of information displayed on it. Is that a terminal? I never made one that big myself. I suppose there's no reason why a person couldn't make the one that big. Just what is this teacher planning? Eris draws the attention of the entire class, and for once, not because she's charmed them. Most of the people present have never seen a terminal being used before. For otherwise, if I'm aware, the only people in this classroom capable of using them are Eris and I. As such, expanding her terminal to such great size to surefire way for Eris to captivate the class. After navigating in a seemingly rehearsed fashion, Eris opens a recorded lecture of the origins of ether. Eris then takes her seat, kicks back, and lets the recording do their job for her. Okay. Is it finally over? Seems like it. What a waste of time. If I wanted to watch a record all lesson, I could have done so in my dorm room. Indeed, not to mention the sheer simplicity of the subject matter. Theories pertaining to ether production, the reason why only races are capable of using magic. She must be joking. Eris probably hoping to lose some students by either boring them or freaking them out. That is a worrying possibility, but not an unlikely one. What gives we just experienced? The lectures focused mainly on the studies and the theories dating back to hundreds of years, but by the time when human technology could still be considered primitive at least. Graphic descriptions portrayed the discretion of demi-humans, both alive and dead, and even delved into the old belief that eating a demi-human's heart would grant a human their powers. For a lecture that was supposed to be about the basics of ether and spellcasting, it wound up being surprisingly comforting. Setting aside Eris to attend, the lecture itself was very interesting. There was quite a few controversial topics covered. I can't imagine an old academy would expose us to that kind of content our first day. I wagered that too that was our teachers doing rather than the will of the academy. As you suggested a moment ago, it was likely for the sake of horrifying students rather than teaching them. If so, And if so, then our teacher's a truly detestable woman. Sighing loudly, Alicia stands up in front of her seat and walks to the aisle. With our teacher gone and our classrooms have risen up to her seat, seems Alicia is now eyeing to the door. Alicia, are you going somewhere? Our next class is in this room too, right? Shouldn't you stay put? You have me remained in this crowded classroom, being assaulted by intelligent babbling from every side. Don't be ridiculous. I shall take my leave. Then once again, next lesson is about to begin. Leaving behind those few words, Alicia walks over to the promptly leaves the room. My classmates in the end all continue hanging around the classroom, small groups chatting loudly as we were just before the class came in. Alicia has a point. Maybe I should take a break too. I'm certainly not going to get anything done like this. Granted a mere 15-minute break, I make my way to the Academy Library. It's a place many visited many times throughout Senescopes, filled with yet digitized books. The library contains knowledge found nowhere else in the world. Ancient tomes, stone tablets dating back thousands of years, spell books from a time when witches reigned supreme, and indeed the occasional cursed or enchanted book. Visiting such a place for real for time, I feel quite shivered down my spine. The legendary Aldromani Academy Library. At long last, I'm able to come here in person. Although sensoscopes are desirable for when wishing to experience certain things, or in particular places, sensoscopes are a library is such aggravating. Physical books are yet to be digitized since all are around you, yet you cannot reach out and grab them, nor you can view the contents of their non-existent digital equivalents. It's like staring at a picture of food when you're starving and know it will do no good if you ask them out nothing more than self-torture. There are many books in here I've been wanting to read, now I have access to this library. My studies are going to accelerate like crazy. I may not have the time right now, but after classes are over for the day, I'm definitely going to come back here. Resisting the urge to open my terminal and read through the long list of books I've been wanting to check out, I decided to walk over to the counter. On the walls of the library, as well as the conditions which must be met in order to borrow a book, appears that students are expected to register for a library card and then use that to identify themselves. And once they're able to use the terminal, their terminal ID can be used instead. I'm so glad I invested my time to learning a useful spell. Who needs this physical identification when you have a terminal? Briefly partying myself on the back, I soon noticed something on the other side of the counter. I can hear pages being torn, the beast-like sound of something being devoured. What the heck? Did a magic beast get to a library? Magic beasts are ordinary animals who are warped by prolonged exposure to high-density ether. Rarely seek out locations such as this. Most magic beasts don't even possess the intelligence to read or to understand human language, so libraries offer nothing of substance. The only highly intelligent and similar dangerous beasts would bother to come here. What should I do? I can't allow the books to be devoured. I don't have the strength to fight a high-level magic beast either. There we go. I exhaled deeply, tried to muster my courage. It's okay, it'll all be okay. Nobody's fighting anybody. I just need to drag this attention away from this precious book to have it chase me. Then I was chasing after you. I'll run to the building and try to locate some powerful senior students who could take it down. Armed with a half-baked plan, I creeped closer to the counter. I began to gather ether in my right palm and then curl my hand to the finger gun. I squeeze my pinky, ring, and middle fingers to my palm. A glyph appears in front of my index finger. A small quantity of water shoots out of the glyph as though my hand were just a water gun. Not a large amount of water, nor at high speed, just enough to grab the beast's attention. Kya! No, I gotta see what's. Wait, Kya? Or just I turn around and prepare to flee, the beast enters my sight. Jeez, what are you doing? My mask is gonna rust. Dumbfounded, I remained motionless, and I simply stared at the person in front of me, unable to speak. They aren't beasts at all. I was completely mistaken from the beginning. A student, a female who is a year or two older than I am. Not a threat, just another particular encounter. I'm sorry about that. I heard pages from being torn behind the counter, so I thought a magic beast got into the library. A magic beast, you say? Oh dear, I certainly hope not. The last time a magic beast found its way here, we lost a significant portion of the true crime selection. This Academy's library has a true crime section? Smiling wryly, I bow my head. At any rate, I'm sorry for startling you. No, I'm just... If anything, I'm thankful for your attentiveness. If you do see a magic beast, please don't hesitate to take action. Oh, sure. I scratched my head as I tried to make sense of the young woman standing in front of me. Leaving aside her personality for the moment, there's still one question I may ask her anything else. So there's no magic beast, and the one tearing up books was you? Ah, the girl opened up her eyes, and she only realized she was caught in the act. No, that is... I mean, I was tearing a page of a book, but it's not what you think. I raised an eyebrow on the girl's failed expression. So you are destroying library books? Yes, I mean, no, I mean, I was, but there's no good reason for this, really. Beginning to panic, the girl raises her voice. I was tearing pages out of the book because I was asked to. You were asked to destroy Academy property? By who? By my boss, the Academy's principal. The gaze of Paul's dull, and I slacken my jaw, staring at the girl in front of me in utter disbelief. Don't look at me like that, it's true. My job is to digitize books in this library and to destroy books themselves after I'm done. Finally, something that she says makes sense. You're in charge of digitizing books here? But aren't you a student? In my response to my question, the girl stares at me quizzicaally. After a few moments with her eyes widen, as though she realized something. Ah, I see, you must have just enrolled here, correct? Yes, today's my first day of the role in the academy. Oh, of course, it's that time of year already, isn't it? I suppose that will make me a third-year student now. Suddenly, talking in a much brighter tone, the girl happily continues to speak. Your teacher will tell you about this in your second year of the academy, but there are actually many jobs that you can apply while studying here. Students who work odd jobs around the academy in order to make a little bit of extra money, and it seems like it's a way for low-ranking students to raise their allowance. But don't get the wrong idea, I am certainly not low-ranking student. I have my own reason for doing this, I assure you. Ignoring the girl's final statement, I open my terminal, begin to search for jobs listed inside the academy. After performing a few searches, I am still yet finding anything of the sort. It seems like either first years are blocked from accessing this information, or the information cannot be found using a terminal. Search all you want, but you won't be able to find anything. You need to receive permission from your grades advisor before you can access any information about jobs that are available. Ah, that would explain it. That's unfortunate. I'm curious, but not curious enough to approach her. My grades advisor, Eris Monte. The girl's face warps in disgust as she hears Eris' name. The first year students are stuck with Eros? Oh, poor things. Eros. Oh, my apologies. I should not speak that way about a teacher. Don't worry about it. It's not like I'm going to tell her what you said. Besides, it's clear how she got that nickname. You don't know the half of it. A look concerned appears on the girl's face as she begins to think about Eris. As a boy, you need to be especially careful on that woman. Rumor has it that she has been caught sending highly inappropriate messages to students late at night. If she's still working here, I can only imagine what she's at least been barred from teaching from corresponding with students who have completed their first year here. Isn't there a reason why she only allowed to teach first-year students? There is, but wait a second. We're using a term a moment ago, weren't you? Ordinarily, I would congratulate you for having such accomplished a feat, but in this case, you may have bitten off more than you could chew. What do you mean by that? Is this something to do with... Oh, at the moment, everything falls into place. You figured it out, haven't you? Eros has been highly forbidden to interact with those of us who aren't first-year students, since most of us knows how to use a terminal. That being said, if there was only a single first-year, particularly a male student, capable of using a terminal, then all of her inappropriate communications would be concentrated on that one student. Exactly. I shudder at the thought of being targeted by Eris. While attractive, her attitude and apparent proximity leave a lot to be desired. If I were to become the sole target of a succubus, I may not be able to sleep through the night again. That's good to know, but wait a second. I already tried contacting Eris and she blocked my terminal ID the second I asked for assistance. Does that mean I'm in the clear? The girl shakes her head. She'll remove the block the moment she starts to become aroused. I see. If that happens, I can't just block her terminal ID. You're underestimating the staff of this academy. Eros may be a hopeless pervert, but she's still a top-class mage, and if you really want to ward her off, the best thing you could do is to respond to her in a troublesome manner. A troublesome manner? Ask her questions about the curriculum of this academy or finding about work. If you respond to her rapidly with questions about your studies, she'll soon lose interest. Seriously? The girl shrugs. If it worked for the boys in my grade, then again, she had many more targets at the time, so she could afford to give up more easily. I suddenly find myself very concerned about the nights I'll be spending on this academy. Succubi are capable of acting human during the day, but come nighttime, their true selves emerge. Under the light of a full moon in particular, their lust skyrockets and they become sex-craved beasts after portrayed in the literature. Thank you for the warning. I'll make sure to take your advice seriously. Oh, don't mention, I'm glad to be of assistance. So, could you keep quiet about me eating books? Eating books? Oh, no, I didn't say tearing books, I said tear books. I stare at the girl in amazement as she hurriedly corrects herself. Whatever she's been doing in this library, I'm sure I want to know about it. Oh, okay then. Whatever you're doing here, I think it's about time I return to class. I'll see you later. Oh, just one more thing before you leave. The girl brings up the terminal and shows it to me. This may sound presumptuous of me, but would you care to save my contact details? I mean, you can use the terminal after. I'm sure you have to bound have any questions which your classmates cannot answer. There's some people, such as teachers, scholars, that can make their terminal ID and personal image freely available, but the same cannot be said about students. For us, the most common way of finding out somebody's ID is asking them in person and then saving their details on their own terminal. It's inconvenient, but for the sake of preserving one's privacy, it's a small price to pay. Absolutely, that'll be great help. Let me just open my terminal as well and turn the display around as just as the girl in front of me has. Sable Labier, that's quite an unusual name. It is only in that moment I realized neither of us one asked about their name. Geez, I really need to work on my social skills. Oh well, I guess I'll find out this girl's name in a second anyway. I check on the girl's terminal screen, search for her name and ID. Joru Gaku? That's my name. Joru replies happily, no doubt smiling from ear to ear behind that mask of hers. Alright, Joru, that makes you the first entry on my contacts list, or rather, the first terminal ID. Though I have other contacts saved in my terminal, there are most likely the addresses and phone numbers of people incapable of using magic. Seeing as how there are no phones in Academy, however, and mobile phones are strictly forbidden, it's unlikely I'll ever have the use of them. Yeah, I'm honored. I just added you too, Sable, making you my number 3 in the list. That's a good to know. I'll be able to respond in the middle of the class, but if there's any other time, feel free to... Wait a minute, did you just say you only have 2 other contacts? Oh, yes, I'm afraid so. Teachers administrator can be found through a quick search, so it's common for students not to be bothered adding them to their contacts. Same cannot be said about the contacts details of students, however. It's still important to keep record of those whom I wish to contact. For a third year with students have only Kutan is not a good sign. Well, I won't pry, but it's not like I'm in a position to criticize anyway. Contact whenever you're free, Joe. I can't promise I'll respond immediately, but I'll do my best to be prompt. Oh yes, me too. If you have any questions, probably don't hesitate to rely on me. Waving goodbye to one another, I part from Joru as I leave the library, and with more questions I had in my answer, between her mask, the massacre possibly eating books, and her severely limited number of contacts, I leave with a sense of that Joru might be more dangerous than she let on. That's, I wonder what the hell she is. Pie. I want pie. I return to my classroom moments before our second class of the day begins to begin. Thankfully, I arrive before our teacher, and also before Alicia, so nobody present speaks to me just in time. As such, without saying a word, but be spoken to, I take my seat, wait for class to begin. Oh, come on already. Where the heck is our teacher? Of all the students that already arrived, what's keeping the teacher? No student I griped intentionally about teacher's tardiness and errors appears in front of the classroom. Ugh, the same class of students twice in a row? Screw this. The moment she looks around the room and sees our familiar face, Eris turns away in disgust. Then she creates a bunch of glyphs in front of the classroom, opens the door, turns towards us one more time. Your homework is to figure out what those mean. Do it or don't do it, I don't care. Just make sure you're staying here till your lesson's over. Giving us only those instructions, Eris leaves the class and suddenly she appeared. Unbelievable. I know, why do we have to be stuck with such an irresponsible teacher? Oh yeah, oh yes, that too. What are you referring to? Alicia points to the glyphs in front of the classroom. Glyphs, more formally as runic glyphs, are symbols used by mages all over the world in order to convey spells, curses, or other phenomena based on magic. They're essentially blueprints used in conjunction with an energy source, ether, or in order to allow a mage to cast a spell. Within the confines of the classroom, however, glyphs are a little more than tools of learning. We students are expected to learn how to read glyphs and to leverage them when we are practicing new spells. They are a study aid. Without them, we would be hopelessly lost. Sable, you can read those glyphs, can't you? Yeah, it's pretty unusual arrangement, but it's not too difficult to read. Self-study period, correct? Very good, so you're not one trick pony after all. Is that how you see me? Alicia shrugs. I only seen you cast a single spell after all. True enough, but that logic, but someone who hasn't cast a single spell in my presence, aren't you a hopeless case? You would dare call your grades valedictorian a helpless case? This time it's my turn to strike. Insolent human. Don't worry not, you'll get your chance soon enough. Our next lesson will be out in the courtyard. I presume we'll have a more practical lesson. I think any lesson will be practical than this. I cast a glance around the room. Nobody's looking in front of the room, or at the physical terminals in their desks, even their textbooks. Without a teacher present, they all descended to use their usual behavior. So I came all this way for Amadranian Academy for this. I was better off studying alone at home. Once our second class of the day has come to an end, I make way to the cafeteria for lunch. This break's supposed to last for 45 minutes, so my aim is to eat, walk around the campus a little bit. I pray that the food digests before the practical lesson begins. To that effect, I make my way to the counter, look up the menu, and begin to read a list of unfamiliar dishes. I do know that most of these dishes are supposed to be for demi-humans, but I might am kind of curious what they are like. I mean, deep-fried goat horn, mammoth tail, dragon tongue. Jockey would never forgive me if I ordered that last one. Whipping out, I decided to order some banana bread. I place my order, move aside to the counter, and wait for my meal. Best not eat something exotic before a practice lesson, so I wouldn't want to get an upset stomach or throw up in the middle of chanting a spell. Moments after I place my order, I present it with a few thick slices of banana bread. Since the loaf has already been baked, there's no need to wait, so I'm able to walk off in a search of free seat almost immediately. The second I find one, however... Sable, my good friend, no. Sable, nuh-uh, my dear Sable, I'm not giving you any. Friend, stop it. Even out taking a seat, I wolf down my lunch at a healthy speed before my hungry companions take it from me. Cheapskate. Selfish. Oh, shut up. You're the ones trying to steal my lunch. If you're hungry, why don't you go order something? I did, but apparently mammoth tail takes at least a half an hour to cook all the way through. You ordered the mammoth tail? What about you, Aerith? Would you eat something more normal? Unholy water. Oh, just water? Ignoring the first word out of Aerith's mouth, I sigh in relief. At least she's a plant after all, at least partially. Your meal shouldn't be ready soon, Eth. And heck, it's just water. Don't you need to pay for it? Eth shakes her head. The dark priest won't arrive for another hour. So just make do with regular... I refuse. I sigh around the back of my head. Why can't these two order something less troublesome? Shaking off in my amazement, I decided to change the subject. So how's class been treating you? Having fun your first day? Don't even joke about that, Sable. I only had 2 classes today. I'm already about to collapse. That bad, huh? Boring. Too many words. Exactly. Our teacher won't shut up at all. Every single sentence out of her mouth is magic this and ether that. She can't even give us a break. It's too much. Nod. What kind of institution do you think this is? Rather not lecturing the 2 unwilled students, I breathe a sigh of expiration. Well, at least your teacher is trying to do their job. Mine just had us watch a lecture of our first class, and she barely showed up to our second class. Jealous. So jealous. Of course they are. Hey, Sable, swap classes with me. Me too. Believe me, there's nothing I like more than to join class with a teacher who actually does her job. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure the students don't have another say in the matter. Just say the teacher sexually harassed you. It worked for one of my girls at high school. Seriously? She told me the principal, and before I knew it, we had a brand new teacher. Come to think of it, I never did see a previous teacher again after that. I don't have the heart to tell Ray that her friend has likely destroyed that poor teacher's career, if not their entire life. Yeah, I don't think I'll be doing that. If this continues, I'll just start borrowing books in the library and bringing them to class. The library? Nerd. Excuse me for taking my studies seriously. Honestly, you're the last people I want to hear talking down the importance of studying. Look, I've seen how poorly the 2 of you ranked in the exam. That was just a bad day for me. I was sick. Me too. You're both terrible liars. Anyway, getting back to our original topic. If you're hungry enough to steal, why not order something cheap and filling? Like banana bread? Exactly. I don't know. I don't want to spoil my appetite before mammoth tail was ready. You were perfectly willing to do so a moment ago. It was my food. That's different. How is that any different? I feel my blood pressure climb as Ray's warped view of the world continues to rile me up. Forget it. Have fun weighing on your needless, extravagant food. I'm going to walk around for a bit for my next class. Don't go. Stay. No, I have to practice till next. So sitting around here talking is out of the question. See ya. Without waiting for my companions to reply, Oh, no, you don't. Stay. What the... Before I could escape, Ray and Eth cut me off. You two... Look, I'll come back after I walk around a bit, okay? So let me be on my way. Right now is her eyes. You're going to run away again. I am not, liar. How unreliable. If that's how you're going to be, then... A smirk appears on Ray's face. What was she about to say? I have a feeling I'm not gonna like it. This is Sable's room? Big. I keep telling you, there's nothing special about my room. It's the same size and configuration as any other room here. Oh, I guess it is. Not mine, really? My room is small with a big window. There's also a heating lamp and the floor is stone. I try to picture Eth's room. Going by her description, it seems like she's a mix between a greenhouse and an incubator chamber. As perhaps the first Mandagora to roll here? That sounds nice and very warm and bright. Hey, no fair. Eth gets a special room and I don't? Do you want to live in a room like that? Not really. I just don't like that she's getting parental treatment after all. I stare at Ray with a mix of disbelief and exploration. Is she really going to complain about being treated as like a human instead of a plant? So I shake my head. Anyway, now you see my room. Now get out. If exercise is out of the question, I'd rather at least revise some of the course content before the next lesson. Already? Yeah, why do we have to leave already? Oh, I get it. You're going to charge into changes to something easy to move around in your next lesson. And you're going to be too embarrassed and dress in front of us. Are you really ashamed of your own body? Ray snickers as she runs her eyes up and down my body. I strongly advise you to never say that or do that again. Many a domestic struggle has started like that and it'll never end well. Oh, come on, just get on with it, right, Eth? I'm hungry. Exactly, hurry so we can go back to the cafeteria and eat. I sigh and hang my head. I'm not getting changed, or sure as I'm not getting undressed in front of you. Why not? Too embarrassed? Come on, it's not like you lose anything from being seen. Apart from my patience, why do you want to see me undressed anyway? Are you some kind of pervert? Just want to see how cool you look in your sports gear, that's all. I don't believe you. Just use your imagination. You've seen both the Academy issue sportswear, have you? Me needs a moment to think about that question, rather simply as shakes her head. Really, Eth? That makes sense for those types of classes. Oh, I see. I guess it'll be kind of pointless if you take part of anything physically demanding. What about magic application lessons? Those can get pretty rigorous, I hear. It's fine, I don't sweat it. Oh! My eyes widen as I mull over Eth's response. If I think of Eth as a plant rather than a person, it all makes a lot of sense. After all, plants don't need to exercise like we do, nor do they possess sweat glands. But if Eth is more of a plant than human, then what's her diet? Is she a carnivorous plant, like a venomous flytrap, or is she something completely different altogether? Yeah, another item added to my to research as I head towards the door. Alright, that's enough. Let's head back to the cafeteria. Wait, where's Ray? Eth and I looked around the room, searching for Ray. After a few moments, I hear her spy near the bed, reimagine the suitcase. My roommate's suitcase, that is. Sable, I knew you were kind of odd, but Ray's pinching her fangs, raised her hand. Between her thumb and index finger, a teeny tiny... Oh my god. Here. Ray, put those back! Sable plays with dolls? No, those aren't mine! Oh, really? Then whose are they then? My roommates. I mean... Oh my god. How are you enjoying it? I had to log off for family. Hey! We're enjoying it. I mean, like I said, it's a little break. I don't really have a problem. I love it so far. How are you enjoying the game? I had to log off for family. Hey, it's all good. No worries, Mega Rapidash. I appreciate you. Then she turns to look to her side, finally seemingly to realize that there are only 2 beds in this room, not 1. Your roommate? She's a pixie. Immediately complimenting my statement, Ray hurries to put it on her way back where she found it. She passed down the suitcase, tried to put everything back where it was. I'm sorry. Yeah. Tell that to my roommate. She starts yelling at me, going through her stuff. Ray slides a faint whimper as she realizes the mistake she's made. One thing to go through the belongings of a friend when they're right next to you, to do so of the absent stranger going too far. What's the premise of this game? The premise is the main character is basically is attending a school to learn magic and whatnot, and you're stuck with demi-humans the whole time, and we've already had a couple moments of awkwardness. And unfortunately, our main teacher is a succubus, so that's great, and I have to picture a bunch of shit. I love me some apple pie. Well, what's done is done. Let's just go back to the cafeteria so you can wait for your orders. Okay. What is going on? Not teeny tiny panties. That's not my suitcase. That's somebody else's suitcase. Oh my god. I love apple pie. I would nut all over the floor for whoopie pie. Oh. I cannot tell you how fucking good this is. And luckily I have another one in my fridge. I don't know if I say the only human in this game, probably. After spending a somber 30 minutes or so with F, whose holy water hope fails to arrive and Ray feels guilty by her early actions, I head to the courtyard for my next class. Unlike during our first 2 classes, this time our leash is the first to arrive, having no doubt remained in the courtyard since our moment of previous encounter. Yeah, that's probably what it is, though, honestly, too. Probably the only human so far right now. Situated off to the side, she waits on her own as our classmate begins to show up, eager to separate herself from the pack. The one begins to walk towards her. Sable! I am assaulted by behind by an ear-spouting shout. Oh man, you wouldn't believe the morning I had. My teacher has some psychotic old man. There's this little aggro little fairy in my class. And this one muscle-bound dude and... Oh my god. Calm down, Draken. Get a hold of yourself. I forcibly push Draken away as she tries to cling on me. Despite having met one another for the first time earlier today, it is God damn, I can't fucking talk sometimes. And only for a brief period of time of that, it is clear that she already considers us good friends. A dragon? Sable, you're friends with a dragon? Half dragon, actually. Paying no mind to the fierce surprise in Leisha's voice. Draken's expression immediately brightens as she smiles the wary elf happy. Hi, I'm Draken. Are you a friend of Sable's? Oh, I don't know if I would go that far. So you aren't friends? I didn't say that. Then which is it? Either you're friends or you aren't. It's simple. It's still smiling cheerfully. Draken's friendly, straightforward personality quickly overwhelms Leisha. Leisha seems wary of both Draken and the question itself falters. I suppose some might consider us be friends. However, oh god. She's going all tsundere right now. Tsundere! Leisha glances at me as if waiting for me to finish her sentence. Perhaps it's afraid to assume too much of our relationship. Leisha is the polar opposite of Draken when it comes to making friends, huh? Is she truly that unsociable, or is Leisha that mindful that having a few classes together is enough to form a friendship? Paying for the matter far less than the sulking elf to my right, and a much more thoughtful than the energetic dragon to my left, I answer on Leisha's behalf. What are you saying, Leisha? Of course we're friends. We are? I mean, of course we are. Thick as thieves, and you and I, comrades in the pursuit of knowledge greater than the possessed any of it before us. I bought Mirage today. It was on sale. I should probably finish the Legacy before I start a new game. Oh, the Assassin... Are you talking about Assassin's Creed? Yeah, it was like, what was it, 40 bucks? Something like that. I was thinking about doing it, but I was gonna wait. I got so many Assassin's Creed games I have to play at some point. Yeah, that's what I meant. Whatever you two are one another right now, we're all the same situation. Let's do our best to help each other out, okay? Help each other out. Come on, Sable the lesson. At Draken words, I come out as an obvious realization far too late. Draken isn't only here to ditch class and hang out with us. Her classmates are also here, so is her teacher. So it's a joint lesson. Assist one another if you must, but I, for one, shall require no such consideration. I happen to be an expert in magic in all varieties, particularly those used in combat. Ah, so the elf knows how to fight. We should spar sometime. My mom always told me that elves put up a good fight when you're considering their homeland. Ah, Alicia immediately regrets her words. Though Draken fails to understand her reaction, it's crystal clear that Alicia has remembered the true nature of the inhuman creature before her. Dragons and elves are natural enemies. The former have wiped out the countless clans of the latter, slaughtering them all indiscriminately. Yeah, I was gonna, I have so many games to go through. I have Origins, I have Odyssey, I have Valhalla, and obviously I don't have the new one yet, so I might just wait a while. I might play next year, actually, honestly. I wouldn't blame Leisha if she wanted nothing to do with the native girl beside her. So, joint lessons, huh? Wow, I can't wait. This is going to be exciting. I know, right? Yeah, if nothing else, we'll at least have a real teacher for once. I wouldn't get your hopes up, Leisha follows my gaze as I set upon the man who presumed to be Dragon's teacher. Slowly approaches to the classroom of an aging man. Easily 70s or so age. He has a walking stick on his right hand and a wooden sword over his left shoulder. Though he appears to have some fight left in him, the old man is clearly no longer in his prime. It would be a different matter if he were a dragon, but man, you humans age poorly, huh? Indeed, if he were an elf, he'll be still as agile as he was in his teen years, if not more so. Rub it in my face, why don't you? Unfortunately for me, humans either age quicker than most demi-human races. Elves, for example, are known to live hundreds of years, and dragons count centuries like humans count days. While some races, such as pixies and harpies, tend to live shorter lives than humans, the majority of prominent demi-human races outlast by many lifetimes. Oh, not you! No! Ah, there you all are. Welcome to my beloved students to the Glyph Invoking class, as the more formal name goes, Runic Typography Studies. I trust that you're all getting on with our friends in class 1D. Yes, I'm glad to hear it. Now that almost everyone's here, it's all time for y'all to start pairing up with other students. Pick a student from the other class and stand next to your partner and face the front. Once everybody's partnered up, further instructions will be given. I stare at Eris skeptically as her bright smile and cheerful tone of voice fill me with doubt. Last lunch, she barely even showed up to class, and now she's as bright as ever chipper can be. Or is she not that way because another teacher's present, or is it just Miss Montaigne's actually a really good teacher at heart? The moment I remember my conversation with Jorah in the library, I conclude that it must be the former. Whatever the case, if she's willing to teach, I'm willing to learn. The only question is now, who should I pair up with? Draco would be the obvious choice, but she's by no means my only option. Despite only being in a panic when we met up, Draken clearly has stated there was an aggro little fairy in her class. Assuming the aggro she was aggro precisely because Draken called her a fairy, I figured there's a good chance that she was talking about ticks. It's not like I need to pair up with either one of them, but there's an entire class students, any one of whom will be less troublesome. Yakuza Like a Dragon is a game you might enjoy. I got it for free through PlayStation Now last year. The story's pretty good, but it can be grindy at times to get XP. And good to be purchased better weapons. Oh yeah, like any other RPG game. I don't think I ever played Yakuza games before, honestly. Or that it could be even worse, for all I know. Draken and Tix might be the most serious students in their class. Oh, fucking Christ. I think for right now, we should pair with Draken. Dragon Girl, it was the first time I played them too. I sigh in resignation and glance towards Draken, who was already staring at me exponentially. Screw it, maybe she'll surprise me and take the class seriously. She did rank quite highly in their entry exam after all. It's not like I can judge her ability based on her personality, but since it was free, I gave it a go. Hey, that's awesome. At least you gave a game that you don't usually play, and you gave it a shot, and you say, hey, this is kind of cool. So you can have a chance, you know what I mean? That's awesome, though. Please, at least owe her a chance. Say, Draken, what are you waiting for? Get over here already. Grinning from ear to ear, Draken invites me over to her side. With my partner selected, I wait for the remaining students to pair up. Once everyone has found a partner, our teachers straighten up and stare at us seriously, preparing to begin the lesson at any moment. They stand side by side, just like many of us, begin to concentrate on ether around their hands. Now that everyone's paired up, let me explain the essence of Runic Typography Studies. This class is begun to teach you to write and memorize a variety of glyphs. You write them in the air, leaving a trail of ether dust to spell out the words in runic writing. Then evoke whatever spell you have to cast with the littlest powers you possibly can. By experimenting with different words, you will naturally begin to associate certain glyphs with different elements or different effects. At the same time, you'll be decreasing your cast time through repeated practice of basics. This is a class with a variety of applications, so I implore you to take all of this seriously. Ether dust, runic glyphings, glyphs. As I look around, I see a number of students who seem puzzled by these unfamiliar terms. But they have no doubt heard the words in passing and read them in textbooks, and that isn't enough to prepare them for what our teachers have planned. I almost pity my classmates being thrown in the head first like this. Luckily for them, what Eris instructed us to do isn't really that difficult. Create a few random glyphs, attempt to evoke them, and then curse your failure and try again. In other words, experiment with the basics of spell casting until you gain sufficient confidence. I mean, what is this, fucking fairy tale? Or wait, no, this is probably Turn of Darkness where we have a bunch of glyphs. And you're just like, alright, we're gonna do magic attack, we're gonna do barriers, we're gonna do all kinds of fun. I don't even fucking know where to go for that. But anyways, wait, did I even ask you that yet, Mega Rapidash? About your day? Well, about your, I probably did. I probably did ask you about about your Thanksgiving. I almost said Halloween like an idiot. In other words, experiment with the basic of spell casting until you've gained sufficient confidence. Alright, let's get the show on the road. Glyphs are a piece of cake for us dragons. They are? I would have thought the dragons would have no need to write glyphs. You are sorely mistaken, my dearest friend. What do you think humans learn most of these symbols? They certainly didn't figure they're all by themselves. Ah, so I stare at Draken's wide eye as she nonchalantly reveals to me information which symbolists have been chanting for centuries. Come to think of it, Draken's mother could easily be many thousands of years old. I'm driving home from my uncle's in Swansea. Well, being driven home. Oh, okay. I know you're trying to say uncles. Comes to think of it, dragons might be easy one made thousands of years of age. It makes sense that she would have a lot of knowledge to impart on her child. Draken may be far more knowledgeable than I assumed. If you have never engaged in the process called creating lights before, please ask your partner to show you how. If neither one of you knows or needs further instruction, ask your respective teachers and we'll show you how it's done. For those who are already confident in your abilities, I ask that you refrain from showing off. Focus on retaining absolute control rather than engaging reckless behavior. Every year we have many students injured during this class, and even a few fatalities, and when I tell you to stop or control yourself, make sure you listen. If you go too far, we'll stop you by force. Eris issues a stern warning to the more whimsical and prideful among us. I look around my fellow students doing so, I understand why Eris is warning us right from the beginning. Indeed, the risk of injury is bound to be high when gathering novice mages and having them practice unfamiliar spells. I can't fault Eris for her caution. Even so, to think that people actually died in this class before? Right, without further ado, you may now begin. Take turns with the apartment, watch them carefully, and point out any mistakes they've made and learn from what they can do correctly. Also remember that we'll be watching you, so no fighting, so take your pains at your own pace and don't push your limits. You're here to practice runic writing, not to cast powerful spells. Eris' instruction concluded and the students are either turn to one another once more, and it's finally kind of time to get started. Alright buddy, stand back, watch how it's done. You're going first, Draken? Don't overdo it, you're the teacher. Nobody's got anywhere listening to the teachers telling them what they can't do. Now strap yourself and get ready for a show. I take a few steps back as a precaution while my partner gets ready to begin. Whether my partner is in complete control or not, I'm not able to risk injury about getting too close. The moment I step back, it begins. My partner starts to gather ether from within her body and immediately radiates energy so strong that it sends shivers down my spine. Despite being told by our teacher to tone it down, it appears that she has no intention of doing so. Either that or she lacks the precision that I had assumed for her behalf. O eternal mother of the flames, I beseech thee, I bestow upon me but a fraction of your power. Bathe me in the flames of life and burn to ashes to all who gaze upon me with ill intent. Draken chants a spell I never heard of before. Whether she learned it from her mother or an old tome or just created a spell itself, the power radiating from her body tells me how dangerous it is. If her control of his power is poor, it might end up very badly for everyone here. Averting my gaze, I briefly glance over to the other pair of students around the courtyard. Although most of them are using very basic spells, my partner is by no means the only one putting in an impressive display. It seems like my grade is filled with skilled mages spanning across many different races. Amazing to think that there are only students in my grade capable of magic like this. Though I thought that in my in-depth understanding of magic, it put me to an advantage over my classmates. Apparently that isn't the case. I may possess impressive knowledge, but these students are clearly leagues above me in other areas. As in case with any skill, simply being knowledgeable in magic is not enough to become a master. The practical application of high-level magic requires years of training and hard work, and not to mention natural talent. It isn't something you can freely use by knowing how it works. Seeing my classmates use techniques which I myself cannot reminds me of this. What do you think, Sable? Are you ready? Are you in my awe of my mighty flames? Oh god, it seems you're the only male character. I've seen women so far. It probably we had like a dude-looking character earlier, which we have no idea if that's like a delusion or not. I have no idea. He looked very faceless. I don't know like if that's a man or that's a woman. I have no idea. Draken smirks and glances towards me. Despite the sheer output of her spell, Draken is able to converse with me without breaking her concentration. This girl is more skilled than I thought. Amazing, truly amazing. I can't believe you're able to pull off something like this so easily. Flames continue to swirl around Draken's body as she smiles proudly. Then before they can expand any further, Draken inhales deeply, sucking the flames into her body. In an instant, the flames are gone. Draken then sighs, exhaling breath so hot that it could melt iron, and the last remnants of her spell disappear. Whew, nothing like a little fire play to get the blood pumping. I probably shouldn't even those flames though. Now I feel a bit sick. Surprisingly, Draken seems to regret showing off. Her expression sours and there's a clear discomfort on her face. If you're feeling well, maybe we should speak to the teachers. I know where the infirmary is, so I can escort you there if you like. Ah, that's okay. Thanks to your consideration, but I'll be fine in a minute. It's just a little bit of a heartburn. God damn. I mean, what do you... I mean, she looks more of like... I will say this. She reminds me of like Natsu, but in his Dragon Force mode, but if she was female instead of male. Oh, minus the wings, of course. Like, the way, like, her face is and stuff like that. Just gives you, like, that Natsu type of look. I raised an eyebrow and Draco's little take on the term heartburn and then breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, well, she says she's okay. I'll take her word for it. Besides, I didn't really want to miss out on such an important class on my first day. With my partner's displays fresh in my mind, I stepped back and took a deep breath and began to prepare myself my own turn. Before gathering ether and drawing any glyphs and invoking any chances, it's impressive I decided what kind of spell to use. Would be safe to around use so many people would impress my partner. What can I use without causing a disturbance? Many questions swirl around inside my head. Before long, I have my answer. I gathered ether in my palms and stand up straight. With my eyes open and ample fuel at my disposal, I began to chant. Everlasting darkness, I permit thee to reside within the lowly vessel. Instill in me the coldness of death and warp around my being with unyielding force. Again, my better judgment, I decided to show up by enchanting a spell I created myself. The chain is ominous in its intended use, and it's a technique I have to be careful with. Honestly, a poor choice of simple demonstration. Through the eyes of the abyss, your power becomes mine, and I take in my hand that which belongs to no man but make it my own. To press and control under the weight of all, no escape from my grasp, and perish on my touch. Your fate is now mine to command. Having second thoughts in my last moment, I swallow my reservation and push ahead. It's already too late to conceal the contents of the invocation. What's important now is that I remain in control. Whoa, what the heck is that? It looks pretty, but I get the feeling I shouldn't touch it. I ignore my partner's murmurs, and not because I don't want to answer, but I can't spare the attention. If I lose focus for even a moment, I fail. Okay, that's the hard part done. Now I just need to maintain the cluster in this state for a minute and dispel it. With my arms curved in front of me as I'm holding the invisible basketball, I glaze down the glowing black spear. Suspended in the midair as mass energy, frightfully dense, so far too dangerous to touch. Anything consumed by the sphere will be compressed and flattened without mercy. Everything inside it will join together and become a single object. This is gravity manipulation magic. Phew, halfway there. Just a little longer, I'll be able to spell this safely. I want to touch it. I want to touch it so badly, but my eyes open wide as Draken reaches out towards me. Her hand approaches the spear, which is being maintained by my arms, as she continues to stare, completely fixated. Draken, don't dedicate myself to controlling the spell. I'm barely able to warn my partner while maintaining the spear's form. Unfortunately, I'm too late. My concentration's broken. My partner is too close to me to safely restore the spear to its intended size. At this stage, I can't ride this invocation and out to dispel it. If I'm going to avoid injuring myself and my partner, I'll need to cast a spell over a wide area and minimize its effects as much as possible. Damn it, sorry everyone! What? What's going on? What the heck is this? My body, I can't move! The cries of my classmates reached in the ears as I dedicate my entire being to minimize the effects of my own spell. I spread out the entire area of effects as widely as I can, simultaneously to strengthen the spell in empty space not being occupied by anybody else. However, I assume my limit. The ether inside my body is quickly depleted, and I can no longer control the spell I cast. I just really absorb the ether air around me. I try to regain even a smaller version of control to undo a small amount of damage I've caused, but it's no use. I've already exhausted my energy to the point where I can no longer stand. I was far too reckless. My eyes slowly open and then quickly closes once again as light sears my retinas. I turn my head to the side, away from the artificial light directly above me, and blink a few times to get used to the brightness. As I'm able to open my eyes, I look around the room, trying to discern where I am and why am I here. Is this the infirmary? Why am I... My eyes are wide open as memories of such recent events rush to the forefront of my mind. Oh right, the invoking class. I got ahead of myself and used a dangerous spell to show off, didn't I? It was going okay at first, but I lost control. I looked down at my hands and frowned upon. How can I have done something so reckless? Even if I wanted to impress my classmates, this kind of display was nothing to show to arrogant. I might have seriously injured someone today, if not for, once again, my eyes wide in shock. If not for what? I lost consciousness, but the effects of the spell would have kept on going without the caster's suppression the spell's effects, if only grown stronger. For all I know, I really must have hurt someone today, or perhaps even... Here we have many students injured in this class, and even a few fatalities. If I tell you to stop or control yourself, you make sure you to listen. My hands began to shake as I recall Ares' words. Could I have really killed someone? No, of course I could have. That's not what being debated right now. The real question is, I need to ask is, did I? Before I realized, tears are streaming down my cheeks. Furthermore, my hands are no longer my parts of my body that are shaking. Every one of my muscles are twitching, not only from strain, but also from nervousness and anxiety. Best to know to me, I might be a murderer. That can't be true, can it? I'm not a fighter, but I didn't come to this academy to hurt people or kill them. I mean to become a researcher, and I want to help people, not injure them. If I really did kill someone today or injure them in some horrific manner, then... Oh dear, are you alright? I did my best to heal your body, there shouldn't be any residual damage, but perhaps I missed something after all. We have an angel? What's going on here now? Before I can immerse myself in self-loathing any further, a pure white figure approaches. My tears stop and my body stops shaking. I gaze up at the approaching woman in awe, unable to believe what I'm seeing. An angel? That means I wound up killing myself with my own spell. I can't help but exclaim loudly as I reach such an unfortunate conclusion. For a mage, there is no greater shame than killing oneself with their own spell, especially by accident. Please calm yourself. You are not dead, dear boy. My name is Raphael. I presumably infirmary in the academy. Pleased to meet your acquaintance. Greeted by the nurse's caring words in a gentle tone, I feel my body begin to relax. Her voice has soothing effect anyone who hears it, similar to the charm enforced by others by my teacher, Eris Monte. But unlike Eris, this woman's using her power to help, but not manipulate. Miss Raphael? Just Raphael, dear. Raphael, then, do you know what happened after I lost consciousness? I realized that you weren't present, but I thought I maybe... Oh, so you're worried about your friends and teachers. What a kind-hearted child. You even laying on your deathbed, the well-being of others, what weighs most heavily on your mind. I'm sure your kindness will be rewarded as ascend to heaven. Phew, that's a relief. Wait a minute, my deathbed, heaven? Yeah, I'm just kidding, here's a joke. I did mean the first part, though. I admire those who care for others deeply as they place their own well-being second. Ha! Self-sacrifice in the name of protecting one's beloved. There's anything more romantic. My expression begins to slowly distort as I catch a glimpse of Raphael's true nature. Pardon me, I didn't mean to detract the topic at hand. You wish to confirm the safety of classmates, is that correct? Without saying a word, I nod firmly. Then you have nothing to worry about. Your classmates are all safe and sound. Only one student approached death, but they too made a full recovery. I sigh in relief. Thank goodness. If I really did kill someone, I don't know what I would do. Before I completely be at ease, however, I need to inquire further. So, that person almost died, who was it? Was it my partner? Is she in the resting room? Going by proximity to myself during the casting of the spell, it seems the reason that my partner would be the most heavily injured. However, upon hearing my question, Raphael shakes her head. The student who encroached upon death's door is in this room right now. I look around the room once more, the searching for a presence I might have missed earlier. But how many times I look around, I can only confirm the presence of no more than 2 people. After a few moments, I grasp some realization. Figured out, have you? From my hear, the spell you cast was very dangerous. You have managed to assert control over, you would have no doubt killed several of your classmates. Fortunately, you fought on to the end, taking the bulk of the strain upon yourself, even as your consciousness slips away. It almost cost you your life, but the results speak themselves. Your classmates are safe and sound. I lay back on the bed and close my eyes, sighing deeply. They're all okay, what a relief. I should imagine so. You struggled hard to save your friends, and your efforts were not in vain. You are truly admirable, dear child. With my eyes still closed, I was surprised to feel the touch of my skin on my left hand. My eyes shoot open. I find Raphael caressing my hand with her own. Raphael, what do you... Shh, rest peacefully, dear child. You have earned this. So surprisingly find my hand being held. I'm not comfortable. Rather not. The soothing feeling from earlier now enveloped my entire body, almost as though I'm resting on a cloud. Without thinking, I lay my head on the pillow. That's right. Rest well, young hero. But I was the one who put everyone in danger. Everything that happened was my fault. And you accepted the consequences of your actions without delay. You put yourself in harm's way so that nobody else would impact by your mistake. That is the difference between a coward and a hero. My eyelids continue to grow heavier by the second. All the worries weighing my mind have been cast aside, and my body has been healed by the angel in front of me. A hero, huh? That might not be so bad. Yes, rest your weary body, young hero. You deserve a good night's rest. When you waken, remember my words, and trust that you have accomplished here today is a far greater good. But above all else, remember this. You have caught my eye, dear child. As such, when time does come, your soul shall be mine to harvest. What? For the second time today, I awakened myself to find the Academy Infirmary. Unlike earlier, this time around, I am unable to downly alone. Without Raphael by my bedside telling me to rest, I forced myself to stay in and walk over the window. Peering out the window, that I quickly realized that it is now night to close it. Unknowing, I slept almost half the day, and I'm doing so I missed another class. Oh man, I lost consciousness at the start of one class and then slept through another? Whereas the first two classes weren't even proper lessons. The first one was shortened thanks to the opening ceremony, which I also missed. What an unproductive first day. Regretting the opportunities I had missed already, I turned away from the window to begin to sketch. Oh well, it's only my first day. It's not like I missed anything important. As long as I fully attend class dutifully from now on, there shouldn't be any problems. I exited the infirmary and began to walk around my classroom. Along the way, I realized I need to bother. It's already near bedtime. No one to be in the classroom. As I suppose I can't be helped. I have been asleep for almost half the day after all. I can't expect anyone to alter their schedule to suit mine. If I'm not going to class, where should I go? I'm far too well rested to go to bed. I don't really want to go to my room, but how dark it is. A stroll in the courtyard is probably not on the table. What suitable venue will be on this time of the evening? Let's go to the library. I'm not going to spend too much library earlier, so it'd be nice to pay another visit. Given the time of day, I might even get to the place to myself, and considering how much I've slept already, I won't have to worry about getting carried away of losing sleep. Okay, I made my decision. The library it is. Oh, damn it. Strolling through the empty hallways, it doesn't take long before I reach the library. Like the hallways, the library appears to be a completely devoid of life and almost dead silent. Taking a quick look around, I'm fairly certain I'm done. Not only do I have ample time to research, but I can also get the library all to myself. What did I do to search such a wonderful gift? Rather than depress myself by dwelling on my own rhetorical question, I walk over to the nearest bookshelf. Glancing over a few dozen books, as soon as I take one with an interesting title in my hand, Magic Beast Convents, your first binding ritual. Sounds dangerous, interesting, but dangerous. It's definitely not my idea of something I like to put to practical use. Though my knowledge on the subject is limited, I'm familiar with the basics of binding rituals and Magic Beast Covenants. The idea is to gradually break down the resistance of a magic beast until it no longer wishes to fight, and then you inject a part of yourself onto the beast in its weakened state. Over time, the beast will become familiar to you, and you will feel as though you are truly part of one another. Once the beast has reached to a certain amount of familiarity, you can conduct a ritual to bind your souls to one another, forming a covenant breakable only by death. Of course, the entire notion of binding souls together is a complete farce. Whatever is really going on, it surely be something far less than grandiose. But at this point, that is still accepted theory, and I, for one, have no plans to attempt to disapprove in the foreseeable future. Maybe I should give this book a read after all. I may not be particularly interested in applying what I might learn, but it can't hurt to increase my knowledge on the subject. Weighing upon the value of such knowledge, I flipped through the books for a few moments before putting it back on the shelf. Nah, forget it. I've already had plenty of subjects I've been meaning to research. I'll get back to the binding rituals at some other time. Maybe. I take a step back and start scanning the shelves once more. Do you wish help finding something? What? I jump in the fright of the presence of something manifest right next to me. Joru, yes? Oh, if it isn't Sable. Joru and I have each breathed a sigh of relief that I realized the identity of the other party. Jeez, you really scared me there. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. No, it's fine. I was just too engrossed with what I was doing. Anyway, what brings you back here? If I recall, earlier today we were digitizing books. Are you still doing that? I'm not still digitizing, but I've been attending class and studying digitally since earlier, you know. But yes, that's why I'm here now, right now. Wow, you sure are a hard worker. You really need that money that badly, huh? You said earlier that you're not a low-ranking student, so I imagine you're that strapped for cash. Oh, I'm not doing this for money. Money's certainly a factor, but above all else, I'm assisting digitizing books for the sake of helping other magi. Magi? Is it just Matt? Never mind. I can't pronounce shit anymore. Such as yourself. You're doing that hard of a job like this just to help others? This venture of mine is not entirely selfless, but that is indeed my primary goal. If you're an avid reader, then you surely know how valuable books in this library are, yes? I've heard that there are physical books in here that don't exist anywhere else in the world and yet to be digitized by any other way. Yes, precisely. That is exactly what I'm talking about. If a unique book is trapped in physical form, then only a single person can only read it at any time, but if a book were to be damaged or lost, we would lose the contents forever. That is why I aim to digitize every book in this library. I wish to free the knowledge contained in these tomes from their physical cages and to make it freely accessible to everyone. That's quite a noble goal, Joru. On behalf of everyone who has read one of your digitized books, allow me to thank you. I bow my head deeply towards the helpful girl in front of me. You don't need to do that. I'm not doing this in order to be thanked or anything. I just wanted to help out, you know? I raised my head and smiled at Joru. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Joru. Gee, I just said I'm not doing this to be thanked. Although I can't see her mouth under the mask, I imagine that Joru must be pouting as she tries to conceal her joy. Really? Joru has no idea how much people like her have helped me over the years. As someone who's not in a magic institution but with access to the terminal digitized books that are my sole source of information for many years, if it were not for people like Joru, I wouldn't be able to be close to where I am today. While silently singing Joru's praises, I noticed something struck her mask. Joru, you got a little... I point to a scrap of paper stuck to her mask. Oh my, how did I get in there? Joru laughs nervously as she plucks the scrap of paper and hastily pastes in her pocket. I raise an eyebrow at Joru's behavior, but ultimately shrug it off to decide not to ask. A book, so you were looking at a particular book, Sable? Oh, right, I was looking for anything particular. I just came here because I found myself with some free time. I see, I can certainly relate to that. That being said, you shouldn't neglect your health for the sake of your research. Too many aspiring young scholars have met their demise for prematurely doing so. Neglect my health? Who gave you that? What gave you that idea? Your stomach has been grumbling ever since I walked over here. Oh? Come to think of it, I would have usually eaten dinner by now, but I wasn't particularly hungry when I woke up, so I thought that didn't really cross my mind. Perhaps I should have gone to the cafeteria after all. I surely don't intend to become a victim of my own perception. Scratching my head, I smile wryly at Joru. Perhaps you're right, I want to use this free time to make progress in my research, but I still gotta eat. These books will be in here while you get back, Sable, and your time in the academy has only just begun. Take your time and take care of yourself. Your health is more important than your research. I can't say I agree with that, but I understand what you're trying to say. Alright, I'll go eat dinner. I'll come back with a full stomach. See you soon, Joru. Hehe, take your time. I turn around and leave the library, waving goodbye to Joru as I do. After paying quick as a bacteria, I turned to the library in order to borrow a few books. Then the books in hand I heard in my dorm room so that I can read all my leisure. I probably need to read these in the library without causing any trouble, but in the event the teacher caught me, it'll be pretty awkward trying to explain why I'm studying by myself in the midnight on my first day. Rather than risk that kind of encounter, I'd be better off reading in my room where nobody would bother me. Upon entering my dorm room, I immediately glanced around trying to see my roommate's presence. While it's possible that she's elsewhere, I didn't see her in the cafeteria. She's probably more tired than I am. Realistically speaking, she's likely getting ready to bed at this very moment. Damn, this might be a problem after all. I want to read for a few hours, but it'd be difficult to do as I'm bombarded ticks with artificial light. Her sleep shouldn't be disturbed because of my mistake. Despite my concerns, I can't find a trace of Tinks anywhere. She isn't in bed, there's no food out, and I can't hear her voice at all. The only sign of life... Oh, shit. The only sign of life, that faint sound of running water, which is likely the sound of someone showering next to the room of mine. How would I thought that Tinks would be here? She's spending the night in the room with another one of her friends. Tinks would be okay with having a male roommate earlier, but I wouldn't blame her if she lost her nerve after all. No thought I thought that Tinks would appear before me. I catch a glimpse of her figure out of the corner of my eye, and a moment later, my mouth is agape in shock. Tinks is bathing in the kitchen sink. Scrub, 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 wash, 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 make all the dirt fly away. A clean pixie's a good pixie, isn't that right, Sable? What? I shirk back in surprise as Tinks stares up at me at this moment. I'm not sure what surprised me more, the fact that she's bathing in a sink or that she's talking to me about bathing. I asked if you wanted to join me, but that dumb look on your face tells me you can't shrink your body down to the size. I mean, to be fair, I can't shrink my body either, but unlike you, I have no reason to. Picking up part of Tinks' words, I couldn't understand what she's trying to say. This is Tinks' normal size, but human-sized body earlier was a result of Tinks' enlarging her body using a form of enchantment magic. Tinks' true form is that of a tiny creature with wings no bigger than my hand. I had a hunch that Tinks might be using enchantment magic, given her strength earlier when I called her a fairy, but to think that she was able to alter her body with such extent. Humans are able to modify their bodies too heavily with magic. Our bones and muscles are not used to undergo changes. If we enhance our bodies too quickly or to a greater extent, it's frightfully easy to cause ourselves irreparable harm. But for pixies, this is apparently not the case. Sable, are you going to keep standing there oogling me? If it's fine if you are, but at least back away a little. You're going to blow me away if you breathe any harder. Oh, I'm sorry. I lost myself in thought for a moment. I'll leave you alone. I'm sorry for disturbing you. Hey, you're going to leave? Tinks' eyes and mouth opened wide in surprise. Well, yeah, isn't that natural? You're bathing. I don't want to get in your way. Tinks' mouth closed and warps to a smile. You're not in the way. Just sit down and talk to me. Let's chat a while. Why, you're naked? Is that a problem? I raised an eyebrow at Tinks' retort. Sighing inward, I sit down in the edge of my bed. Well, if you're sure it doesn't bother you, why would I? I'm not ashamed of my body. Besides, even if you're overcome with lust, it's not like you're able to do anything if I'm in this size anyway. What kind of person do you think I am? Tinks shrugs and smiles cheekily. Oh, come on to think of it. This makes you the first human to ever see my naked body. The first man, intentionally. Hearing Tinks' words, which are no doubt intended to excite or provoke me, I betray your expectations. Rather than react to gusto, I roll my eyes with scoff. So, you never took baths with your father when you were a child, or with your brothers? You don't know anything about pixies, do you? She doesn't pay. Oh, shit. Tinks' pressure remains the same, but her voice suddenly lowers. She doesn't appear to be angry, rather just a tinge of disappointment in her voice, perhaps regret. I've touched the subject she doesn't want to speak about. After making her way to the edge of the sink, Tinks wraps her tiny arms and naked body around the faucet, causing the water to stop flowing. Tinks uses the dishcloth to dry herself off, finally returns to her normal size. Sable, do you know how pixies breed? My heart almost stops and it confronted with Tinks' sudden question. Completely naked, standing right in front of me, Tinks jumps straight into the question one should hesitate to ask, even when fully clothed. And yet, despite the nature of her question, there is no lust in her eyes, nor she's blushing. Tinks is dead serious. No, I can't say I do. Is it different than how humans breed? Tinks shakes her head. The process is the same, but it's not what I'm talking about here. What I mean is, Tinks averts her gaze for a moment. She tries to think how the best to continue. Screw it, I'll just be direct. Sable, there's no such thing as a male pixie. There isn't? I told you when we met, didn't I? All pixie are female, every one last of us. Alright, you did say something like that. I didn't really think about what she was saying at the time, but from the look of it, Tinks wasn't kidding. I stared at Tinks in surprise, half expecting to crack a smile or laugh at me for believing her. Needless to say, however, Tinks is not lying. It's a cruel joke, isn't it? We have bodies clear for reproduction in the same manner as many other races, but we cannot give birth to a male offspring. As a result, we have no choice but to find partners from other races with similar biology as to ours, like human beings. Although Tinks' words are unexpected and the concept isn't completely foreign to me, there are several well-known demi-humans races that are female only. Most of them reproduce asexually or using some kind of catalyst. Others have counterpart species like succubi and incubi. So, I'll stop there for a second. What's actually kind of funny, and I did not know this for the longest time, I did not know there was a male counterpart of succubi. I never knew that for some reason. And I started playing Shinigami Tensei, and I kind of looked it up. I was like, what is incubi? Oh, it's the male version. Never mind. So that answers my question. Never knew that. Then there are races like harpies, lamia, apparently pixies, which have no choice but to either crossbreed or perish. Pixies are taught from an early age to enhance and grow our bodies, partly to ward off predators, but to also increase the number of races we can potentially mate with. It's tiring to stay human size for too long, but out in the wild, we often have no choice. I frown upon while smiling, really unsure what to say in response. Thankfully, before I can give too much thought, a smile returns to Tinks' face as she charges her tone. So yeah, that's how it is. If you're planning to make a move on me, you better have the resolve to see it all the way to the end. After all, it's not like we can survive without relying on you humans. Seemingly intent on monologuing to the very end, Tink turns away from me. Then she reverts back to a normal size, too small for me to clearly make her expression, and flies towards her bed. Rather than land on the bed, she hovers above her backpack for a moment, unzipping it. Slips into the backpack like it's a sleeping bag, makes herself comfortable, tucks herself away for the night. Her whole backpack is a thing? With my first day of Andrew Many Academy behind me, I wake up to a bright and early, having slept for a couple hours throughout the night. Given Tinks's preference to sleep in her natural side rather than go artificially use a proper bed, I was able to read in my room for many hours after all. Having placed a blanket over the top of Tinks's backpack so no light would get in, I summoned my terminal. And then accessed the Jedi's books in the Academy's library and kept myself busy for many, many hours before succumbing to fatigue. Oh my god, here we go. There's the music. Once I showered and changed to another set of clothes, I heard downstairs to the cafeteria. Fortunately, among the first to arrive, I'm able to place my order at the counter without waiting in line. Moments later, I'm sitting down, staring into the fully pool of pancakes, not trying to drool. Now, this is what breakfast should be like. I'm generally not hungry this early in the morning, but after eating so little yesterday, I'm going to be no problem at all. Pancakes topped with cream and maple syrup, a breakfast so unhealthy, yet so delicious. Without paying any mind to the calories I'm ingesting, I continue to dig in. It's a good thing I got here early. If Ray were here, I'm sure the show... Sable! Whoa! I almost fell over as an inappropriately loud voice shouted to me from behind. Sable, I knew you'd be here. You're an early riser, just like me. Talk about good fortune. Breathing heavily as I try to regain my calm by turning my head like my loudmouthed acquaintance. No, not good fortune, perhaps. It's more like fate. Anyway, good morning, Sable. Yeah, good morning, Dragon. I smile weakly and nod my head, then turn back around to face my food. Oh, I know what those are. Those are pancakes, aren't they? Human cities sure have strange foods. It does look tasty, though. I can't wait to try one day. Good food, good food. Hey, so listen. Draken dulls her energy tone and draws slightly closer. Though still full of life, she puts on a serious expression, or at least one of the serious Draken capable of making. Well, yesterday, are you feeling okay now? Yesterday, you know, after you fainted? I stopped eating as memories of yesterday flood back to my mind. Right at the start of runic typology studies, I made a complete fool of myself. I attempted to use a spell far beyond my own capabilities. By the time I realized I was too late to spell and I lost control. Although I got lucky and avoided one seriously injuring anyway, I lost consciousness and missed the rest of the lesson. You looked totally ragged when I brought you to the infirmary. I wanted to stay until you woke up, but the angel lady told me I'd just get in the way. Oh, so you carried me, didn't you? Sorry for troubling you like that, and... Well, as quiver as I continue, I apologize for putting you in such a great danger. Sable, I got carried away yesterday. I wanted to show off, just like our teachers told us not to, and I totally screwed up. If you or someone else from our class were seriously injured or even killed, then I lowered my gaze and I think about what I might have been. The shame of losing control is... I'm gonna hop off, man. Good night. Hey, Sentinel, I appreciate you for stopping in. I know it's not one of our usual games, but I appreciate you for being here. We're just getting a little break from our usual games, trying to slow down the pace and whatnot. We might actually probably play a GameCube game at some point after this. So we'll probably be spending tonight and tomorrow on playing this for a while. Probably shouldn't take us that long, but yes, be home safe, bud. Thank you, Sentinel. I'll see you tomorrow. Or maybe on TikTok, depending where you are. I'll probably talk on there. Have a good night. And thank you for being here. Yeah, you're home safe, Mega. Hell yeah. The shame of losing control is totally outweighed by the disgrace of endangering my companions. Even thinking about how I could have killed my new friends enough to bring a tear from my eye. This is one mistake I'll never forget. That would have been bad, huh? Well, there's nothing you can do about it, huh? I look up to find Draken give me a toothy grin. You gambled and you lost. It happens. All you can do now is learn from your mistake and move on. No. But the people I hurt must apologize and they'll forgive you. I mean, the only one who was badly hurt was you anyway. It's not like they can really hold a grudge. And they do make a big deal about novice mage making a mistake, then they're the one at fault, not you. A novice mage, huh? Despite knowing that Draken's heart is in the right place, her words wound me. And the reason why they hurt so badly, that she's right. I like to prop myself by using spells that from other first-year students can't. And I'm thinking to myself that I know things that I don't, but the truth is I'm no better than they are. I'm a novice beginning a fledgling. I'm not the valedictorian like Lisha. I don't wield the power of a half-dragon like Draken does, or possess the experience of a senior student like Joru. My only claim to fame is to have spent the days in isolation far away from my peers consulting research that could have been easily died along with me yesterday due to my own carelessness. I really am just a delusional fool, aren't I? Anyway, on to more important matters. That spell you used yesterday, Sable, what was that? I felt It felt like spatial distortion. A quick Google search said the game's about 31 hours. This game's a romance-based game based on choices. Oh, probably 31 hours. That sounds pretty correct. I don't mind playing it for a few times. I don't have a problem. Either I'll probably switch it up every once in a while once we kind of like relax. So, who knows, right? It felt like spatial distortion magic, but the scale was extraordinary. How'd you do that? Oh, right. I followed my words as Draken coaxed me out of my self-loathing. It's a spell I made up. I named it the Call of the Abyss. Before you can say anything, I know it's a lame name, but it's the best that I... Awesome, that's totally awesome. Call of the Abyss. That sounds like a finishing move of a supervillain. That's not really what I was going for. How does it work? Is it some kind of special ability that only you can use? No, it's nothing like that. It's just an ordinary spatial distortion magic that I tweaked a little bit. Tweaked? What do you mean? It's a bit difficult to explain properly. Put it simply, I narrowed the scope of the spell to give it the precise direction in which to flow. I caused the spatial distortion magic to flow to itself, repeatedly pulling itself towards a central point, thus forming a sphere which becomes more and more dense as I pour ether. Once I'm happy with the density, I quickly change the direction, so instead of pulling itself towards the maintained spherical shape, the full force of the ball of magic is suddenly pushed to a single direction. At that point, it just works like gravity, pulling anything and everything to one direction with a great force. Yesterday, I tried to stop it part way, though it didn't really do what I wanted to do, but even so, as I stopped talking as my explanation goes lose momentum. I look and I realize Dragon is staring at me wide-eyed. Whether she understood my attempted explanation or not, she appears to be intrigued. So, that's how you did it, huh? I mean, I didn't really understand most of what you said, but I think I got the gist of it. I sigh in resignation as my explanation fails to hit its mark. At any rate, that was really impressive, Sable. It's not like compared to the mighty fire magic of Bond of Fate Dragon, of course, but it's not as much as one expected from a puny human. Thanks, I guess? Although I'm a bit unsure about Draken's complaints, I'm thankful for her straightforward approach regarding yesterday's incident. Tix didn't say a word about what happened yesterday. As a member of Draken's class, she was definitely there. There was no way she wasn't affected by what happened. And yet, despite being present, then seeing me that night, she said nothing. Is it because I caught her heart in the middle of bathing, and so it's a pretty heavy conversation to have while relaxed in the hot shower? Or is that her way of being considerate? Pondering my roommate's silence, I sigh in defeat to return to my pancakes. I think I'm cold. Do you want me to... No, thank you. Okay, come to think of it, I'm getting pretty hungry myself. I should grab something to eat, too. I'll be right back. Seeing me to eat my cold pancakes, Draken heads over to the counter, which is fairly vacant. She scans the menu on the left and right, looking at each item carefully as she tries to reach a decision. This might take a while. 31 hours. That's... Damn. Looks like I might have my little way around. After eating breakfast with Draken, I head towards my classroom. I still have another 20 or so minutes before class will start, so I don't really need to enter my classroom just yet. But with nothing particular that I need to do, and not enough time to accomplish anything worthwhile, a few other ideas come to mind. That being said, once I do arrive in front of the classroom, I find myself becoming strangely nervous. My hand begins to shake as I reach for the doorknob, but I hesitate to actually open the door. Even the class is almost empty. I worry of what awaits me. Come to think of it, even if Draken and Tix don't hold what happened yesterday against me, there's no guarantee my classmates will feel the same way. What if they hate me or fear me? I couldn't blame them if they did, and I couldn't say for sure that I wouldn't feel that way about someone who could accidentally kill me. Will they start bullying me, and maybe they'll ignore me from now on? In any case, I'm definitely in for... Ah, here's the faceless person. There we go. Sable. If I jump in front for a second this morning, someone suddenly addresses me from behind. Turning around, I find Hell, my faceless classmate. Oh, good morning. Good morning to you, my dear Sable. How are you feeling this fine, beautiful day? I force upon a smile in response to Hell's over-the-top greeting. Great, I guess? Good to hear. Of course, I would expect nothing less than the diva of one class C. You're calling me a diva now? I'm not sure whether to laugh or sigh at my classmate once again dressed me in old fashion. Oh no, do not misunderstand, my dear Sable. I am by no means the one who bestowed such a title upon you. The honor belongs to one of our... You are a diva. Yeah! I'm not a diva. No. I am one ugly motherfucker. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I want to bet some money that I bet about all the chicks in the world, if they line up and they're gonna tell me I bet every single one of them is gonna say ugly, 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 ugly guy, ugly guy, ugly guy, ugly guy. And I'm like, oh, okay. I'm just nothing's gonna change. The honor belongs to one of our classmates. I'm able to recall which one. So I wasn't the only one loony one in our class. Maybe being ignored by my classmate would be such a bad thing after all. I must say, you might look particularly energetic this morning, my dear. Did you not sleep well? If you are so inclined, I wouldn't mind helping you in a particular area. I stare at Hell bemusedly. I understand what you're trying to say, but I refuse. Don't be so quick to decline. You might be surprised how well you sleep by me by your side. Once we do actually fall asleep, that is. I look more closely at Hell as she makes her appeal. Hell's playing feet begins to warp, and is bestowed with eyes and nose and mouth all the other contours and features one would expect. Her appeal skyrockets in an instant. The faceless, aggrandizous creature before me becomes stunning a young adult who eyes are focused solely on me. Hell begins to lose her illusions in full force, dialing up on her charm in an attempt to snare the disillusioned party before her. Far be it to grab, I am yet to find a companion unwilling to spend the night in my arms. If you are hesitant and act on impulse, don't be. Trust your instinct, let throw the caution to the wind. Accept my embrace, dear Sable, and know the truth of another being. No, that's okay. I'll continue to sleep alone, thank you. Ha, playing hard to get, are we? Understandable defense mechanism, but that is one currently unnecessary. I shall prove to you that your worries are unfounded. You need only... Look, I'm not interested, alright? I'm not going to fall for your illusions either, so please just spare me. Hell's face reverts to its usual blank canvas. Before her eyes vanish, however, she stares at me in amazement, and even after her face has lost all features, it still eludes in the air of surprise. She cannot believe what her charm failed. This cannot be. Once again, but twice you have seen through my illusion? Yeah, I did. You really think if falling for the same trick would work a second time? Hell shakes on her head. You don't understand. This time around, I gave it everything I had. Nobody could see through my illusion when it's that strong. I scratch the back of my head and smile wryly. I'm not sure what to tell you, Hell. Maybe you're having a bad day? Once again, Hell shakes her head. I am thankfully concerned, but you don't need to humor me. I have been bested, as you did yesterday, my dear Sable. You have proven to me that you are my superior. I was wrong of me to pursue you like that from the very beginning. It was my role to be conquered by you, not the other way around. Okay, great. Let's leave it at... Wait, what was that about conquering? My words begin to fall on deaf ears. The Hell's brother shudders in delight. Not to be the pursuer, but to be pursued. As much as it pains me, I have no choice but to relinquish my role as the protagonist over you, my dear Sable. No, nobody's doing any pursuing here. Indeed, there's supposed to be no little point engaged in that particular thrill. You have already made me yours, and since I saw your ability on display yesterday, I knew my heart belonged to you. My ability? My mind flashes back to yesterday's rude trichography class. Given that we're in the same class, Hell must know about what happened yesterday. She's probably more familiar with the situation than I am. I lost consciousness partway through. No way, if that's what Hell is talking about, then why would her heart belong to me? Throwing aside the absurdity of her pledging to her heart to me over something like that, or the natural reaction would be fear or despise me, wouldn't it? Maybe she's actually talking about how I broke her illusion. That would certainly make a lot more sense. Returning to reality, I pose Hell a question. Hell, what do you mean, when you say you saw my ability on display, what do you mean? I'm talking about your spatial displacement magic, of course. True, you impressed me by breaking my illusion so quickly, but it was your role yesterday's class that really caught my eye. And surely enough, I'm not the only one, henceforth the little title of Diva. Not trying to focus on my new title, but I pondered Hell's words for a moment. Contrary to my expectations, she makes it sound like my popularity has gone up, not down, and my classmates were impressed by yesterday's display, rather than infuriated. Hell appears to be noticed my confusion. What is the matter, Sable? Do you not like your new title? It's not that. I really don't like my new title, and that's what it's bothering me. Then what is it? Difficulty maybe appeared with no face. I sent no malice in Hell's reply. She appears to be genuinely unsure why I'm unsettled. Hell, aren't you angry about yesterday? I mean, I basically attacked our entire class, and... No, to say no more, dear Sable. To call such divine spectacle an attack that does no justice. In fact, that is an insult to those of us whom we ought to aspire. On your first day of the academy, you went against our teacher's clear instructions and showed off a large-scale spell which spread over even beyond the courtyard. If that's not action worthy of praise, then I do not know what it is. Hold on a minute. It spread that far? I thought it contained in the courtyard. Aha, you are too impressive for your own good, it seems. No, having my spell expand beyond the expected parameters isn't impressive. It's the opposite. This whole situation is embarrassing beyond belief. I sigh and shake my head. Never mind. I'm just glad you weren't hurt. As long as everyone is pulled through unscathed, that's all that matters. While trying to convince myself that the safety of my classmates is paramount, I enter the classroom, followed close by Hell. A few students press all turn to face me, one and out. Those who don't immediately notice my presence are warned by their friends and soon direct their gazes. Before long, everyone is present staring at me. Good morning, everyone. I nervously wave at my classmates who have been dead silent. They all stare at me wide-eyed as they're looking at a ghost. I understand that you are awestruck, but it's rude to stare at your esteemed diva so intently without saying a word. Will you not return Stable's greed? At Hell's prom, my classmates jumped in surprise as though they only just realized what they were doing. One after another, they adopt smiles on their faces, begin to wave, offering non-verbal greeting before finally taking their eyes off me. Seeing this, I'm speechless. Ah, how pitiful. They're so captivated that they can't even greet you properly. Please forgive their rude behavior, Sable. I'm sure they'll sing your praises near the future. As ridiculous I find Hell's assertion, she's right about one thing. My classmates don't appear to hate me. If anything, they all seem to be curious. Yesterday's spectacle, no matter how dangerous and embarrassing it put me in front and center. It gave everyone a chance to see my face, hear my name, or even see themselves from a power many of them couldn't wield themselves. It may not have made me a diva, despite Hell proclaiming otherwise, but it did garner attention, and it helped me to make a powerful impression. The classroom slowly fills with students at the start of a new lesson draws near. Most of my classmates glance around the room as they enter. They scan the class for my face. Upon making eye contact, most of them wave or smile. Just like the initial batch of students, none of them show me any malice. They are willing to walk over to my desk and talk to me. Make on my face or upon eye contact, most of them wave or smile. Just like the initial batch of students, none of them show me any malice and they aren't willing to walk over my desk and talk to me, but their curiosity is evident nonetheless, and not one of them shows an sour expression. Is this what it's like to be popular? Everyone knows who I am, but even though I barely know any of them, they all recognize me and smile at me, yet they don't know the first thing about me. It's a bit unsettling to be stared at and talked about, but I can't dislike it. I wish I made more of an impression by succeeding in my attempt, rather than my drawing and my gazes as the person who attacked their entire class. Conflicted as I sigh out loud, I lower my torso onto my desk. What everyone else finds interesting, I find embarrassing, and yet, at the same time, I'm relieved that nobody hates me. I'm glad to have made such an impression. Only time will tell if my vanities will overpower my pride. Whoa, but isn't the bad boy himself? Well, hello there, nefarious one. I tilt my head upward and raise an eyebrows, and a familiar voice reaches my ear. What's with the odd nicknames? They are not nicknames, but they are titles they have been branded with. I intend to use them in slanderous manner, so I suppose one as such yourself might wear those titles with pride. One is myself? What are you talking about? No, before that, why do you intend to slander me? What did I do to you? Alicia narrows her gaze, stares at me, currently bemused. Not just me, well, you did this to his entire class. Constantly I just catch up to me. After being praised for my deeds yesterday, they're told that not to be ashamed. I began to think I wasn't the only one who viewed them in a negative light. However, it seems like Alicia, the valedictorian on my grade, is similar to my apparently in my own. To be perfectly blunt, I am disappointed in you, Sable. I had thought you were a talented yet reserved individual who adhered to the rules and took pride in their work. But as it turns out, you are a little more than a show-off who doesn't know their limits. Alicia's words sting, not because of hostility in her voice, but the notions that she have raised, but because I agree with her. Look, I know that I don't bother. I'm not the one you must answer. Alicia cuts me up, but surprisingly, rather than betraying anger, her voice is seriously unwavering. There is no emotion in her voice. She recites the words as through reading from a script. You will pay for your actions as dictated by your proper authorities. Please leave immediately. I have been summoned to the principal's office. Following the map of the academy on my terminal, I make way towards the principal's office. With my hands shaking and my face undoubtedly contorted in shame, I make a conscious decision to ascend to the level which the fourth-year classrooms resides. Not because it's quicker, but because there are almost no fourth-year students. Most of the students I've made this far, I'm not acquainted with any single one of them. Right now, I don't want to be seen, not by my classmates, not my acquaintances, not by anyone. I just want to be alone. Unfortunately, I have been summoned to the principal's office. I have no intention of digging myself into a deeper hole by keeping him waiting. I must face the music no matter how scared I am. I need to report in and answer my actions. As troubled I may be, I slowly walk down to the empty hallway alone. I breathe slowly and deeply. I calm my mind as much as I can. I could tell all kinds of lies what's about to happen, trying to reassure myself everything will be alright. Before I know it, I've arrived. Excuse me. I found the door to the principal was already open. Peeking my head inside, I glance around the hall weakly. Oh, there is someone here. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. Not at all. This room's always open to students in need. May I help you today? Greeted with a smile, I nervously entered the room. I was told to come here by one of my classmates. My name is Sable. I'm in class 1C. My classmate Alicia told me that. Alicia? His face worse in surprise as I named my classmate. Ah, she's making friends after all. Very, very good. Sir? The man stops laughing as he sees the confusion on my face. My apologies to my child. When you called her Alicia, I assume you were close enough to tell you of our relationship before sending you over here. Alas, it seems a particular honor belongs to me after all. My name is Ein, or at least what you humans call me. I am the principal of this academy. As her classmate, you may be interested in knowing I am Leisha's father. Pleased to meet you, Sable. I stare eyes widely as Ein as I process his words. Hey, there's a dude in here! Finally! Leisha's father is the principal? It explains her inflexible and uptight personality, does it not? Oh, as I like to say, but the truth is, I don't know where she gets that attitude of hers from. Not that I'm complaining or anything. Leisha's a good girl, but she may not be attentive to making friends, so please do not fault for her that. Yeah, sure. Surprised by the principal's words, I smile wryly. Anyway, sir, about the reason I was called here, Oh, yes, I suppose you do speak about that, don't we? Please close the door. There are some rather serious matters we want to discuss. Doing the principal's presences, I close the door in office, then present myself once more. In spite of his infallible personality, warm greeting, I adopts a rather serious expression as the reason why summons come to mind. Taking his time, studying most over the matter at hand. After thinking in silence for a while, he has eyebrows over spots me, although he only remembers that I'm present. He's coughing embarrassing a couple of times, but the principal makes his gaze and addresses me properly. Now then, what to do with you? To your credit, it's clear you didn't mean any harm, but from what I hear, the spell did go out of control. You took all the damage onto yourself in order to spare some of your classmates. On the other hand, you deliberately disobeyed your teacher. You allowed your pride influence on your actions. As a result, you put your classmates in danger. Given the circumstances, please understand I cannot simply let you off with a warning if you are a new student. I bow my head silently, and I have already prepared myself for the worst case scenario, and I will hold the principal's decision against him. Seeing his resignation on my face, the principal does appear to comprehend my thoughts. So, you made peace in the fact that exposure is on the table, have you? True, it would have been unheard of for a student to be expelled with this kind of situation. We tolerate a lot on this academy, seeing how much most students are teenagers yet to understand their own powers. But when it comes to safety of the students, we cannot afford such leniency. The principal walks over to the cabinet on the side of the room. Then he pulls out an orange bangle close to the cabinet, close to my side. Here. Places the orange bangle around my left wrist. My arm starts to feel weak as soon as the bangle touches my skin. This weakness spreads for the rest of my body as soon as it feels that my energy has been sucked out. The ether stored within my body has been almost depleted. This bangle is a magical artifact made fossilized tree resin from a mystical oak in my home village. It has the effect of, wow, hang on a second. You're telling me this is a magical artifact? I interrupt the principal as I gaze at the supposed magic artifact, surprised, somewhat skeptical of what he has just told me. This can't be a magical artifact, can it? I mean, I figure I might see one of these at some point on my stay at this academy. I've never dreamed I'd touched one on my second day here. Magical artifacts are ancient items which are said to possess great power. They can be wielded by anyone, whether they're mage or not, and they require no fuel or any stimulus. No human being alive knows what they're made of, and there seems to be very few of them around, and they're always in high demand. Further, they are often misidentified in cases supposed to be magical artifacts turn out to be magic imbued objects, or as plain old magical tools. It's easy to make a mistake to make, but consider how rare and valuable magic artifacts are. It's a mistake that would cost a collector dearly. Magic imbued objects appear naturally in ether-dense areas. Their powers are limited, and they become worthless when removed from their ideal environment. Magical tools are man-made items. They facilitate the casting of particular spells, yet they possess no power of their own. Compared to those common reproducible objects with limited usefulness, magical artifacts are infinitely more valuable. Needless to say, such as treasure would ordinarily be far beyond the reach of a mere student like me. Amazing, I've never seen a real magical artifact before. Oh, you'll be simply doing more than simply looking at it. I suspect you won't be pleased by it. This is an artifact which absorbs ether at a phenomenal rate. Furthermore, once it's been placed on a person's wrist, it can only be removed by the person who put it there. I removes his hands from the bangle caused to fall limp on my wrist. The bangle immediately to shrink, make it difficult to remove by typical means. More worryingly, it begins to float around my wrist, locking onto my ether signature. It has become its host, rather its victim. Your punishment for yesterday's mishap is to wear this bangle until I decide otherwise. Needless to say, Leisha, your teachers and other classmates will be keeping an eye on you, and it'll be their testimonies that ultimately decide whether that bangle's removed. My excitement and enthusiasm for Mogo disappeared in a heartbeat as I looked down the arm bangled in my wrist. This may be the first magical item I've ever seen, but that doesn't mean it's a cause for celebration. It's not rewards, it is a punishment, one I rightly deserve. I'm sure I will get used to the drain soon enough, but for right now I don't feel too good. It's like all the string is rapidly leaving my body. Forgetting about this spatial displacement magic, right now I could barely even clench a fist. Coming to terms with my situation with a tad later than I should have, I cast gaze towards the floor. That being said, if you decide to rather quit this academy than live here with that trinket on your wrist, I will accept your resignation. No, I'm not going to quit. I will accept this punishment. I raise my hand and look an eye into the eye. If this is the price I must pay for my action, then so be it. I'm glad to hear that. This incident had me wondering what kind of person you were, but I suppose you were able to become friends with Leisha. You must be an upstanding youth after all. I look forward to hearing good things about you from now on, Sable. Ian walks over to the closed door and begins to open it. Wait, one question if I may. Yes? I know this may be sounding like a trivial concern considering what's at stake here, but if my theories continue to be sucked dry, how will I participate in practical lessons if I don't want my grades to plummet because of this? Aha, your grades! You worry about your grades at a time like this? Oh dear, you don't wonder why you get along with my daughter. Principal laughed out loud as I voiced my concern. You know, I know it's hardly a pressing issue, and I really don't want to push my luck given that my punishment is so tame, but even so. Relax, child. Your concern is completely reasonable and justified. Rest assured, your situation will be taken into consideration when you are graded. Thank you, sir. I bowed my head and silently moved towards the door. And one more thing, Sable. Yes, sir? I turned around to find the principal staring at me intently. Tell Alicia that her daddy loves her, and that's the second part of your punishment. Yes, sir. Confused and dumbfounded, yet ultimately more relieved than had been when I walked into the principal's office. I leave with more questions than I had entered. Tell Alicia my daddy loves her. After returning to my class, I failed to take notice of the lesson at hand. Instead, I spent the entire time trying to hide the bangle on my wrist and wondering how my life would impact henceforth. As someone who takes pride in their ability to use advanced and obscure forms of magic, this bangle is quite possibly the second worst punishment I could have been on top of my own expulsion. Though it may sound like overdramatic, I believe it to be the truth. After all, what use is a magical academy student who could barely use magic? I was already at disadvantage to begin with, one of the few humans attending this academy, but now I've been dragged down to the bottom. If I were to higher grade or take on advanced combat skill, this bangle could literally be the death of me. From a student's third year onwards, participation in hunts becomes mandatory. Whether a student is a fighter, healer, or mere researcher, they are forced out of the field, thrown headfirst into life or death combat. The academy does this for a variety of reasons, most prominent which that gives demi-humans students the opportunity to show regular humans that they are on the same side. Also, it's a good way to take care of dangerous creatures such as magical beasts or criminal demi-humans. In a sense, we're responsible for protecting human society from non-human threats. Of course, there are some who view hunts as barbaric, treacherous, and some every year there are students who refuse to hunt down their own kind or do so the bidding of us humans. Unfortunately, what awaits those students is about expulsion. We are given no leeway when it comes to hunts, and not on who we go with when we're hunting, on the conditions on the hunt itself. It is a lot for mere students to take in. Every year there are many who perish and wind up getting expelled. Year after year, the hunts continue. They are necessary evil, but as far as pulling our strings are concerned, that's all there is to it. Perhaps I should leave the academy after my second year of anadromonia. I'm sure the bangle will be removed long before then, but even so, the thought of hunting down demi-humans doesn't sit right with me. I want to be a researcher, not a mercenary. If I truly crave death and destruction, I wouldn't spend so much time worrying about rather I share my research. To have my research weaponized or stand in my front lines myself, it does seem like the matter path I take in the militarization of magic is going to haunt me. The class ends, I'm in deep thought. In fact, I only realize this class is over until I see Eris leave the classroom. It feels like someone's hands on my shoulder. Welcome back, delinquent. I trust that you had fun in the principal's office? Alicia glazed at me harshly. It feels disdain towards my actions yesterday. Unfortunately, I can't take back what happened, but I can't go back to make a different choice or change the outcome of my decision. All I can do is apologize. I'm sorry, Alicia. Even without your father telling me so, I know how badly I messed up. I don't require an apology from the likes of you. I'm glad to hear you realize the error of your ways. And equally as important, it seems like the princess have taken appropriate measures to ensure that an incident does not occur once more. Despite my efforts to conceal the amber bang on my wrist, Alicia notices its presence immediately. Yes, this is my punishment. Indeed, to think that my soft-hearted father is capable of such cruelty. Oh my god, do we want to tell her this? Oh my god, I might fucking do it. I agree it's fitting, but his other punishment I'm not so sure about. What's the other punishment? Sure, that Bengal's a punishment up. What could possibly expecting you on top of that? I looked Leisha straight in the eye. The serious tone I delivered the principal's message. Daddy loves you, Leisha. Daddy? Oh, I understand. Surprisingly unfazed, Leisha doesn't appear to be embarrassed in the slightest. To be honest, I'm disappointed. I thought I would at least get to see her blush. But I should have worded his message a little differently. Honestly, what an idiotic father I have. To actually use a student as his personal messenger for such a pointless message, what kind of principal would abuse his authority like that? I smile and shrug on my shoulders. Isn't that a little harsh? To think it would be great that the principal was willing to take a joke around the students. Assuming that was your first time meeting my father, I suppose. It's natural for you to think that way. When you've known him for as long as I have, his attitude becomes tiresome. Leisha sides again once when the stares into my eyes. I apologize for my father's conduct. To actually order you to deliver that type of message right after giving you cruel punishment. Leisha's gaze lowers upon the bangle on my wrist. Yeah, it seemed like he went on to one extreme to another. I do understand where he's coming from, though. I mean, it's his job to be serious, but he has to get along with the students. For him to be able to talk happy to his daughter's classmate right after punishing him is just proof of his impartiality. As the principal, I think his attitude is admirable. Leisha stares at me in amaze for a moment. You admire my father, even now he pulled that bang on your wrist? Absolutely, anyone who can calmly govern a prestige academy filled with troublesome students like me is worthy of praise. I wouldn't say I'm happy being forced to wear this bangle, but I certainly don't hold it against him. He was simply acting in the best interest of his students, and I don't blame him at all. I see. That's quite a refreshing look you have, Sable. I dare say I think my first impression of you was accurate after all. Dare away, I do my best to live up your expectations of me. Careful what you wish for, Sable. I didn't become valedictorian by setting low standards, and now you have that bangle on your wrist. You rather have a hard road ahead of you, should you follow my tracks. There's more than one way to skin a dragon, you know. I may lack in your sheer power, but I won't lose to anyone who comes to my specialty. Mentally apologizing to Draken, I cross my arms and push my chest contra your specialty. Now I come to think of it, as impressive as I found that technique of yours yesterday, that raw output was rather lacking. Given your not so terrible rank, and the fact that you strained yourself to the point of losing consciousness, I would have expected something many leagues greater. For someone wielding your pitiful level of power to rank near halfway mark of our grade, your performance in other areas must have been outstanding. Don't praise me too much. My vanity has already got me into trouble, you know. I shake my wrist, causing the bangle to move around. However, Leisha appears to be paying my gesture no mind. Human, low output, impressive technique, needlessly proud. Is your specialty perhaps circus magic? That's right. Wait, what? My eyes opened wide as Leisha uttered something unthinkable. Circus magic? Are you kidding me? You think I'm studying here so I could become an entertainer? Am I wrong? No, of course you're wrong. I'm a scholar. I'm a researcher. While I lack in power, I make up for in originality and understanding. When it comes to sheer knowledge of magic, nobody in our grade has BB, not even you. Oh, is that so? Leisha's gaze narrows. You think you're more knowledgeable than I? Me, a human who can't even control their own spell, would dare compare so to a mighty elf? Act as hostily as you like. If it's a competition of magic knowledge, I'm confident I can take you on. You have a lot of nerve, human. Very well, if you truly believe in your own hype, and I'll invite you to prove yourself. Prove myself. Wait a minute, you don't mean to... I do indeed, after saying so much, you surely won't back out. Sable, I challenge you to a duel. Magic duels, one-on-one contest between two mages. How do you help to settling a dispute? Those take many forms, and the rules may significantly. Magic duels are typically divided into two categories, physical and mental. Physical duels involve two magic users face off against using techniques at their disposal in a practical manner. They use magic to compete directly and to be in combat, a race, weightlifting, and any other real-world application on their skills. Mental duels, on the other hand, do not require any skill or strength. They require the width of knowledge and how it can be as straightforward as an ordinary exam. Often more than that, however, mental duels involve two mages seemingly fighting or some kind of puzzle armed with their knowledge of magic. Mental duels are far, far safer, but participants don't need to be using magic. Even so, the stakes are in no way inferior. When one mage challenges another mage to another duel, it's really for fun. The duel on my second day reminds me, if I accept, what are the stakes? I wouldn't take anything meaningful from me. The only thing at stake here is your pride. Will you accept my challenge, Sable? Alright, I'm game as long as I don't do anything practical, of course. Oh, you need to worry about that. I wouldn't be so cruel as challenge a handicapped opponent to a fight. Our contest should be one of mind, and we shall choose and meditate among our classmates, and they will quiz us on the topic of their choosing. Do you find those conditions acceptable? Absolutely. Let's find ourselves a meditator. I walk around and trying to find someone who will help out. Most of our classmates already left the classroom, and our teacher is the first to leave, so finding someone who's suitable proves difficult. Fortunately, there's only one person I can count on. The battle of minds between Diva 1C and our grades Victorian? Of course, I'll be honored to meditate. Perfect, thank you, Hel. Any objections, Leisha? Not at all. I'm ready to proceed when you are. Same here. I guess that means time, Hel. Understood. In that case, we'll begin momentarily. This will be a simple test of basic general knowledge, and there'll be 6 questions, and even if a tie, there'll be no tiebreaker. Basic general knowledge? You ask the two of us such rudimentary questions? This will be turned into a mere contest in the speed in no time. Please, have some consideration for the one asking the questions. Loath I may be to admit this, I'm arguably one-trick pony. Even if you ask me for more difficult subject matter, it's not that I'm an expert myself. Fine, your Maj would do. This can be a battle as he was more quick-witted. That's okay with you, Alicia. I suppose there's a merit to such a contest. But I'll play along it. I will play my doing. Thank you. Are you both ready? Each and I both immediately tense up as we nod. Then without further ado, when 2 mages simultaneously cast the same combination magic, you are correct, but please wait till I finish asking the question next time. Alicia narrows her eyes in displeasure, otherwise no makes fun of fuss. Just like that, it's 1-0 in Alicia's favor. Now to the next question. Oh, fuck off! What is the name of the given to the recording of the mage's 5 senses that... fuck off. Shit. I want to say Sense Spear? Oh, fuck off! Oh, fuck. Why? Damn it. Make sure yourself too familiar with all the origins of the Academy given that. Oh, that's right. You were unconscious during that lesson yesterday, weren't you? Oops, right you are. My apologies, Sable. So, let's move on to the next question. Question 4. Runic Writing. Practice of drawing glyphs is absolutely essential. You see, my meditators are fit to throw through a trick question. In most cases, runic writing is completely optional. However, there's some spells typically require spellers writing glyphs. Then the answer is neither true or false. The question is flowed. Calling a flawed a bit harsh, but trick questions are valid in perfect duels. I smack myself in the forehead with the palm as Alicia answers correctly. While most people in my grade will be tricked by that question, I understand it, but I should know better. Hence, truth to be told, I know a couple of spells myself. I can't actually use them, but someday I might be able to. Alright, question 5. As part of humanity's pledge to coexistence peacefully with demi-human races, what was the first manner of law amended? Laws pertaining to the legal culling of non-human species. The death of human species now treated as a similar manner to those of humans. Correct. Leave it to an out to answer that question so easily. Rather than Chris Leisha's question response, I prefer my reaction. While I don't know the finer details like Leisha, I'm well aware of the transversities of demi-human races that suffer through the demands of mankind. Considering how our man-checkered past, amazes me that interspecies institutions such as Aramangia even exists. Anyway, on to the final question. There are many demi-human races which are female only. Those races... No. I'm surprised you knew that. Many humans think that the world evolves their race alone and that think that all of us demi-humans would die without them. Indeed, while that is true for some races, but not all means a universal truth. Humans need to learn their place. I get it. Humans are conceited. Can we please just move along? Hell stands up straight and faces Leisha as I prepared to announce the results of the duel. Being contest with so few questions, however, there's no really need to... The result is obviously... Despite my best efforts, Leisha's beat me. The winner... The duel is one expected her rank, Miss Valedictorian. For the proud elf, round of applause. Hell begins to clap after a few moments, so do I. Leisha beat me fairly with a bit of wit and speed. I have no right to complain. There is no need to applause. Rather, it would bring me straight shame if I didn't win against a demi-human. You put up a good fight, Sable, but this battle of wits was decided the moment you challenged a woman ranked #1 of our grade. Pick your opponents more carefully next time. No, you picked me as your opponent, not the other way around. Whatever, anyway, you sure show me. I'll try to keep my pride in check tomorrow from now on, as so you should. Oblivious to her hypocrisy, Leisha puffs out her chest. Well, it's been fun. If the president have any objection, I shall take my leave. Alright, thank you. Sorry for keeping you. I do thank you for acting as a meditator. Not at all. Isn't every day I get to witness a diva and a valedictorian head-to-head. And now I shall bid you adieu. Hell bows and then takes her leave, hurrying out to the classroom with less composure than she displayed moments ago. But need to eat, go to the bathroom, or something entirely. She's totally holding herself back. A diva, don't ask. Anyways, that's behind us. What do you say we head to the cafeteria for our next class starts? My treat. Thank you for the offer, but I could pay for my own food. Being valedictorian does have its benefits. After all, with a hefty allowance just being one of many. You really like to bring up your rank, do you? Of course, taking pride in oneself is only natural to those up top. Whatever, just don't get too cocky. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, right? The bigger they what are? To what whom are you referring to? Never mind, don't forget I said anything. Very well. Importantly, now that duel's over, I have no further business with you. I'll see you once our next lesson begins. To decline my invitation in a roundabout manner, Alicia raises one hand in a half-worded wave, and as she turns around, leaves the classroom. Once she has left my side, I sit down at the desk and breathe a heavy sigh. Despite being the one who asked, truth to be told, I don't want to visit the cafeteria, but this pangolin shift on my wrist, the last thing I want to be around is large groups of people. Until my nerves have settled down more a bit, it's best thing for me to do is to be alone, enjoy some peace and quiet. After joining a moment of solitude, I gradually reunited my classmates. The classroom fills with students all slowly trudging to its guests until finally the last one returned, Eris shows up. Alright, kiddies, prick up your ears for a moment. Before we get started on next week, you'll have a visitor. A visitor? I raised my eyebrow at the strange notion. Is it normal for an entire classes to have visitors at this academy? Listen carefully, because the chances of you brats going to see a lot of her. Everyone meet the academy's nurse, Miss Raphael. Oh, Eros, haven't I told you it's just Raphael? Should I one day marry, then you may call me Miss Raphael. Should I one day Oh, I did say that. Eris's eyebrow twitched in response to Raphael's words. Oh, how careless of me. But it seemed I'm not the only one who misspoke, did you think? Though I cannot say I heard anyone else misspeak as I heard here. Perhaps your hearing is during your old age. Eros. Ugh. Eris resists the urge to quarrel with Raphael as the two exchange minor words of word. Surprisingly, it seems like Eris has some kind of reservation against Raphael. Either that, or she makes a conscious effort to act more kindly towards her co-workers than her students. Moving along. Good morning, students. I am Class 1C. I am Raphael. I preside over the infirmary of Andromeda Academy. Should we have the pleasure of meeting you one-to-one, it will likely be the cost of your life. You don't mean the cost of our well-being. If that was what I meant, I mean, that is what I said. I, along with the rest of the classmates, left speechless. Raphael may look like an angel, but her words are nothing short of scary. For today, I wish to introduce you all. Many of you will be soon enough coming out to my door. After all, I feel it's important you prepare yourselves for our immediate reunion. Should you prove talented in spiritual magic, however, we may see another one outside the eternal abyss. Though looking around this classroom, I doubt any of you who meet that criteria. Ugh. Leisha grimaces at Raphael's joy, yet harsh words. Leisha may be astounding areas, but she's notably the worst at spiritual magic than she is at other types of magic. For someone with so full of pride, hearing a teacher mock her lack of ability must be unbearable. Come to think of it, Ray is talented with spiritual magic, isn't she? Perhaps not on the same level as Raphael, but she still leagues ahead of Leisha and I. Cruel though it may be for me to say this, even Ray has apparently as one redeeming subject. As I said, I all intended to. Should any of you develop an aptitude for spiritual magic, we may meet once again once you reach your third year of the academy. If not, I look forward to guiding your soul as it departs from this wretched world. Leaving this entire class dead silent, Raphael departs with a scary smile on her face. All of a sudden, I wish at the bottom of my heart I never need to visit that infirmary ever again. Ugh, what a troublemaker. I warn you right now, kids, do not get involved with that woman. She may call herself an angel, but what she doesn't tell people is that she's actually the angel of death. Seeing her one time too many, you may never read the infirmary ever again. Eris' demeanor is completely different than usual. Her voice is serious and has her expression, thus giving us all the sense that her warning is not a joke. Eris says truly believe that Raphael is a angel of death. Anyway, that's one shitty angel gone. Let's get to work. First up, basically could so actually realize what class I'm about to take. Maybe I should call that sketchy angel back after all. Turn your terrible terminals and jump to section C6. I thrust my arm forward and turn my wrist to cause the poem. Before I can invoke my terminal, however, something catches my eye and bang on my wrist. Rather than invoke my own terminal, I decided to use the physical device on my desk, just like my classmates. I probably could use the terminal with this thing on my wrist, but the middle of class would be no time to experimenting with it. For now, I play safe and follow the lead of my classmates. Operating on the clunky machine, which provides much slower than my own terminal, I opened C6 of my grade's curriculum. After a slight delay, the series of digitized textbooks, research papers, and other course materials appear in front of me. Then I begin to read the file through the titles of documents. Let's see. The history of man and elf, Manticore's planet animal, accumulation of silicon-based life forms in human society. Oh, I know what the subject is. My lips are naturally begin to curl up in a smile. As I look around the classroom, I realize none of my classmates don't share my enthusiasm. Seriously, do we have to study this junk? I know, right? Demi-human social studies? Give me a break. Tell me about it. It's part of the curriculum, and we have to study it. If you have to study it, I mean, I don't have to do a damn thing. Ignoring my teacher's irresponsible remark, I opened one of the textbooks and began flipping through its pages. As one of the few humans in my grade, I seemed to be the only person in whose class who was actually interested in learning about how demi-humans have integrated into human society. And most of what I know as a subject is probably out of date now. After all, even if what I could said that we're still in early stages of learning how to live with one another. The laws and guidelines surrounding demi-human integration into human society changed year after year. It's interesting to see what's changed, but it's also difficult to keep up. Now then, everyone, please read through the first. I don't know, read whatever the first thing in that section is. There are no tests on the subject till the end of the semester, so just start cramming a few days before then, you'll be fine. With a wave in her hand, Eris leaves the classroom, effort to give us all permission to slack off. Unlike the rest of my classmates, however, I kept the physical terminal in front of me turned on. Is this really such an easy subject that the entire class could slack off without worry? Even Leisha has turned her terminal off, and she's a top student of our grade. Maybe my time will be spent doing something else. Talk to Leisha, talk to Hell. Try not to follow in my footsteps of my classmates. I opened one of the prescribed textbooks, namely the history of man and elf. Oh, this is great. The book begins with the personal accounts of a particular elf's villages. The names and location are withheld, but the descriptions are vivid, but there are a few images available to its attachments. Despite the secrecy which has historically surrounded elven culture, the book spares no detail in portraying the daily lives and tributes from the blue-blooded elves. Come to think about it, I wonder if there are any sense escapes that were created within the elf village. I've never seen any before, but I'm sure at least one exists, right? The book goes on to recount the moment of many considered to be a turning point in the relationship between humans and elves. A young man, a human, stumbles upon the elf shells injured and frightened. He is a mage living in an era of witch hunting which he is fleeing armed pursuers. The elves, most of whom have never seen a human before, are at a loss, and they cannot understand the young man's words. Do they have any idea what to do with him? And so they take him to the only elf in the village capable of speaking human language. At this point of the book, the author admits that being the very leader he was writing about. This book was written by an elf? I suppose that's only natural, considering that the content of this book so far. Who else would have that kind of information? The elves, through uncertain about the young man, trusting the leader's judgment and allow him to stay in the village. Over the next few days, the young man's wound are treated, and he is taught about life of village. Before he can grow into complacent, however, the witch hunts finally catch up, and they track his body footsteps to the elven village and waste no time breaching its borders. Without regard to the occupants of the village, the hunters call up to the young man, brandishing sword and spear as they threaten violence. They tell the villagers who don't speak a word of human tongue that they want the head of the human to stay with them, and if they don't comply, the village will be burned to the ground. The young man is thankful for the treatment of the village, despite their fear of him, steps forward. He can't allow these poor souls to suffer for his supposed sins, so his head is the only one they want, so be it. Before he can face his pursuers, the young man feels something clasped on his shoulders. He turns around to the village leader, smiling on him that he listened to the elf's surprisingly fluent English one more time. Worry not, son of man. We elves may cherish peace, but we are no mounds weak. In this village, those men are not hunters, they are prey. What follows is a scene of carnage. The village leader tells his friends and family that the hunters are their enemy. Before he can finish telling them how the hunters threatened to burn down their village, the the elves ready their spells. Without hesitation or remorse, the elves unleashed wave after wave of small-scale destructive magic. Arrows of ice, whip-like vines, even plain old arrows are launched by those untrained magic, and all manner of hell rains down upon the hunters, and before they even blink, the massacre has ended. I'll stop reading before I get immersed in the book any further. Without really realizing, a fair amount of time has passed, and I know that if I keep reading, I'll likely end up missing the start of my next class. Phew, that was really something. I heard the basics of the relation between humans and elves began, but I never bothered to learn the finer details. I guess I know I'll be reading today. At the end of the class draws near, fewer and fewer students remain. Now there's only a handful of us left. Those of us who are still present, I'm the only one with the terminal open. Be it as it may, I'm not studying at this point. I'm not even looking at the terminal itself. Instead, I'm gazed fixed upon my wrist. If it is now, with so few as present, it should be fine to test this out, right? Having used the physical terminal lesson, I've grown tired of using a revolutionary yet imperfect technology. While they may be an amazing feat of engineering, physical terminals and have issues, latency, and flickering which the spell terminal does not. This is to be expected how given the devices work. Contrary to the beliefs of many, physical terminals aren't actually magical in any way. They're just plain old magical tools like any other way. They simply react from the input to the mages to provide in different ways, much like the locks in our dorm rooms. We inject ether to devices, they send us instructions. We follow those instructions to cast a spell, projecting the results on the screen. Pressing a button on the screen and devices send the new instructions on the mage. The mage follows those instructions, casts another spell, and the projects the results once more. Unlike casting a spell terminal and keeping the active at all times, physical terminals involve casting a number of spells after one another. With the spell being quickly cut off and the results of being displayed on the device, the burden on the mage is significantly reduced. The trade-off is that every action involved the mage and the device going to be back and forth, resulting in noticeable lag. After putting up with this unfamiliar input lag for an entire session, my eyes are starting to hurt and I'm feeling frustrated at the least. Screw it, even if I fail, it's not like I have anything will bad happen. I'll be embarrassed, but that's about it. This bangle will prevent me from doing any actual damage in the case of a horrible mistake. Without further ado, I turn my palm upward and stretch my arm forward. Ah, success. It took a little bit longer than usual. I still got it. I flicked through a few recently accessed screens to make sure that everything's still working properly. Thankfully, while the initial invocation took longer than usual, the terminal's actual operation has not changed in any way. It seems like the bangle saps my ether, thus limiting my sheer output. It doesn't interfere with the actual spells I cast. Well, that's fine by me. As long as I get to still use terminal, I can live without the rest for a while. Truth be told, there are only a handful of spells I can use on a daily basis, and none of them are particularly taxing. Even with the limited power at my disposal, I shouldn't have any problems making this work. Without bothering to stop by the cafeteria, I wandered the hallways and academy aimlessly, trying to collect my thoughts. It's only my second day here. I've already been branded by a threat. What's more, I've only met one other human so far, and it's like the entire academy is overrun by demi-humans, and humans are a minority. Maybe I don't belong in Andromedroni after all. I sigh and scratch my head, and macaroni thoughts and consume me once more. The students here are nice and accommodating towards me, but still feel like I'm an outsider. I was honestly more comforting studying in solitude, but here I feel like I'm just being led around by someone else's pace. I'm learning a lot about demi-humans, sure, but that's about it. Thus far, I haven't gotten the faintest impression that my stay will be benefit my research in magic itself. Before I can sink any further in my own little world, my clamoring students reaches my ears. There are a large number of students clustered together, standing around what appears to be a holographic notice board. As I draw closer, one student walked towards me, my eyes open wide as I stare in their farce, surprisingly, for not the kind of reason one would expect. There's nothing particular about this person's appearance. They don't have horns, wings, or a tail, or any other defining features, and that is exactly why I'm surprised. You are Sable, correct? He is a fellow human being. Yes, that's right. Do we know each other? You may not know me, but I certainly do know you. As I recall, you're the one who unleashed that mighty gravitational field yesterday. My expression drops the moment those words in this young man's mouth. Of all the ways he could have known me, you are the student in 1 Class D? Indeed I am. My name is Narm, and I, like yourself, I'm only one of the few human beings that have enrolled in this academy. Pleased to meet you. Oh, yeah, like otherwise. With a sternly yet friendly tone of voice, Narm introduces himself and takes a step forward. He was over my body head to toe. As I respond, he sizes up a piece of meat. You don't look that strong. Were you really true the one responsible for the incident in the class yesterday? I'm afraid so, yes. I'm sorry about that. Why are you apologizing? Your desire to show up in these human classes, mates of ours, and assert your dominance is nothing to be ashamed of. In fact, it was the defiant attitude of yours which made me hope to see you here today. Defiant attitude, assert my dominance. I think you have the wrong idea about me. What made you think I'll be here? What's going on? Now I'm nodding towards the notice board, which is partially instructed by other students. I moved to the side a bit and would tilt my head forward, gradually managing to make some of the words on display. Applications are now open. Do your fellow demi-humans proud by helping maintain order in the March of the Public Order? My voice is raised several decibels as I read aloud the familiar name. It takes a few seconds for me to remember where I heard it before, but once I manage to recall its other name, my other eyes should open. Wait a minute, isn't there another name for... That's right, the hunt begins early at Andromeda, it seems. Or it seems they're in a bind because so few students at this academy continue to on their third year, which points participation becomes compulsory. Well, either way, it's a good fortune, would you say? Our good fortune. How'd you figure that? It isn't obvious that with so few participants among the higher grades and nary the soul among our game enough to enter, we'll undoubtedly steal the show. 2 humans leading the hunt, it's just as it should be. I gaze trippingly Nara the notice board and students surrounding it. Many of the students are wearing bitter faces, though the hunting down their own kind, even if it's just because they're criminals, doesn't sit well with them. Unlike those solemn adolescents, however, Nara is smilefully cheerfully he is welcomed the challenge and doesn't feel conflicted in the slightest. You're really looking forward to this, huh? Most of the students here can't stand the thought of tracking down and potentially killing one another. And don't even get me started on starting the name, calling it the hunt makes it just sound very barbaric. Barbaric though it sound may seem, there's nothing to worry about with him enforcing law and order. Do you believe the police officers should feel guilty for pursuing and incarcerating dangerous members of society? No, I'm not. It's not like I'm questioning the need of a collaboration like this. I'm just thinking that there are better ways of going out bringing about peace and about our races after all. Shall I take that you mean you're not joining me? Narm narrows his gaze. He doesn't seem to be angry, but he certainly isn't pleased. Glare at me all you want. I'm not going to be participating in something like this on a whim. Even if I did want to, it's not like I could go do so right now, given the bang on my wrist. That's right, I won't be participating. The hunt is brutal and unnecessary. It portrays demi-humans as prey, and reinforces the belief that they should be treated differently than the rest of us. I won't try to stop you from participating, but I won't certainly be joining you. I see, that is regrettable. If I had hoped that as a fellow human you would join this noble crusade and help me keep those things in line. But if you're yet to see the light, you wish to foolishly pursue some hopeless fantasy of peace with those savages, and so be it. Disappointed and a little bit disgusted, Narm turns away and walks away. He glances towards the notice board one last time as he leaves, breathing a sigh of regret as he vanishes in my sight. Wow, Narm really seems to despise demi-humans. I get that not all human beings take kindly to the changes that have been going on for the past few decades. As a society, we made many concessions to demi-humans, ranging from native land recognition to recollecting treasures taken from their cultures. For someone as young as Narm not to only feel that way, but to only choose to study among them while bearing such a grudge. Isn't something right here? With a seed of suspicion planted deep in my heart, I glanced to notice but one more time myself to finally take my leave. The moment I arrived at the cafeteria, I'm meted by a group of familiar faces. Sable! Huh? Dragon and Ray turned to face one as another. They simultaneously call out to me. Hey guys, what's up? I was just... Dragon and Ray once again look at another, though as silent negotiating who should talk first. I don't mean to sound rude, but who are you? I'm glad you asked. My name's Draken. I'm Sable's best friend. Pleased to meet you. And in case you're wondering, I'm half dragon. You're telling me that you're Sable's best friend? That isn't the part you should be surprised about. Well, yeah, I have a best friend too, you know. Eth, come over here. Don't drag me into this. Hi, my name's Ray. This is my best friend, Eth. What does that fucking say? I'm a Rokuro Kubi, and she's a Mandigore. We're both good friends of Sable's. We only just met yesterday, so all three of you are underestimating our relationship. Wait, what was that about a Rokubi? Amanda, Gora, and a Roku thing? Huh? I can't say I've heard of Roku, whatever. I don't even know what Amanda Gora are. Pleased to meet you. I promise I won't accidentally torture your friends and familiar. Oh my god, of course, he Drake's suspicious promise. What are the odds that Draken has done that before, I wonder? Hey, don't just gloss over my self-introduction. Ray, a Roku Kororobi. I'm sorry about that, it's a bit difficult to remember. Can you shorten it? Oh, come on, it's exactly as long as Mandagora. Why can't you remember her race but not mine? Even if you ask me that. Draken scratches her head and smiles wryly. Her rank in our grade may be high, but it seems like her skills outside of magic can't necessarily be held in the same regard. Maybe help you show Draken what it means to be a Rokurobi. Right now, you look completely human, so it's difficult to think of you as anything else. I guess so. Humans and Roku are pretty much identical, apart from one aspect anyway. Oh right, I've heard that the defining feature of Rokubi is their rubber-like neck. Is there something special about Rai's neck? I want to see. Show me. Fine, I'll show you, but Sable has to come out of the closet too. Please don't say things that will cause onlookers to misunderstand. And just be clear, I'm 100% human, so I don't have any special traits to show you. Like I believe that. Believe what you want, I have nothing to show you. Especially now that my magic's been effectively been sealed. Even if I wanted to show off, I couldn't do anything impressive in my current state. Oh, the powers of Roku would have not worth seeing. Of course they worth seeing. I'll show you the shirt for right in. Sorry, since I didn't. Damn, I must have spent more time with Norm than I thought. Either that or I lost track of time back in the classroom. I guess I'll have to wait till then. Oh, I was looking for something new. Oh, this just gave me something to look forward to. I'm sleeping through class. Come on, Sable, let's go. No, wait, it'll take a second to show you. We go where? We're in different classes, remember? Minor details like that don't matter. I'll get someone in your class to swap places with me. It's not a big deal. Hey, Sable Draken! They're gone right. I know. What the fuck? Yeah, Lee Burner. No! Having finally convinced Draken to return to her own class, I breathe a deep sigh as I slump my shoulders and lean back on my seat. Draken is fun in small doses, but just can't match her enthusiasm and energy. Everything seems to excite or fascinate her, like she's been living in exile her whole life to this point. At the very least, I doubt she spent much time in human cities before now. I wonder what her life was before coming to this academy. Before I could ponder Draken's past any further, I heard rustling to my immediate left. I turned at the person beside me, even if I didn't watch her. However, I cannot understand her actions in the slightest. Leisha, what on earth are you doing? Leisha's on pointy ears, just out of nowhere underneath the desk. Her torso's slowly pulled back, her face somewhat in view. Nothing that concerns you. Go back to daydreaming, you'll mind your own business. Leisha places her head underneath the desk once more. She remains seated, but her head turns left or right, and her seat occasionally shifts with her. Are you perhaps looking for something? If you tell me what it is, I can probably help you look for it. Leisha carelessly moves her head around the desk and sits around it just straight to face me. Don't underestimate me here, human. We elves attract more attention to our ears, but the fact of the matter is that our eyes are our greatest asset. If I cannot see something, what makes you think you're able to? Ah, so you did lose something. What is it? If you don't tell me, how won't you know how I'm supposed to find it? I said, I don't need your help. I can handle simple something you can find. Without saying anything, I continue to stare at Leisha. Her eyes occasionally dart back and forth, quickly stealing my glances face before looking away. A coin. I said it's a coin. It's a small made out of wood. I felt it on my pocket when I sat down. I cannot be certain. A small wooden coin? An elven currency, perhaps? It doesn't sound very valuable, but it's important to Leisha. Alright, small wooden coin, I'm on it. Leisha and I both crouch down and search the floor. A few students cautiously glance our way, but nobody says anything. They simply move their feet back past where else in the way we move across the floor. Wooden coin, wooden coin. Come out wherever you are. Still nothing. Perhaps I dropped it before they entered the classroom after all. Cheer up, it's not soon to give up. This coin's precious to you, right? You could say that. I found it since I was a child. It's one of the few items I brought with me to Andromodia. I see, so, wait a minute. You kept it on you since you were a child? Not at all at the time. Often, yes. Why? A smirk creeps into my face. A idea comes to mind. This wouldn't I'd work on just any old coin, but it's something that Leisha has been held on to dear for so many years. Maybe, just maybe, the world loses the focus on my secret parts of the human realm. What appears behind my eyes is a stream I've witnessed eyes before, a river energy, flowing endless around us, consumed plentiful by forever unseen. Ether. When an animagia is close to contact with a mage exposed to dense ether for many years. It's a common for an object to temporarily gain mystical powers. Well, I wouldn't expect a wooden coin to be anything useful, but it should be imbued with some of Leisha's ether nonsense. Which, in that case, what is it? If you'd rather help me to search, then say so. I carefully analyze the flow of the ether and in and out of Leisha's body. The strength and purity of the speed, I take everything that makes her unique. After a few moments of analysis, I cast my gaze towards the rest of the classroom. Using sight alone, I search the ether signature similar, if not identical to Leisha's. A second later, I've already accomplished my task. Oof, changing my sights like that gives me a bit of a headache. Maybe I should use it more. If I should use it more often, I get more used to the sensation. Rubbing my eyes with my head, I walk in front of the classroom, pick up Leisha's coin, and return to her side. Here you go. 1 wooden coin is requested. What? How did you... You didn't even use spatial awareness magic. How could you possibly... Now, don't sweat the details. You have a coin back. That's what matters, right? Yes, I suppose you're right. Thank you, Sable. I appreciate it. Anytime. Now you got your coin back, though. I gotta ask. What's so special about that coin? Is it a valuable form of currency in your hometown? It would be nice if that were true, but I'm afraid not. This coin is a mere cemental junk. A sullen expression appears on Leisha's face as she tightly grips the wooden coin. Despite leaks and color junk, it's got value, but only to her. I wouldn't expect you to know this, but most elven villages do not use any form of currency. This is a coin merely something I made when I was a child. Oh, a treasure from your childhood. That's nice. But wait a minute. If your village didn't do currency, where did you... Oh, that was quick of you. Indeed, this wasn't an imitation of that currency used in my village. Rather, this is something I crafted after our village was visited by a wandering human. A human visited your village. Come to think of it, I was just reading something about that today. I think the book was called The History of Man and Elf. Yes, that's the one. I didn't get to finish it, though. I suppose you haven't realized the identity of the author, have you? The identity of your author? Is it your father? Good guess. It's not that much of a guess, so I only know 2 elves. Still, I wouldn't have guessed if you hadn't told me. Both the principal and an illusion casting and an author, not to mention a village leader and a parent. Your father must live up to a fulfilling life. Yes, you could say that. More importantly, if you read that book, then you should be familiar with the arrival of the great sage, Bartholomew. Bartholomew, then he visited our village. Oh, I see. He wasn't named in the book, but at least not as far as I got read. Huh, that's odd. Most of the villagers referred to him as that human, but my father always spoke of Bartholomew by my name. In that case, Bartholomew was the one who brought human currency in our village. He intended to pay us for protection, but saying that he feared reprisal and commendation from his fellow man. He paid you for protection? It was mentioned that in your father's book. You said they hadn't finished the book, correct? And that's hardly surprising. He refused his money initially, at least. It wasn't until my father saw the opportunity to build a relationship with mankind with that of Bob Field's offer to gain value. So your father took his money after all. Not directly. At that time, it was forbidden for demi-humans to purchase land in and out of human settlements. In fact, we were forbidden from purchasing pretty much anything at all. Not to mention, we were unwelcome in human civilization to begin with. It was that time that it was forbidden for demi-humans to purchase land in and out of human settlements. In fact, we were... Okay, I was reading that. My father used Malfew's money and influence to put our races into path of coexistence. Well, at least that's how the story goes. Wow, that's amazing to think that your father played such a vital role in the building relations between human and elves. Don't give him too much credit. This has all happened almost 100 years ago, and there are no humans alive today that were present back then, and our fellow villages have never left their homes. As such, it's entirely possible that the history regarding our races is convenient fabrication my father's advice. Do you think your father's lying? Wait a minute, 100 years? Was that long ago? That's what it said. Is there a problem with that? No, of course there is. It all happened 100 years ago, and you were a child when Bartholomew visited your village then. My lips quiver as I hesitate to ask. Yes, Sable, I'm more than 100 years of age. We elves live a very long lives compared to human beings. In exchange, it also takes us longer to grow and to mature. In spite of my age, I've only barely considered to be an adult just now. Right, I have forgotten how different the aging process could be for some races. Most demi-humans have lifespans significantly shorter or longer than humans. Those with similar lifespans are actually a minority. Could it be that all the people have met in this academy, I'm the only one who's still a teenager? What's wrong, Sable? Are you saddened by the thought how short and miserable life a human being really truly is? Hey now, we may have comparatively short lives, but doesn't mean we're miserable. Perhaps you're right. Nonetheless, if human beings did possess longer lifespans, or at least my father's one, might be tested. As things stand, the only proof I have of both his existence and his time in the village is the coin I crafted. The elf responsible for strengthening relations between the two races lives on, yet the humans who made this all possible not by a memory is all too pitiful. The moment that Leisha's face begins to warp bitterly, the sound of our classroom's door closing echoes through the room. Our teacher's arrived at last. With her arrival, and my discussion with Lisa has come to an end. Bartholomew and Aaron, huh? I don't know how much information I'll be able to find out about those two, but Alicia has made me kind of curious. Perhaps I'll pay a visit to the library to see what I can find. Alright, we're gonna call this. Alright, we're gonna call this tonight. Ugh. I know that's so. Oops. I know that's I already said this, but that's kind of a weird game to play, and I totally do not blame you guys for that. I want to get a at least like a little break from some of these other games we've been playing the last couple of months. So we're right now just kind of like want a little break to be looking around what kind of game we should play, if I have to be honest. So we're looking right now. There's so many games, but all right, cool. I'm still looking around what we should play next, because the only other problem is let's see. Could play Stray. I don't like playing Stray, but I'm not very good with puzzles. You guys know me too well. All right, cool. All right, so we're gonna be playing this for a little while. Just gonna kind of slow down until I can get a game going on. Like I said, I got so many RPGs we could play right now, and it's not even funny. See, the other thing is, I would love to play like Final Fantasy 16, but that's another, once again, another long fucking game to play. Honestly. But anyways, we're gonna be getting off here tonight. I appreciate you guys. Hope you guys had a wonderful Thanksgiving. And we're going back to kind of what it was before, but I want to thank a lot of you guys here real quick. Toxitat, thank you for stopping in. Mega Rabidash, you're chatting. Sentinel, thank you for chatting. Local Builder, thank you for the chats. Abby McCrabby, thank you for the chats. You are awesome as always. Jado, thank you for stopping in. You're awesome as always. Attitude, thank you for the raid and the resub. You are awesome. Love it. Ashlyn Page, thank you for the chats. And that's all. You guys are awesome as always. I love you all. And I'll see you guys Friday, which is technically today since it's midnight. I'll see you guys soon. Take care.